Hello. Hello, Neo. Do you want to learn the secrets of the Matrix? Do you want... No? Okay. It's Friday. Does that help? Heck yeah, it does. You like your blue pill? Why don't you just take both at the same time? What happens if that happens? What happens if you do that? If you take both at the same time, ergo you are a statistical anomaly, ergo vis-a-vis love concordantly. I am the architect. I matrix the created. Ergo! Vis-a-vis! Ergo Ben Affleck. Wait, what? If you take both... You have an issue that lasts longer than 4 hours if you take both of them. Oh, yeah? Boy. Ah, nice. Your lander here. All right, what do we got? Indubitably, concordantly. You die of blurple overdose? Oh, God. Oh, no. Dude. Are we just going to sit here and ignore the fact that Vulcan has a big old flag on the interstage? Oh. Oh. That's nice. I like that. I like that part. That part's pretty cool. Yeah, that's Centaur 5. Yeah. It's got that part, and it's got that part, but it has that part too, and I like that part. Yeah, see this right here? I like that part. It goes the wrong way. If it's horizontal, that's correct. Stars in the top left, that's right. Did you get KSP2 to run well? Yeah, man. We figured it out. We figured it out. We good, man. We good. There's your stabilizer right there. Second stage fueling umbilicals right there. Yeah, there you go. That's methane vent. Ooh, very nice. Or no, methane, that's gonna...
Discovery, go at
I'm not sure what that one is. Either way, it's nice. Yeah, Vulcan's going to be a nice little rocket, man. VC6 is going to be an absolute unit. You can see the mounts for the SRBs are right there. Look, check this out, fellas. They put one of the mounts on. That's an SRB mount right there. There's 3 of them. See, 1, 2, and 3. And then there's 3 on the other side. And I'm guessing they probably mounted one on the other side, too. Test out those procedures. Mr. J Speed, 96 months. KSP2 running at 96%. Sure. Is that an actual render? No. That's real. That's a real picture. Look. Whoop. If you look at Tori Bruno's... yeah, here. Tori time-lapse. Oh. Look at the tweeters. Oh, nice. That's pretty sick. Well, that Vulcan is flying in VC2 config. Well, that explains that. Guys, look. Tube. Send link now. Archive hungry. Pipo for scale. New rocket or just new livery? That's new rocket, dude. That has 2 B4s at the bottom. Yeah, Vulcan is pretty much ground up. Pretty much ground up new. You got first stage on LNG and liquid oxygen. And then the second stage is hydrogen and oxygen. That's a 5-meter Centaur. 5-meter dual-engine Centaur. That is a pretty nifty upper stage. Yeah, how much Delta V you want? Yes. Yeah. Yeah, this thing's gonna go big, dude. It's gonna go big. Rocket Guy, I'm already thinking extended fairing options, because VC6 payload capacity is... It's pretty good. It's pretty good. What's the diameter of Atlas's Centaur? 3 meter. It's not nearly as big as that, dude. Yeah, Rocket Guy, we need an extended payload fairing here. And maybe even some forward load reactor stuff, you know what I'm saying? So, like, maybe we get a conic interstage right here. Right? Maybe we get a conic interstage, and then maybe we get a 7 meter fairing on top. You know? Dang it, I just can't stay away from this stream. I'm sorry, do you want me to shut it off, or... Like, if you got something important to do, I mean, I can go bugger off for a little while. I don't have anything to do. I was just going to play Kerbal. Shut it off. Shut it down. Shut it down now. No, seriously, look. It's a gorgeous rocket, but can they land it?
Go and throttle up.
Vulcan is gonna. So actually, the funny thing is Vulcan has smart reuse built into it. They're gonna jettison the engine section, and it's gonna parachute back down, and they're gonna grab it out of the water. Vito, 2-month resub. Thank you. Yeah, reusable engines, dudes. Yeah, Vulcan's partially reusable. Ain't that a bee? It's because so we got a lot of newer viewers in here. The reason why is because Amazon wants to build an internet satellite constellation called Project Kuiper. And they literally bought like 30 Vulcan launches. It's the largest block buy of rockets in history. It happened last year. They bought 9 Atlas launches, like 12 New Glenn launches, like 8 Ariane 6 launches, and like 30 Vulcan launches. Like, I think it was 38. 38 Vulcan launches. 38. That's ridiculous. And ULA said, oh, we're going to need more motors. Might as well. Yeah, we should probably work on some reuse action here. And that's exactly what they did. Yeah. Yeah. No, they're not doing recovery on the first flight. No. I want to know what vessel is going to do recovery now. You know what, Thomas? After going to your country, it makes a lot more sense why you like boats so much. It's true. Oh, please. Please. Except for Kessler syndrome? Yeah. That's why I always thought Starlink was a better idea, Mufri. The Starlink satellites are in decaying orbits, so if something does go down, everything's going to re-enter. What is Thomas's country? What country is basically sinking into the ocean? Malta? Louisiana? Oh. It's the Netherlands. Coffee. Yeah, grab shack. That's a good idea. Venice is not a country, damn it! Neither is Louisiana! Dang it! Hello. What's going on, PY? Neither is California. Stop making my brain hurt. Stockholm. Stockholm is a city. Still the best meme to come out of that. What's up? Amazon. We need rockets for Project Kuiper. What can you bring us? Arian Space. We could do 18 Arian 6 missions. Blue Origin. How about we start with 12 new Glen launches, but leave our options for open for the future? ULA? Tori Bruno's like, I got you. I got you, Holmes. What's F, Dick? That's a joke. It's a joke. Please, I know what that Federal Deposit Insurance Commission means. Please, please. Corporation, yeah, that too. What's F, Dick? The best country in the USA is Dolly Parton. I agree. Oh, damn, that is a sweet Kerbal, you might say. Round, yes. So, we made it back on monopropellant. Turns out that loading up a big old case of monopropellant is probably a good idea. Where are your Kerbals? They're in location A, combined 7, transfer vehicle. Look at this thing. I mean, look at this thing. It's corn. It looks kind of like a corn. It has the juices. Marvin, how you doing? Marvin's like, my eyes! I want to see someone recreate Pale Blue Dot in KSP2. Yeah. Only 3. Wait, why do we have 3,000 Delta V? Oh, I broke it, did it? So, we actually did figure out, yep, nope, yep, that's empty. We actually did figure out what made Kerbal tick yesterday, guys. Fuel tanks. It's fuel tanks and fuel tank simulation right now. So if you have, for instance, oh, I broke it at that. That's done. So, por ejemplo, if you have something that pulls from a lot of fuel tanks all at once, you're going to get terrible frames. Simultaneously, if you have engines that are pulling, a bunch of engines that are pulling from one big fuel tank, that's also going to make the game lag really bad. So it's better to have like one engine or 2 or maybe even 3 engines pulling from one big fuel tank. Basically use the biggest fuel tanks and the biggest engines you can right now because the small stuff kind of sucks. Do we know if that will be optimized in the first patch? Peter Piper picked a pack of pickled peppers. I'm not sure. I know they mentioned it on the forums. Fuel flow is a priority 1 fix. Cool. Johnson, get on the horn to British intelligence and let them know about this. We also learned that you can make 100-ton wings. This plane ended up good. You like it, Fritz? Yeah, you can get this on my Discord if you want. Peter Piper is non sequitur. I thought that she sells by the seashore. I showed you my cargo bay. Please respond. What's your Discord? Exclamation point Discord. I beat you, Hillness. Well, the wings in KSP2 have fuel. I don't think they do. But I noticed that the jet engines are actually a little bit more efficient than what they were previously, Fritz. I flew this thing about a quarter of the, maybe not a quarter, about an eighth of the way around Kerbal and back. And it was fine. This plane works great. I know you could copy and paste JSON into the VAB. How do you copy it, though? You click this, select the whole thing, hit Control-C. Seriously, you got to select the whole vehicle, Hypersonic. EJ has the power of 0 stream delay. Maybe because of the new wings you get better. Jeez, we need more coffee. Excuse me. All good, man. Nice. Dude, you know what I was seeing today? Satisfactory Update 8 is coming out soon. So, you know, just of course it is. Oh, yeah, we also tried to break the game very violently yesterday with this. Give it a second. Yeah, of course you can, Uncle Lux, yeah. Yeah, it turns out that you can make righteously big structures in KSP. Like, righteously big structures. Yeah. Oh, yeah, we saved it. We saved the bacon, dude. Launch it? Well, we gotta... It doesn't like that. There we go. What's your plan for landing on Eve? Well, we gotta figure that one out today now, don't we? Yeah. Kerbal just really, really likes... I mean, some of these parts are absolutely gigantic. Kerbal really seems to like big structures, though. Yeah, you can make some pretty large pieces of equipment. Like, this thing is almost as big as the VAB. And it likes to resonantly wiggle. It's fun for all ages. Wild, wacky, inflatable, arm-flailing tube structure. Wild, wacky, inflatable, arm-flailing tube structure. Wild, wacky, inflatable, arm-flailing tube structure. Hi, I'm Eric Johnson, CEO of Eric Johnson's Wild, Wacky, Inflatable Tube Structure Emporium and Warehouse. Due to a garbled subspace transmission, I'm now currently overstocked on all Wild, Wacky, Inflatable, arm-flailing tube structures, and I'm passing the savings on to you! I don't have the F4 in this yet, man. I should. But you can make some monster structures in this thing. I mean, that thing is not small. I mean, look at it. Look at the top of it. It's 119 meters from where we're at right now. That's 20 stories up. 20 stories? That's almost 21 stories. Oh, yeah, Hellfish. Yeah, the failed TVC. That was a good time. Dude, hey, if we had a hybrid tech, that would have worked. So, fellas, yeah, we basically went to Eve last night in about an hour and made it back in about an hour. I kind of ran out of fuel, but, you know, it's good. So, I'm kind of thinking, you know, like maybe we'll go refuel that transfer vehicle that's up there. And, yeah. Get her done, house. I love this thing. This is my favorite thing. I kind of want to use that to make a gigantic space station, but we're going to do that later. So what we need to do first is basically we need to get the transfer vehicle back to low Kerbal orbit, and we're going to need to send up a good bit of hydrogen for it. So yeah, last night, check this out. We launched this thing, right? And I know it doesn't look like much, but this has 3 engines on it, and one of the engines, each engine pulls from its own tank. Solid rocket boosters are really, really good for performance right now because they don't cross feed and they only pull fuel from themselves, right? One engine with this, and then there's the transfer vehicle is actually up there. It's up in there. It's up in there. Warning: the tower pieces are extremely sharp. Weird when you realize KSP-1 was in early access for 2 years. No, Pop. KSP-1 was in early access from 2011 to 2015. Oh, hi, Ariane 5. Yeah, yeah, it's an Ariane 5, but instead of a Vulcan engine, we have an F-1B. So yeah, Rocket Guy, this thing, dude, this thing hauls. It's, watch, I'll show you. So what you're saying is stick rocket good. That's why we were able to get such good performance with Ares 1, yeah. Now, dude, this thing goes. And it goes hard. Like, it goes too hard. But watch the frames. Watch the frames. You ready for the frames? You ready for the frame of cane? Oh, it's this version. This is fine. See, dude? Nice and crystal clear, except for that part. That's fine. It's not fine. It's not fine. It's not fine at all. It was at this moment that he knew he screwed up. Fire the missiles! But see, look, even with all this debris scattered everywhere, still clean. Are we still going up? That's pretty neat. So, what's the secret to better performance? Less fuel tanks. Less fuel tanks and less engines. That's how you do it. Oh, I thought that was how you still feel. Yeah. Hey, Hooded, what's going on? FTS support, signal commanded. But yeah, that's how you do it. So, yeah, really good. Now, don't get me wrong. We can still use the Kraken-proof rocket. We can still use it. It'll still work. It's just, yeah. This thing will still work. We're just not going to get the best frames from it. This has 4 engines pulling from 6 tanks. It's not good. You'll get terrible frames with it, but it's nice to fly. Very nice, very stable. But yeah, it's fuel flow. Yeah, that's really the problem, dude. Fuel flow. Yeah, you'll just get dookie patookie frames. So my theories about like it being craft files and transferring craft files from different craft files wasn't exactly wrong, but it wasn't exactly right either. We tried that. It does improve the frames, but it doesn't give you that much of an improvement. This, at the end of the day, this is just a lot of parts for KSP2 right now. Go retweet this. I liked it. I already liked that tweet. Okay, fine, Taradra. I will. You know what? I'll even be cool about it. Had so much fun going to Aztec. Happy face. You know what? I'll just put a bunch of exclamation points. There. I tweeted it. There. Done. Are you even trying? Oh, yeah. Yeah, no. Yeah, hip batteries and everything do the same thing. Are you lying? No! No, 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 no. Hey, look, RT already liked it. Merci, RT. Word. Just got here. The title. Is it true? Oh, it's true. We went to Eve last night, dudes. We were there. I barely made it home, but we were there. I haven't landed on it. We just did a flyby, which was... Eve up close is kind of a big deal. How are you going to save the polar Kerbals? Well, the polar orbit Kerbals. Yeah, Jeb, Tim, and Tombrid are stuck in polar orbit. They ran out of fuel. No, you're breathtaking. So we have to go and get them. Does get out and push still work? I haven't tested it. Sad to have missed it. Busy at work. Oh, that's okay. So the first thing we could do is send up Jebstone and get the Kerbals down. And then we got to figure out something to do with that transfer vehicle. Kind of wanted to build a space dock for it and stockpile LH2 in space. Here come the space docks. Here come the space dock. So I ended up having to leave the capsule at Eve, which was not very cash money, but hey, it worked. See, the problem is if we launch the capsule, there's no Marvin in it. We took Marvin out of this capsule. But we did get the transfer vehicle working. It works really well, actually. Still thinking about how we want to do this. Marvin is my autopilot. He's my probe core. If we go look at Jebstone 4 over here. See Marvin in there? See, look at him. He's the probe core. See? That's Marvin. He rides center seat, man. And before you say... No. He rides center seat so you can look out the window. Marvin is that kind of cool that he'll sit in the middle seat and he doesn't care. See? He looks comfy. He's got plenty of room to work with the joystick and stuff. See? He's good. See him in there? That's the service module. See, this is what Marvin sees. What is he and how did you make him? Peterbilt, it's just a Stay-Putnik with two of the lights. Now, see those lights? The light bulbs? It's just a Stay-Putnik with two light bulbs. The funny thing is that if you go to launch it, you go to launch him up into space, he shows up on camera, which is really, really funny to me. So here, we need to send this up there, and we need to send Jebstone into a polar orbit so we can go get two of the Kerbals back. And then maybe we can use the service module on the pod to move the transfer vehicle back to where it needs to be. And then we can set up another one and go grab the rest of the Kerbals. So, let's go. So, watch this, Pete. If I put him out of the look... All right, we got to make sure we're in phase for the transfer vehicle. Oh, we actually are. Yeah, we're actually in pretty damn good phase. Nice. Here, hold on. Let me set Kerbal as focus. Which way is that thing orbiting?
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Hold on. It's not suborbitals, eh? Hey, Porter, 92 monthly sub. And before I go the wrong way, that's what I'm trying to figure out here. But I noticed that Bill was trying to hitch a ride. There. There we go. Yeah, it's going... Yeah, okay, so we gotta go north. No mods? Nah, I don't need mods. We're good. Alright, here we go. Marvin, you ready to rescue? Send it. A little late for the roll program, but that's okay. I don't really want to mod a game that they're going to be constantly updating, Barrelicious. That's like kind of where I'm at. Like, I don't want to do that. What's Marvin's playlist? Harder, Better, Faster, Stronger by Daft Punk is all he listens to. Harder, better, faster. I think his brother sang it. I don't know, Steam. I have no idea. I'm not familiar enough with the subject to be able to answer that question, dude. One of the best things that I've learned, dude, is to, you know, stick to my wheelhouse. Stick to, you know, what you know works. You know, like I don't know enough about it, dude.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Hats and flats. Welcome to Mission Control. You're a go at throttle. Thanks, man. Have you started to send your transfer vehicle to Eve? Started. They're back home, dude. Where were you? What's up for today? Well, they're back home, but I gotta get them home. They ran out of fuel. Okay, staging. Upper stage ignition. Upper stage ignition is gravy. Chat. You flew by Eve already? Don't worry, we're coming back. Isn't Marvin taking up to 3 seats? I'm gonna have the service module try to bring the vehicle down to a lower orbit with its service propulsion system. Chat, we're going the wrong way. It's okay. It's not okay. We're 172 degrees inclined to target, which means it's in the opposite orbit. It's going in the opposite direction. I should have launched due south. But we can fix it, guys. It's not that big of a deal. I am not worried. We got plenty of Delta V to do this. LES jettison. LES jettison confirmed. Very nice. Marvin, how you doing in there? He's doing fine. I gotta get that number to say, well, 180 for the most part. That'll make this easier to do. So we'll hang on to the second stage for a little while. So my transfer vehicle that came back from Eve ran out of fuel. We gotta go and get it. What Hillness said, Jim. Yeah. Okay, so we're gonna go for second stage engine start 2. Bunch of batteries will do it. It's any consumable right now, Hillness, from what we were testing. All right, so now we got to boost up our orbit here. The further we can get our orbit away, the more we can go and reverse the damn thing. Marvin's okay, though. He doesn't mind. Okay, good enough. So, create maneuver plan question.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
We don't have enough Delta V to do this. Okay, how would we do this with 268 Delta V? Hey Zen Legion, welcome to Mission Control. You go at throttle up. We know what Marvin stands for? I don't think you do. Why not burn prograde at AP? What? Why would I do that? Is it more efficient to burn retrograde if you're gonna flip it? Yeah, you guys are right. Yeah. So more sources or destinations that causes? Yes, it's both of those things. One engine, one tank, if you can. No, you ideally, Muchos, you want to do this when you're going the slowest. To be honest, and we're going the slowest up there. If you have a slower speed or your potential energy is maximized, you can be a little bit more efficient with it. What's the orbital speed of that thing up there? Relative speed is 2,400. Oh, crap. Look what came in the mail today. Let me see. Oh, very nice. Yeah, guys, let's keep it on space, dude. Sometimes I like talking about that weird stuff, but I really just want to play Kerbal, dude. Like, I got like a renewed sense of purpose, man, because we can play Kerbal with good frames. That's really happy. That makes me really happy.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
I'm just trying to think how we're gonna get this done. I might end up trying to do a super synchronous. Super synchronous might get it done. But we're really gonna have to push that node. Like, really gonna have to push it. How much is a maneuver blend out there to change directions going to be? Yeah, see? 260. God, I love orbital mechanics. So much easier. Ah, yes! Orbital mechanics is sweet. It's always another way, man. So, down here, it would have cost about 1,000 delta V to change our inclination by 180 degrees. Literally turn around in space. Go to this point, turn around, and come back. Same way. But, since we're further away from Earth's grav well, it costs 236 out there. Super synchronous insertion, man. SpaceX does this with geostationary satellites from time to time. So, all we gotta do, just go out this way. That's not moving. How much delta V did it cost to push the AP out that far? About 200? Well, I used a lot of the first stage delta V, so yeah, it was more like 900. That last bit was 200. But why is it reading 2.8 now? Wait a minute, why am I reading? Oh, it's the maneuver node. I'm stupid, dude. I'm being dumb today. I caught the dumb. Help me. Okay, so what we're gonna do now is get out of time warp. Put us on the maneuver plan. Yeah, you always had the dumb. No, you. Okay, so we're gonna use the stage to do the first part of the burn. We need a 239 meter second burn. Well, it says we have 1,145, but this stage has 42. I mean, it makes a lot of sense, that number. All right, so what's the goal today? My transfer vehicle came back from Eve, and I have Kerbals on it. But in order to get them home, I had to jettison their pod at Eve so they could get back to Kerbin, or else they would have ran out of fuel. I literally nursed them back to Kerbin on monopropellant last night. It was one of the more fun missions we have. But don't worry, we're planning another Eve mission today, and I want to reuse the transfer vehicle because getting it up there was kind of annoying. Dude, where's my capsule? The capsule for that Eve transfer mission is it's over there. You see it over there? Still orbiting around. Whoops. Alright. So this is going to screw up our maneuver node here, but because we got a stage during the maneuver, I think. So, ready? Aloha Ubad. Yeah, Doom, it's good times, dude. Alright, let's do this. Ready? Okay, so the stage will burn up. Separate the stage. That stage will burn up around Kerbin. Be a good space environmental steward, and boom! Use the service module to finish it up. We got 1,000 delta V. Yeah! Callouts from the Kerbal is a good time. See, look, we basically stopped our maneuver right now. We basically stopped our orbital velocity. The maneuver was messing up. We stopped our orbital velocity. It was a straight back fall to Kerbal, but no, we're going to keep going. And now, if you look, my inclination, instead of saying 180 degrees inclined relative to the transfer vehicle, it's now 3. And we did that for, you know, a decent amount of delta V, but still, it wouldn't have been as much as we tried to rendezvous with it and tried to turn around right next to it. We went further away from the gravity well to change our orbital parameters. This is something that happens in real rocket science all the time. Bingo. Okay, boom. Quick save, baby. Quick save, baby. Let's switch over to this thing. There's the transfer vehicle. It's totally out of fuel. We have to... It's totally out of fuel with, Tomnin, Tim, and Jeb are on board. We gotta get that thing back. But yeah, this thing's been to Eve. You know it's been to Eve because Marvin's eye, he just saw Eve and its eyes popped out of his head. They blinded him with science! Yeah, we gotta go back to Eve. It was, pretty crazy. But if you notice, both of my spacecraft are orbiting in the same direction now. And you see the stage, that's the second stage. It's still going in the direction that we launched from, but it's gonna burn up. Now, if we take the service module, right? You can take the service module. Now, if we burn retrograde over here a little ways, I should be able to get us a nice rendezvous. Kilometers. Huh. Okay, I should be able to dial in a nice rendezvous here in a second. Let's time warp to maneuver. And now we'll shore up our orbit, and I'm going to put myself in a differential orbital trajectory here. One that's going to basically get it so we're both, when we're down at perigee, we're near each other. With this year being the last year of the Reno air raid. Yeah, Imgrim, right? Wait. This is the last year of the Reno air races? What? How do I align places of vessels and planets so easily? A vessel planner will do you right, dude. There's a, so Loot Goblin, if you go into my KSP2 tips and tricks, like !KSP2 tips in chat, I have basically a real good rundown on how to rendezvous things. Somebody already typed it in chat, dude, but yeah. They're getting booted out of Reno, Steve. They're looking for a new venture next year. (2023) to mark the final year for the National Championship air races at Reno, Steve. Why? What's the reason? I swear if it's the reason, I think it is. The Reno Tahoe Airport Authority has concerns about challenging economic conditions, rapid area development, and public safety. Yep. Why am I not surprised? So let me get this straight. People are moving in. Let me get this straight, just, you know, so I can understand. People move in next to an airport and then get annoyed when the airport is too loud. Okay. I can talk to some of the other developers too. Yeah, see that thing there. Yeah, rapid economic development. That means people are moving in next to the airport and it's encroaching on the airport. And people are complaining that the airport is too loud. That's what's going on. So, you know, that's good. Great. Then probably people don't want their airfield shut down for 4 days for a long-running economic driver of the town. Yeah, screw that. Why would we want people coming to where we live, right? You know, it's not like they spend money or something. But hey, whatever. On to oblivion, I guess. All right, so I'm matching the inclination now. There we go. Maybe they can move it to Hanscom. Well, no, Jim, they can't even move it to Hanscom because people that live in freaking Concord got mad when the Hanscom Air Show came in and they got rid of it. They got rid of the damn Hanscom Air Show because it was too loud, man. Too loud. That's why Hanscom doesn't have any thing station next to it, because people complained. Yeah, I don't know. Same kind of thing with people that live near racetracks and stuff, dudes. It is what it is, man. Nothing surprises me no more. Hey, I thought this was going to get us a good rendezvous. All right, I got to pay attention, dudes. Hang on. I wish our orbital inclinations were coplanar. Coplanar. That's the right way to say it. All right. There we go. That'll get us one. I can dial it in from there. Let's let's get this rescue going. Okay, so I missed a good rendezvous there. I screwed that up a little bit. That's okay. Aloha! Let's do this. Alright, I'm going to X out of the maneuver node just so I can see the rendezvous here. A little bit more, a little bit more. A little farther, a little farther, a little farther, a little farther. Alright, so now, because the engine throttle is too much to move this, we need a fine adjustment. So I'm going to fine adjust with my, with the RCS on the capsule. And I'm going to get that intercept. I'm going to get that intercept wicked close there, guy. Okay, cool. So now what I'm going to do is I'm going to warp over to there. We have 114 meters a second differential speed. Basically what I'm going to do here, when we get close, we got to find it. We got to find it. Where's the transfer vehicle? Of course I can't find it. Oh, it's between us and Kerbal. All right, let's look at Kerbal. Is it over there? Do we see an indicator? Nope, not yet. We basically got to switch this thing over to target mode, right? And what I'm going to do is if you're in target mode and you get near something, whatever this says, you got to get that velocity to 0, because if it's showing your velocity relative to target, right? That's the differential speed. That's the difference in speed between you and it. If you look, it says 117 right now. So 2442, good number. 2493. Now, the reason why those numbers aren't 117 is because it's taking into account orbital. I think it's taking into account the orbit spinning. I think 2443. But whatever. Either way. Yeah, 480. 428. Yeah, there's got to be some other mechanic in there that I'm missing that brings up the differential speed, but watch this. All right. So we're going to get close. There you are. All right, so in target mode, I'm going to maneuver the capsule. Marvin, how you doing? He's doing all right. Find retrograde. And then just time warp a little bit more. We'll cross paths here in a moment. Okay, that's good. And now what we do is fire the engine. And me following the retrograde marker relative to target is going to basically put us in the same orbit. Get that number to 0. And now, if you look at the map view, we're in the same orbit. See? Pretty cool, huh? All right, so I want to actually go near the dang thing. So I'm going to shut SAS off, turn the RCS on. Which number to 0? Set your target. If you set this thing to target, when you get near the target, find the retrograde marker, that one right there, and burn till it says 0. Now what you're doing is a phenomenon, not a phenomenon, it's a thing called station keeping. You're station keeping, you're flying in formation with it. But because that thing is 1.3 kilometers over there, and we're 1.3 kilometers over here, we're still not in the exact same orbits. We're close. So we'll stay near it, but we'd have to make constant corrections to fly in formation like this. Station keeping is basically what a capsule does during proximity operations near anything that it's trying to dock to, or any spacecraft for that matter. So now what I'm going to do is we're going to shut down the engine. I don't want to accidentally ignite it. That would be bad. And I'm just going to use the RCS to get close. If you notice, our prograde marker is now moving towards the target marker, which means we're going towards it. We're still a good ways up away from Kerbal, so a little impulse maneuver like that should get us pretty damn close. 2.6 meter. 2.6 meter, right? Will get us really close to the thing. 800, 700, 600. See? Just a little pulse of the thrusters. I don't want to know. I'm going to quick save. I'm going to pretend I didn't see that. I'm going to see if we can use some of the service modules fuel to move this thing into position. Look at the moon. Oh, yeah. So now, once we get near it, we're 20 meters away, and just hit the brakes. And now we're station keeping at 15 meters. Look it. I don't know what's going on with Marvin's eyes. It was just excited to see you. Yeah. So now, the docking port is right out in front. I hope Marvin's eyes don't get in the way. No, alright, we're good. So what I like to do is I like to station keep at a spot that's out in front of the thing that I'm trying to get to. Look, no SAS, no nothing. No docking mode. You don't need that. I mean, you can use it if you want, but... So I like to get out in front, what I'm trying to dock to. And once I'm there, stop the spacecraft, set your target velocity to 0, or 0.1 is fine. And then just rotate ourselves into position. Now, don't get me wrong, during rotation, right, when you're trying to line up with the docking port, you may have moved out of your parking space a little bit. That's okay. Just use the translate thrusters to move right back in. Bith, gifted us up to Krakenbot. Thanks, man. How does docking mode work in KSP2? I have no idea, dude. I never used it. I have no idea, Doom. Never used the damn thing. So now just give us a little burp of the thrusters forward. We gotta line up a little ways here. Easy. Hey, we're back. Okay, we're at the transfer vehicle. Look at this. All right, so now what I want to see is if we activate this engine, how much delta V are we talking about here? We have 188. The delta V calculator actually did its thing. That's pretty good. Yeah, that's about as far as it'll go. We could aero brake, yeah. Well, the problem is my longitude of not the longitude. The argument of perigee wheat is in the wrong spot to do a nice inclination change. If you look, right, and we set up the moon, we'd ideally want the AP right there where it says 89.7, and then we would ideally want to do a maneuver like this. See? That's what we'd want. We'd want to do something like that, but that costs a lot of delta V to do something like that. No, I don't think it was reading correctly because that was my maneuver plan. Here, I'll show you what it costs now. And keep in mind, this is the most efficient way to do it with the orbit that we have. We literally got to take a left turn in space. That's not very efficient. See, that's the problem there, dude. It's not... We need to get the argument of perigee so the... in position so the AP is lined up with the ascending node, or the AP needs to be lined up with the equator. That's the problem. We're not capped in that type of orbit, so... And we only have 180. I might end up using the, Nice. Sorry, I just needed to answer a message. Bring the Kerbals back? Yeah, we could put one of the Kerbals in a Marvin suit. I mean, but Marvin being on board means the capsule only has 2 seats. Is there a way to use aero braking so it's equatorial? Not really. I mean, yeah, firework, we'd have to basically try to take a right-hand turn through the aero brake. That would take forever. The amount of time that it would take to change inclination like that, we would probably just end up coming back down.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Record. Oh, neat, a button. Okay, here's what we're gonna do. We'll take Tim, and we'll take Tomnind, and we'll put them in the capsule. Jeb will stay with the vehicle. And then we're gonna need a tanker. Or just send up another capsule to go and bring him back down. we're going to also download this Marvin into that Marvin's hard drive because that one is broken. And we might need to send up another transfer vehicle because, yeah, that thing is junk. So I might just send up another pod, abandon this vehicle, and then bring another one because this one is all broken. See, all the struts and everything are all over the place. In fact, yeah, that's what I think I'm going to do. All right, so let's get the capsule away. We'll be back for you, Jeb. It's been to Eve. It belongs in a museum? We gotta set up another capsule. We'll go and get Jeb, and that means we need to bring these guys down. I could always just pull Jeb off and just leave it there, guys. I would prefer to reuse it, though. Get a tanker up, because we're gonna... The way I see it is that I don't really want to abandon every transfer vehicle after its mission, right? But we might have to end up doing that, but... So part count doesn't matter as much. Part count still matters. Anything really above 300 right now is really going to bog the game down, RJ. You need bigger fuel tanks. Bigger fuel tanks, bigger engines. You have one engine pulling from one fuel tank. If you have multiple engines pulling from a fuel tank, it lags the game. If you have one engine pulling from multiple fuel tanks, it lags the game. If you have a lot of RCS thrusters pulling from multiple tanks, it lags the game. Have you watched the new early access video yet? No. Actually, I haven't. When did they release that? No, I haven't seen it, man. The devs did say they had an announcement today. Oh, Everyday Astronaut video. No, I haven't seen Timmy's new video. No, not yet. I haven't had the time, dude. Dude, I busted out 11 hours of KSP yesterday. Well, there was the launch involved, but yeah, no, dude, I have had a big breakthrough with this, and all I want to do is play KSP right now. It's so screwed up. I don't know if it's the patch notes, dude, to be honest. When I was a teenager, there was this space simulator game I used to play a lot. I look forward to playing KSP now. Husfathen, that sounds like Buzz Aldrin's space program. Oh, dude. Wow, that's some pretty good shading and lighting, bro. Damn. Damn. Look at the poles, dude. Oh, you gotta be kidding me. It's got so it's a little rough around the edges, quite literally, but damn. Alright, we gotta jettison the pod here. Recovery crews are on standby. That's Kerbantarctica. Kerbarctica. I'm bringing Tim and Tomnin back down. Tomnin has a very, very spectacular fro. That's awesome. Alright, before we do this, we go into the resource manager, monopropellant, the minified tanks, put that there, 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 put that there. In. Start! Okay. Go for SM jettison. We have good service module jettison. Adios, amigo. Gracias para el ayuda. How you doing? Oh, he's looking out the window. He's looking at us. He's looking at us. Oh, dude, go over here. Don't stare. It's impolite. Oh, okay. AJ, do you think they launched KSP2 too early? Haffy, dude, they marketed it as an early access game. So, I think they're right on the money with what they're doing. The $50 is a little bit high. But yeah, I think they're right on the money, dude. If this was a release, I'd be pissed. Dude, I would fly to Seattle and go knock on Intercept's door and be like, what are you doing? But since they said it's early access, dude, I'm not too incredibly worried. They have a pretty damn good roadmap. I got to see it when we were in Amsterdam. I mean, it's nothing that anybody else hasn't seen, but yeah, dude, I'm good. I ain't worried. But I'm not gonna sit here and bury my head in the sand. The game's buggy as hell right now, but they'll fix it. You know, it's all good, dude. I think they're okay. I think people have become skeptical of early access, because if everything's early access, nothing is early access. Then when somebody comes around and actually does early access the right way, i.e. releasing like a pre-alpha game, right, and then has a really solid roadmap for development, people get really confused. I think that's what's going on, but that's just me. I could be wrong, dude. Somebody else said something. Last night you docked these two ships together. Today you added another ship to the mix. How did you dock two small ships together today? I didn't see a docking port on the second vehicle. It's right there. The docking port's right up in front. Cool, definitely got you back into KSP. I'm loving it. I really, really appreciate this game. This game's fun. And the best part is, Haffy, I know how to make it work right. Seriously, use bigger fuel tanks and bigger engines. Use less engines and less fuel tanks, and you are A-okay good to go. Yeah, Muchos, that's it, man. Now, don't get me wrong, people are still gonna be peeved off, dude. I mean, I think gamers are just contrarian in nature, and there's nothing wrong with that. I think all of us have been burned before. Cyberpunk, Fallout 76, Mass Effect 3. I don't blame people for being the way that they are. It ain't their fault. No Man's Sky, yeah. Yeah, so I don't... Forlorn... I don't think it's okay to invalidate people like that, you know? I don't... That's bad juju. I'm sure you understand. You know what I'm saying, dudes? I think we've been burned so much that the second somebody comes around and actually does early access correctly, people get really confused. They're like, no, this sucks! Like, just as a gut reaction. Now, don't get me wrong. I'm not trying to say that the people that don't want to play this game either are in the wrong, dude. It's an early access product, and if you don't want to support an early access product, I don't blame you. Me, I caved. I'm sorry. I caved. I love this game. It's fun. It has so much potential, dude. GTA, yeah, the definitive edition. Yeah, definitively crap. Dude, I don't know what they were thinking with that one, man. If I've never played KSP but watch a lot of KSP 1, go straight into KSP 2 or play KSP 1. KSP 1 is a more complete game right now, better. You're probably going to have more fun with it. Does this capsule have too many shoots? No, it has the perfect amount. I just wish we could work on the shoot spread, but yeah. Ready? There we go. Have you seen this? They announced cities too. What's your thoughts? Harp, my thoughts are yes. I want this. That's my thoughts, homie. Buoyancy is still a work in progress, homies. The ocean's made out of something, Wired. I don't think it's water right now. Now build a ship to recover it? Dude, Lecreme, I used to do that in KSP1. Before Doc was in the game, dude. When 1.2 came out, when KSP1 1.2 came out, they redid the buoyancy physics and made it a lot better than it was. And I had recovery ships with cranes, just like SpaceX. You could go grab a pod out of the water. And then, dude, I even built a dock out of Mark III fuselages and basically made a floating barge, and the boat could moor up to it, right? I used air brakes to hold the boat in place to basically moor the ship, and the crane could pull the capsule off. Yeah, built all that in KSP1 without robotics. Trust me, we have a dock this time around. We're doing recovery ships. When the time comes, we will do recovery ships. Don't worry. Yeah. There it is. There's my 170 DP1. I built a ship just like I built a ship. That Thomas worked on it a little bit, but yeah, I built the A-frame to pick the capsules up out of the water. That's my ship hull. Thomas just added a detail pass on it. Pretty cool, right? Ship even had ballast tanks. I was using ore for ballast because we can't use water. So I was using ore for ballast. So when we picked up the pod, right? It's this big heavy pod on the back of the ship. It would want to go nose up, right? The bow of the ship would want to go up out of the water, and that you don't want that. So I'd use ballast to move it around with ore tanks and stuff. I used to build recovery ships all the time. Yeah, that's the recovery vessel. Thomas just modified it and made it look a little bit nicer. See? Yeah, Haffy. Oh, Haffy, you do not even know the half of it, man. I'm not trying to make a joke, I swear. We got a little nuts with KSP1, dude. I would build recovery ships, launch pads, all kinds of bananas stuff. Like, we went hard. Like, why use the KSP VAB when you could make your own VAB and build your own rockets and launch them off your own pad? Got to send out a truck to refuel the fuel depot and then refuel the pad. See? I made my own VAB with blackjack and struts. See? Launch your own rockets from your own launch pad, dang it. Yeah, that's what we used to do. There's also that thing. Yeah. That was a pretty good plane. Yeah, no mods, dude. This was all... It wasn't without its bugs. It wasn't without its bugs. Let me put it to you like that. Yes, that is what you think it is. Yes, it did work. No, it didn't work very long. Yep. There's all kinds of weird stuff in here. I see. There's our own launch pad. Hey, Urban, thanks for the raid. Yeah, dude, that's the kind of stuff that we would make. I would make everything, dude. I made trucks, recovery vehicles. I like all that stuff, dude. I don't just like the rocket. The rocket is cool, and that's the fun part by a long shot. But I like all the stuff that supports said rocket, too. That's my favorite. All right. Marvin, get back in the pod. Let's do this. Launch the pod into orbit, Marvin. Dude, man, I'm so excited for KSP2. Jacob, once this thing gets polished, dude, I will build insane stuff. You see that skyscraper that I built this afternoon, right? Like, or that was yesterday. You saw that skyscraper that I built yesterday, right? Dude, I could, you know how easy it would do to make a freaking launch pad? You know, I can build a launch pad. No problem. That can be done. Okay. We're on the ascending node, chat. So we want to launch El Norte. Send it. Do you know what Marvin stands for? I do. I had it written down. Hit it. Oh, stick rocket, good. Stick rocket, good. Vehicles pitching downrange. Booster 7 is being moved over to the transport stand. Space pencil. Now, I love Ares 1. I think Ares 1 is the most Chad tier design of all time. You know what? First stage, you can't beat a first stage that has 2 moving parts. Can't beat a stage that has first stage has 2 moving parts. Just the up, down, and then left and right on the gimbal. You can't beat that. Spencil is best pencil. Raised, it's fine. Since multiple engine tanks are bad, you should exclusively use SRBs. Stick rocket, good. Imagine having engine chill when you have flammable cookie dough, right? Have you read exclamation point Marvin? Yeah. That was their original name that we came up. Vehicle supersonic. Stand by for maximum dynamic pressure. We have max Q, 30.2 pascals. Descent is looking good. I love salt spicy cookie dough. Dude, it's the forbidden cookie dough. No one consulted me or considered my feelings on the matter. I don't even think it occurred to me that I might have feelings. After I was made, I was left in a dark room for 6 months. I was then found by EJ and put in his ridiculous capsule to do pointless calculations for green bits of goo. It's the flying corn dog. Do I look like I know what a space shuttle is? I just want to launch a rocket that looks like a corn dog. Do I look like I know what a space shuttle is? I don't want to know, S. Dude, seriously though, look at that plume expansion. That plume expansion makes me very happy. Thrust tailing off on the SRB, standing by for separation. Knowledge motor ignition. Upper stage ignition. Oh, that makes me feel feelings, man. That makes me feel feelings, and I don't know what's going on. Set as target coordinates. Alright, so we're gonna run a little bit of a dog leg here. Is this the candy corn stage? Yes. Yes. Oh. Bro. So, alright. Freeze the simulation tank. I just want to point out that the sun is shining through the windows on one side of this capsule. You know how I can tell? Well, the sun's over there. I want to point out that the sun is shining through the windows and reflecting off of Marvin in the camera up here. See the shadow? The shadow is showing up on the camera. I just want to point that out. Just want to point that out. No particular reason. Unfreeze the tank. Can we actually paint it like a candy corn? Please, no. I think you mean, please, yes? No? No. I don't. Do we actually have the Delta V for the rendezvous? Oh, Charney, we got plenty. This thing could get this capsule out to the moon, dude. Jebstone is an extremely powerful rocket. It was really good in KSP-1 as well. It's one of my best, dude, it's one of the best rockets that I've made. Seriously, the thing is so ridiculously reliable because it's just, the first stage is like one part. So you always get good frames with Jebstone. Marvin does not like candy corn. No. What engines did it have in KSP-1? I had a Poodle in the second stage, Charney. But a skipper will work just fine. So in KSP-1, dude, we had a Cal controller bound to the thrust limiter on the SRB, and I had it modulating the thrust to simulate the regressive thrust curve of an actual SRB. And the thing could move 18 tons to the moon. 18 tons translunar injection, which is... That's pretty damn good for a rocket that's like 20 parts. Jebstone, I always called Jebstone the career mode killer. Because in KSP-1, Jebstone cost 50 grand. 50 grand for 18 tons to the moon? Yeah, it's basically cheating. Yeah, Charney, you can... I have a Cal controller that is baked to the burn time of the SRB, and then I have a thrust limiter to basically throttle the SRB, but it's a passive throttle curve, dude. But yeah. Oh yeah, dude. I did that with my space shuttle as well. We did that with the shuttle. Oh yeah, the shuttle SRBs, they ramp down during max Q, just like the real one. LES jettison. Jettison confirmed. You can't do that in KSP2 because we don't have Cal controllers, guys, which is just that's just unfortunate, but it's all right. Marvin is modulating the thrust trajectory. Okay, stand by. We should have a circularization here momentarily. We have positive perigee. Repeat, perigee is positive. Moving AP to 118, and then turn and burn. (125 by 107). We have a nominal orbital insertion. What are you gonna go for today? Stumbledore, I'm rescuing the transfer vehicle, dude. The one that we sent to Eve yesterday. Jeb's still on it. I have to go get him. Yeah, it's not active thrust limiting as much as passive pre-programmed thrust limiting. That's correct, Charney. Yeah. But the crazy thing is, dude, here, check this out. That's how real SRBs are made. Real SRBs do exactly the same thing. You know how they program the SRBs? Seriously. The shuttle SRBs, SLS SRBs, Ares 1, they're all the same. You know how they program them? This is my favorite, man. This is my favorite thing to show. I love this. SRBs are programmable. How you physically pack the fuel inside of an SRB will yield you a different thrust. They're programmed in C++? No, they're programmed in forbidden silly putty. Yep. Check this out. Different shapes. How you physically pack the grain inside of the SRB is how it will program it. How you can program it. You can program SRBs to throttle. It's just once you run the program's, you don't shut it off until it's done. Silly putty, known as cobble. Yep. Pretty cool, right? That's how SRBs work in real life. Now, the SRBs in KSP are packed like this. because they'll just ramp up in thrust over time until they flame out. The ones on the space shuttle actually are packed in different shapes in each segment on the SRB. So at some points they throttle up. At other points they stay the same, max Q, and then they throttle up again, and then they go regressive over time. Because you're using a segmented SRB, right? Shuttle, SLS, Ares 1, they use segmented. You can pack the different segments in different shapes, right? And you can get a different combustion chamber surface area and get the SRBs to throttle down for max Q, which is exactly what the shuttle and SLS do. Pretty cool, huh? It's my favorite, man. So what I did was I used a cal controller in KSP1 and I took the thrust limiter and I modulated it. I modulated it to look like the space shuttle's thrust curve. And then we did some calculus. The chat did the calculus for me, I will say. We did some calculus and we figured out what our new total burn time would be when we capped the thrust limiter. And we set the cal controller for burn time. And then when I launched Jebstone, right? Whenever I launched, I wouldn't hit spacebar. I'd hit 0 and trigger the action groups, and that would start the cal controller, and it would thrust limit the SRB. At first, it would go up, and then it would go down into a throttle bucket, and then it would go up again, and then down again. Apply for the Artemis 2 NASA Social. Oh, neat. Cal controller. Yeah, that really made the SRB move it. It was a good time, dudes. Yeah, that's how we made it do. Alright, so now this is going to be a little bit easier. Now what we can do, create the maneuver plan. Ooh, longitude of ascending node is slightly off. There we go. We don't need to go exactly into the same orbit as this. Actually, something a little bit lower so we can get a good rendezvous would probably be right. Just got to find something that gives us good maneuver plan. There's got to be a point where we get a good intercept. There we go. Coming down right here. It's a Unix system. I can make that work. Any news from when the update might come out? It's probably not going to be this week, from what I can surmise. How do I find this said piece of beef? I don't know. It's all about the surface area of the fuel burning. Yep. Higher combustion chamber volume will yield you more thrust. If you impinge it with the fuel, yeah, exactly. You can throttle down. You can effectively choke off the SRB for a second. I mean, Doom, I'll be 100% honest with you, dude. I figured out what makes this game... Well, you know what? I can't even take credit for it. I didn't figure out what makes this game tick. I just did the testing to validate what makes this game tick. So... Dude, I know how we can get buttery smooth frames with Kerbal. We figured it out. I don't... Patch? Alright, whatever. Dude, I don't even need to bide my time. Let's play KSP, dude. You have no idea the breakthrough we made yesterday. I am gung-ho about this now, man. I'm like back to being super fired up. I was getting kind of bummed for a second. I'm like, this freaking sucks. I hate getting 4 frames a second. I don't have the patience for this. I'm patient, but I'm not this patient. But dude, now though, what breakthrough? So Pocket, you can get way better frames, and this is anyone with any spec. Like this isn't snake oil, I swear. Literally, use less fuel tanks and use bigger rocket engines. Less fuel tanks and less engines. I went through like a huge study yesterday. I burned like 8 hours of playing KSP to figure out that basically it's the fuel flow calculations right now. Fuel flow. that bogs the game down like something fierce. It's bad, man. It really bogs the game down. So if you use rockets that are simpler, bigger engines, or use SRBs, right? And use like a single fuel tank and a single engine, you are going to get insanely good frames. You'll get way better frames. So what I did, how did I come to this conclusion? Well, I made a rocket with a bunch of fuel tanks and a bunch of engines, and it lagged. It lagged like crazy. And then I made one rocket with one fuel tank and one engine that was a lot of parts, and it didn't lag as much, right? That's what you got to do. You play it, and you'll be buttery smooth. It's really good. Best part is no part. Yep. KSP2, we are in the area of seconds per frame, not FPS. Yeah. No, I mean, 20 is just fine for your simulation rate. I will say this once again, because people seem to get confused and think that KSP is some normie game like Call of Duty. Look at my frames now. The frames when the simulation is paused. 60 FPS, capped. Actually, almost 70. See, 66 up there. That's what's taxing your graphics card. All right, it's the simulation on your processor and your RAM that's slowing down the game. So what they're doing is they're combining your render and simulation frames here to get what it's basically, because it's averaging them together. You're going to get bad frames when you're simulating KSP. That's why it says 20 frames right there, but we aren't getting 20 frames, at least from a graphics standpoint. People are getting confused because they think that is something to do with the graphics card when you get 20 frames a second, which is, I mean, fine if you want to sound like an idiot. You're literally comparing miles per hour to kilometers an hour. That's weird. That's not how that works, dudes. My word, it's a giant Johnson. See what I'm talking about? That's a big there's a big difference there, okay? When I say we could play KSP buttery smooth, the graphics are just fine. I never had a problem with the graphics, to be honest with you. I mean, that's because 3080 Ti, I'm not gonna lie to you. But the simulation, we can get it to sim better if you use less engines and less fuel tanks. And it'll smooth out the rest of the frames for you. Nothing, Scab. That's pretty much it, Nuclear. Yeah. Send it. Gotta try to get that maneuver here. Are you gonna deorbit it? Alice, I don't know if I should deorbit it or reuse it. I'm not sure. But yeah, guys, I'm gung-ho again because I can play this game. It's actually playable. I'm really happy that we figured that out. Because I love playing this game. This game's fun, man. I want to go look at the damn planets. Dude, I went to Eve last night in an hour. It was easy. Well, it wasn't easy because it's Eve, but, you know, whatever. Was it Eve Z? Don't do that again. The maneuver plan is lying to us. Charles. The maneuver plan is lying to us. Hey, stop it. Alright, we'll go super sync. No, G-Poly, no, not at all. Yeah, the simulation's on a single thread right now, guys. I mean, that should be pretty good, a pretty good example of that. It's running the entire physics simulation on one thread, or one core right now. Everything else is being run on different things like timing, stuff like that. Timing and all the back end stuff of the game is all running on the back end. That one is, CPU 2 is like, But that can be optimized, no problem. Alright. Well, the maneuver node screwed me up there for a second. That's fine. I should have known better. Let's see. I can use the RCS to slow us down. We still have 186 Delta V here. So, I'm wondering, do I have a probe core on that second stage? I do not. Okay. We're going to have to deorbit the stage to not make space junk. So we're going to have to do one orbit around here. And then... Yeah, exactly, Doom. I got to get into a habit of not doing that, dude. All good. Alright. Let's roll. Alright. Let's just dip the stage to suborbital there for a moment. Okay, your go for hamster separation. We have separation of the hamsters. Go for hamster separation confirmed. Okay, now we're going to start up the service module. Hit it. Thank you, second stage. You did us well. Perfect. Now I'm going to time warp down here. Stage will crash. Perfect. Alright, now where is it? Where's the transfer vehicle in Jeb? It's up at Apogee right now. Alright, so we can do super synchronous insertion here again. But this time we don't have to reverse our orbit, so we'll have a bunch of extra Delta V left over. Oh, is it not moving again? Oh no, she's moving. So if I'm looking at this right, my transfer vehicle has the moon set as target, and it's showing the target's relative inclination to the target that it has set. So this ship is targeting that ship, and that ship is targeting the moon, and it's actually showing that ship's targeting information, which is actually, that's pretty handy. I'm not exactly sure what it's handy for, but it is pretty handy. Okay, so what I'm going to do is I'll dial in a maneuver node here. A maneuver to plan. We need to plan. Charles, do you want to rendezvous with the vehicle or fly into the sun? Question. Okay, that's not showing what we want. Alright. Airborne, what's up, man? Yeah, Aqualex, yeah. Better situational awareness, right? Like, that's not a thing I'm going to complain about. What's with the Russian accent? This is not a Russian accent question. Not Russian. Not even close. This is Russian accent. It's very different. It's German? Are you German? Man, you guys gotta get more internationally cultured. This is ridiculous. It is the spaghetti pasta accent. Hello? Question? Remember, no Russians. Da. Это не русский. Нет. It's Swedish. Oh, Björk. Box, come into the pits. Charles, please steer into the pits now. Just kidding. No, stay out. Damn it, what are you doing? Not enough hand movement. Just working, spring break starts now. Looks like I have to help my son with his whittling chip for Cub Scouts. All right. Alright, just one or two more times around we get settled with that transfer vehicle here. Actually, that would have been better to circularize there, but that's okay. I rewatched 2022 Bahrain before. Man, the competence of Ferrari was spent fully in that race. You know what, Balclay? Just... Dude... You know, like, don't get me wrong. I'm not going to sit here and huff that copium and pretend like the strats were good. They were pretty bad. But there also were some times where Ferrari just had some absolute horrible luck. Like at Monaco, you know, and Mick red flagging the race because he couldn't drive swimming pool correctly. Dude, they I don't know what they're doing, man. They're doing something. All right. So we actually have to go down a little ways. There we go. There's a good intercept. Come on now. We're just in this kind of dead zone spot behind it where it's difficult to rendezvous with. It's okay. We'll get it. There it is. Once again, not really the most efficient way to do this, but I'm not really paying attention to the phasing right now. The phasing is not ideal. Not ideal at all, but we will make it happen. Make it happen. Battle cruiser operation. Hailing frequencies open. Good day, Commander. Dobry wieczór. Shields up, weapons online. Battlecruiser was my favorite unit in StarCraft. You know why? Because it's a big spaceship. I used to 111 BC rush people in StarCraft. Don't get me wrong, it's a Wood League strategy if you know what I'm talking about. But also, people didn't expect it when I got it to work correctly. It works in Wood League, though. Yeah. 4-pool, let's go. Oh, you Zerg scum! You Zerg scum! No! Dude, I would... Sometimes... Okay, so what I would do is I'd just Wraith into a Zerg's base, and the Wraith would just sit there, and because they have no air, it just kills everything. And then I'd send into BC to Yamato people's... the Zerg base. Dude, I pissed off so many people doing that. 111 BC Rush had a serious comeback in a few years? Dude, no way! No way! I remember doing that like 10 years ago. That's really funny. They couldn't get Hydras. Hydras aren't early game, dude. I can, dude. 111 BC Russian gets you a BC in the middle of mid game if you do it right. Dude, mutas. No, you couldn't get enough mutas in time. Guys in tournaments were using BC Rush. Yes. That's the best strategy ever. That makes me so happy. Oh boy. Alright, stop right there. Stop right there. And then we'll just shore up this sucker with the RCS here. Oh, yeah. There we go. Perfect. Got good, you know, like, you ideally, when you're doing a Homan transfer like this, you really want to try to get it so you rendezvous at AP or PE. It's much more efficient that way, but, you know, this works. This works. We got plenty of Delta Vs. It's fine. What's the relative for it, Jacob? 58? Yeah. Not the best. Major League Kerbal, let's make it a thing. What are we going to do with Major League Kerbal? Alright, so here we go again. Target, 59 meters a second differential speed. Let's maneuver the capsule. Marvin will maneuver it over to... Look at the shadow on Marvin. Marvin, how you doing? Marvin's good. We will maneuver Blan over to Blan C. Question? Ross Braun, Hellfish. Ross Braun. That's the guy that did it. Ross and John Todd, indeed. Okay. Now we just gotta wait till we get close. Where are you? There you are. Okay, we're close. Fire the engines. Fire the missiles! Fire the missiles! But I'm late tired. Well, have a nap. Then fire the missiles. What's up, Will? How you doing? All right. Now, let's set our control to target view here, or set the SAS to target view. You've met John Todd, very bright dude. Nice end of the world reference. Yeah, John from the time of pre-memes. Pre-Membrian. Newgrounds. E-bombs. You know what I'm talking about? Pre-Membrian. It's like pre-Cambrian, but with memes. French is like, shoot guys, the missiles are coming. Fire this stuff. But I'm like tired. I'll have a nap. Then fire the missiles! Pulling bumper off CRX in the snow, yes. Do KSP simulate SAS saturation? It does not. No, we'd know. Newgrounds. Yeah, blast from the past, huh? People are like, oh. Russia's like, motherland! And then England's like, better time, eh, chaps? Righto. Frick, we're dumb. Mars is laughing at us, and then the huge meteor's like, Remember albino black sheep? I do. Alaska can come too. The end. Alright. So we have a forward velocity towards the target at 3.4 meters a second. Whoa, All right, so yeah. Oh. Hey, Jeb. What's good, bro? Hey, Jeb. Diarrhea. Oh, I'm holding iced tea. Sorry. All right, we're station keeping. Target velocity is at 10 centimeters a second differential speed. We're good. Now let's turn the capsule into position here. Looks like we are moving slightly downwards relative. We can dial that in even more here by going that. There we go. All right, so point the capsule at target. Roll the vehicle. Guys, just a quick side note. This is more of a flying tip than anything. Don't hold the RCS down. It's better if you modulate it. Do that. I'm serious. Just don't hold it down. Don't go ham on the RCS. Just be patient. That's what real spacecraft do. They modulate RCS. Look at when we watched Crew 6 dock to the ISS. Oh, by the way, Crew 5 docking is tonight. Late tonight. So this stream's going till that. We're going to watch that Dragon undock. So, real spacecraft modulate the RCS. Now, why do they modulate the RCS? It's not so much for control, right? But that's how they keep the temperatures on the thrusters down, by modulating it. Yeah, no wrath, no problem. I can belt out a 15, 16-hour stream. I used to do it all the time. Actually, we did an 11 yesterday. Not bad, not bad. Dude, I don't think people realize the floodgates have opened because I can get Kerbal to play good. Like, I've played it, we've put enough time in that I basically know what breaks it and what doesn't. Don't get me wrong, we're still gonna run into the Kraken, I'm pretty damn sure. But, dude, I want to play. I really want to play. Oh no, another stream during which I'm gonna fall asleep. Just don't forget to take a break sometime and eat. Eat? I got coffee right here. I can eat. You can eat that, right? So yeah, you notice how I don't really hold it down so much, except if we're doing like a forward burn, like that. But even then, on the real stuff, they do stuff like this. And I found that if you modulate thrust, you really don't need SAS to do much. Interestingly enough, you don't hold it down for more than a couple seconds. You need solid fuel too, not just liquid fuel. Why not both? Who is that subbing? It's what I do. 74 months. Hell yeah. J-Corn? You can drink coffee, I swear. What's up, man? How you doing? Dude, lamp speed ran at 10.08 in a GR Yaris. Actually, Hellfish, I watched a, you guys know the channel Mighty Car Mods? I watched a Mighty Car Mods vid that they released last night where they took a DIY eBay turbo kit and they put it on a D16 on an EG Civic, like an 02 Civi hatch or something, or like a 99 Civi hatch. Dude, the thing made 170 horse on a D16 with 250,000 miles on it. I'm like, okay. Oh, okay. A D16 in an EG Civic hatch. 170 horse. I'm like, huh, I don't think it. Yeah, the D-Series are terrible, man. Single overhead cam, no VTEC. It made 170 horsepower. And it was reliable 170 horse. Not like we're trying to shoot a rod out of the engine. It was reliable 170 horse. I couldn't believe it. I'm like, how did you do that? Just that ARP. Dude, this was the stock engine. Stock engine with 250,000 miles on a D16. Like, Dude, I love my American stuff, but Honda can make a freaking engine. They can make an engine. At least the engines from that era, D16, B18C, H22, those are great motors. Even the K-Series. The K-Series is a good motor. Really good. 170 horsepower, Gene. Think about that. 170 horse in a car that weighs 2,000 pounds. Like, that's 800. It's an 800 kilogram car. Dude, that's pretty good power to weight. That's pretty good. My buddy H22 swapped his Prelude. Oh, old school 2001 Honda mods. I love it. I remember if you had an H22 motor in anything, Coolio, you were the man. How do you determine which motor is good in KSP? Well, Drac, it really depends on the application. What are you trying to do? Okay, so like that's the question for any engineering, dude. Even NASA asks that question. What are we doing? I know it sounds kind of dumb, right? Like, what are you doing? Well, you're going to space, like, obviously. No, when you ask the question, what are you doing, right? That can really determine what's called a stakeholder expectation, right? A stakeholder expectation is, well, you know, what am I doing? All right, I want to go to the moon. Okay, how do we get to the moon? We're going to need a lander. You want to go to the surface? You're going to need a lander. You're going to need a pod, right? You need something with a heat shield to get your Kerbals back down. Well, not in KSP2 right now, but that's another story. So you're going to need something that has enough power to move it out there. So now, okay, we need something that moves a lander and a pod out to the moon, right? So you're going to need something with an engine that's very efficient, right? But also makes a lot of thrust. So what you're looking for in that particular case is an engine with high specific impulse and high thrust, right? And then you try to make it work. Every rocket design, dude, real life, Kerbal, it doesn't matter, is built around the engine. It's centered around propulsion, right? Because if you took a 737 and put B-17 engines on it, it's not going to work very well, is it? Right? Everything is built around the engines. With planes, jets, rockets, first stages, Falcon 9. Falcon 9 wouldn't be able to do what it did if it just had a shuttle engine down at the bottom, right? So you really got to, with Kerbal, you got to look at two things, okay? The two things that you got to look at are thrust and specific impulse. Now, okay, thrust is pretty straightforward. How much of that gas is shooting out the back, right? The more thrust, the faster you're going to go somewhere, right? Sometimes at the behest of efficiency, right? But you got to also look at specific impulse. Specific impulse is basically how good the rocket makes stuff blow up. How efficiently does it make it explode? Whatever's exploding inside of it, how efficiently does it do that? It's something akin to like miles per gallon, all right? So specific impulse is measured in burn time, so it's measured in seconds, right? And if you have a higher second specific impulse, your engine is more efficient. But keep in mind, see that engine right there? That Terrier engine is making great specific impulse for Kerbal, 335. That's really good. But this engine only makes this type of specific impulse up here. If you're down on the surface, this engine is what's called a vacuum optimized engine. It's not very efficient down in the atmosphere, and it doesn't make a lot of thrust down there. A lot of rocket engines, well, not a lot, rocket engines in real life are either vacuum optimized or atmospheric optimized. Falcon 9's first stage engines, there's 9 of them. Those are atmospheric optimized because they're most of their flight regime is inside of the atmosphere when it leaves the pad, etc., and then when it comes back down and lands, right? But Falcon 9's second stage has one engine in it called a Merlin vacuum, and that Merlin vacuum is a vacuum optimized engine that has a huge freaking nozzle on it. That huge nozzle is better for when you're up there because you can with a bigger nozzle you can move the gases that are coming out of the rocket engine in one direction. It's easier to do that up there. Now down here, down on the surface, right, a first stage engine would have a smaller nozzle. The reason why is because the ambient air pressure keeps the rocket engine in a nice cool column, well, not cool column of gas, it's definitely warm, in a nice column. But as you go higher and higher, that column expands more and more because there's no air up there. There's no air forcing the gases in one direction, right? So you got a little, what I'm trying to tell you is that there's a little bit of a difference between a vacuum optimized engine up there and a sea level optimized engine down here. And the different engines in Kerbal are different types of motors. Some of them are good for up there, some of them are good for down there. You really have to go and look. You have to go and peep the engine. You know, and you could do that in the editor by hovering over the engine and holding left shift. It'll bring up some stats for you. You're looking for specific impulse, and thrust. Generally, first stage engines trade specific impulse for more thrust because a first stage needs more energy. You need to get more energy out faster, and sometimes that's not very efficient. Like a solid rocket booster. Not very efficient. But, believe it or not, when you're down near the surface, right? When you're down close to the pad, close to the ground, you want to get out of the atmosphere as fast as possible. So a first stage actually ends up being more efficient because it can get you out of the atmosphere quicker. Even though it's not a very efficient explosion. Does that make sense, dude? So you want to look for specific impulse and thrust. Okay? First stage engines generally have lower specific impulse and higher thrust. Second stage engines have higher specific impulse and lower thrust. Yeah, okay, yeah, exactly. Being, in terms of aerodynamics, dude, being down by the surface is like treading around in mud. All right, and then being up there is like treading water. It's a lot easier to tread water than it is to tread mud, right? And in Kerbal, it's exacerbated because Kerbal is 1/10 the size of Earth, and it basically has a similar atmospheric density to Earth. Okay, so because of this, you have a lot of atmosphere jam-packed in a little surface area, right? So down near the surface in KSP is people call it soupy. That's what the community came up with back in the day. It's the souposphere because it's like you're flying through a bowl of soup. What does Starship have? Starship has Raptor engines, dude, but even the Raptor engines have RVACs and then standard Raptors. The one engine, well, actually, there's two types of engines that are good at flying down here and up there. There's two that I can think of off the top of my head. Anybody know what they are? Aerospikes are one of them. Aerospikes, because it's an inverted nozzle, are good at any altitude. Their efficiency stays the same at any altitude. The other one is my favorite. You guys know. You guys know. You guys know. The other one is probably the most Chad tier engine ever made by man. We watched one on the test stand yesterday. The SSME. If you noticed, like, okay, so let's look at an RL10 B2, okay? RL10 B2. The B2 actually has an extendable nozzle on it, which is actually really cool. And if you look at it when it's in deployed state, look at how big that nozzle is. See, it's freaking huge. It's hard to tell the scale, but that should give you a good, even though it's a potato image, that should give you a good indicator of how big the nozzle is. It's huge. Big freaking nozzle. Bigger than a shuttle engine. It's bigger than that, but the shuttle engine, believe it or not, so like, okay, let's look at that's a good example of a vacuum optimized engine. That's what they look like. Now let's take an engine that's a first stage engine. Look at the nozzle on that one. See, it's very short. It's a very short nozzle. You can see if you see the railing behind here, that's a really tiny nozzle. That nozzle's about this big. Like maybe a meter wide at best. It's a tiny little nozzle. See the difference? That the Merlin nozzle is like maybe to here in this picture. Maybe. See the difference here? That's a vacuum optimized engine. That is a first stage engine. The shuttle engine is a combination of both. It is half vacuum motor, half first stage engine, because the shuttle engine needs to operate down here and up there. That's why it's so good. I don't think people realize how difficult it is to make a rocket engine work down here and not grenade itself, and work up there and also not grenade itself. Yeah, Zay, Raptor is the new hotness. But the shuttle engine has tenure, man. This engine is really well done. Remember, Raptor hasn't sent anything into space just yet. I'm not saying that Raptor's bad. Raptor's the future. Full flow stage combustion cycle is genius. The shuttle engine is beast because it can do that. Raptors can also do that as well. But I'll start liking Raptors more when they deliver something to space and come back down. And then I will speak to them as highly as I do of the shuttle engine. How come no one just took an RS-25 and put a straight vacuum nozzle on it? It doesn't have any starter motor on it. You can't air start an RS-25, Hellfish. Yeah, problems. It has a GSE starter. And retrofitting this thing on a rocket with all the ground service equipment, basically you're taking part of the launch pad and putting it on whatever vehicle you're going to make, is not a good idea. So that's why I like the shuttle engine. That's why I thought the shuttle engine was so cool. Because the shuttle engine bucks the trend completely. First stage engines, second stage engines? No. Just engine. Okay? I would like to say something real quick on rocket engines here. Trying to make a rocket engine that works down here and up there and not grenade itself is like making a car that can also be a submarine. It's that complicated. Probably even more complicated than that. You know, remember the James Bond where he has the Lotus, drives the Lotus off the dock and it becomes a submarine? Yeah, trying to do that in real life. That's a similar engineering technical challenge. Which part delivers thrust to the main body on a rocket engine? It's that part, right? This part, right here. Not here or over there so much, but right in this area. See this area where the flames are coming out? Why don't others buy Raptor engines from SpaceX? Apache X, I'm not sure they're for sale, dude. So yeah, when you're picking out your engine for your rocket and KSP, I mean, a shuttle engine would be a great SSTO. You want to make something, a rocket that just launches off the pad and flies right up into space, no stages coming off, that's a good engine to do that. Yeah, Black Suit, yeah, right. But you also got to consider vacuum engines, and you got to consider first stage engines. Kerbal has a bunch of first stage and second stage engines. They have engines that are good for landers. They have engines that are good for, well, they have shuttle engines in the game, right? All that stuff you got to take into account, man. Yeah, that's part of stakeholder expectations. NASA does stuff like this. They really try to figure out what you want to do and figure out what technology that exists is the best implementation of doing that. That's part of the reason why they use shuttle engines on SLS, because they're really, 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 really good engines. All right, let's dock this sucker, shall we? Cause Jebber, I'm coming home. Is real life docking done by hand or is it all computers? It's computers nowadays, Haffy, but the shuttle was manual. Yeah, because the shuttle was old school. Even into 2011, they were manually docking the shuttle. You had to fly it in just like that. Really cool, actually. But yeah, Dragon is autonomous. It can autonomously dock. So can Starliner whenever that goes. No, Cooking, I haven't messed with it yet. I forgot. How close do you need to be to have a Kerbal EVA from one craft to the other? Well, if you hit R when the Kerbal is EVAing, you can activate the jetpack, and yeah. I wouldn't do it more than like 300 or 400 meters away, Stumbledore, just as a precaution, but you have way more Delta V than that. Like, you could get down with way less than that. Did you make it to Eve? Yeah, I did, Poge. Yeah, this thing went out to Eve last night, this transfer vehicle. I'm getting the crew off of it because I had to dump the pod. The pod that they came up with is still at Eve. We needed to dump it. It was dead weight. So I sent up another pod to get the rest of the crew off. Oops. Which engine would you recommend for high altitude planes for carrying shuttles to space or something? Drac, the Goliath engine will probably do you right, dude. The Goliath engine is what's called a high bypass turbofan. They're not really good for going fast, but they're ultra efficient. High bypass turbofans are what every airliner has nowadays. So like, if we look at like an A330, right? You see this thing? That's a high bypass fan. So basically what it is a jet engine, right? It's a jet engine, obviously. But it's a jet engine that doesn't really make thrust, honestly. It makes some thrust out this conic nozzle right there. There's a little bit, right? It does expend a lot of hot gas, but it's a jet engine that's actually shooting its exhaust into a fan, into a turbine. So, like if you have a computer fan and you blow into it, right, it'll spin, right? That fan that the jet engine blows into is on an axle, and that axle goes through said jet engine out at the front, and it moves around a ducted fan. So, see, there's a huge duct right here, and there's a fan inside of it. What that's called is a turbofan. The jet engine shoots its exhaust at a fan, and that fan turns the front fan. The reason why it's called a high bypass turbofan is because because of the ratio of thrust that the fan makes as opposed to the jet engine. With a higher bypass turbofan, the fan makes most of the thrust and the jet engine makes a little bit of it. With a low bypass fan, the jet engine makes half of the thrust. Or it can vary. It depends on the motor. The jet engine's making some of the thrust, and the fan is making some of the thrust. But these high bypass fans like this, so engines in Kerbal like the Weasley and the Goliath, are ultra efficient. They sip fuel, especially up at high altitude. They sip fuel. And they're also really powerful. Like that Rolls-Royce engine that's on this A330 that we're looking at. I've flown on that plane, by the way. VLDY, I flew on this one. That one. I've flown on that plane, coming back from Amsterdam. The plane was brand freaking new. Really cool, actually. This is super efficient for high altitude and really, really powerful. It's just not really good for going fast. High bypass turbofans really, 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 really don't like high speeds. Maybe 500 miles an hour at best. They won't break the sound barrier, okay? Now, a little word on jet engines, okay? So, bypass turbofans don't like speeds that go past the speed of sound. However, that depends entirely on intake geometry. So, a high bypass turbofan that's on a ducted fan like this with a straight cowl, so just a big ring around the fan, right? The fan is basically there to accelerate the air into the blades. This is called a ducted fan, right? The ducted fan is really good for subsonic. So air going into it really should be going slower than the speed of sound. If you get supersonic air, or even transonic air, so something that's going faster than like 800 miles an hour airspeed going in, this thing starts to not work correctly. The reason why it starts to not work correctly is because, well, if you have an engine and the air going in is faster than the air can accelerate out the back, you're not going anywhere. You're slowing down, right? So high bypass fans don't like going fast. Now, if we look at something like the Rockstar, the Balloon Killer, right? The Balloon Killer. You look at something like an F-18. What type of engine, or F-18, F-22, right? I was thinking Super Hornet intake because I saw that. That's why I said F-18. You look at something like the F-22. Does the F-22 have a high bypass fan in it? Oh yeah, absolutely. Jet engines. So how can this thing go faster than the speed of sound? How does it do that? Well, jet engines usually have an intake design that slows down the air. The air goes into the intake, and then there's a way, whatever, they'd use some kind of black magic, probably some kind of Venturi or variable geometry intake or something. There's a bunch of different ways to do it. To actually make drag inside of the intake and slow down the air so the jet engine can keep accelerating it. Crazy, right? Yeah. If a better example, I guess, would be looking at an F-15, right? F-15s have what's called a ramp intake. You see how the intake is kind of square? There is an air brake inside of that intake that actually deploys down like this, and it pinches the air and slows it down. So the engines get air that's slowed down, and the high bypass fans that are in the F-22, F-18, F-15 can actually keep accelerating you. It's kind of, sounds like it's cheating, but it works, right? Because making drag inside of the intake is not a big deal. That's no problem. That air is going to get accelerated out the back because of the engines at really, really high speed, right? The engines that are like this in Kerbal are the, what's the one that wiggles? The Panther engine. The Panther engine is like that. And the Whiplash to an extent. Now, the Whiplash engine in KSP is, the Whiplash engine is an engine from this. From that freaking thing. That's what the Whiplash engine is supposed to be. It's called the turbo ramjet. The science behind this is frankly absurd. So it's supposed to be what's called a J58. The J58 is insane when you think about it because this jet engine was invented in the mid-1950s. So a turbo ramjet is a combination of a jet motor and basically kind of a hybrid rocket engine, okay? If you really want to say it right. So if we look at a picture of a J58 right here, check this out. So the J58, you look at it, doesn't look like much. It looks like any other jet engine. In fact, it looks like a pod racing engine, right? But that's not all of the J58. That's only one part of it, okay? The J58 has a very, very special intake. It has a special kind of intake. All right, check this out. What the SR-71 actually does is at low speeds, it works just like a regular airplane, right? Mach 0, Mach 5, works pretty much like a regular airplane, right? And then once you get into supersonic, right? Believe it or not, the conic intake actually retracts inside of the nozzle. It actually goes backwards. That thing moves. I'm not sure a lot of people know that. Those intakes are variable geometry. They can pull they actually retract inwards, right? Hey, Delamaka, thank you for the subs. Right on. Those intakes actually move. They pull back. Why do they pull back? Same exact reason. They're trying to slow down the air so the engine can actually breathe, because the jet engine needs to breathe just like we do, right? But after a certain speed, the jet engine, believe it or not, it shuts off. They shut off the engine because the intake can't take it anymore. The air is just going too fast for the jet engine to work. And that's the secret to the SR-71's speed. This part right here. So when you get down here, past Mach 1.5, going into Mach 2 and Mach 3, what this thing does is it shuts the intake. It shuts the intake to the jet engine, and it uses a ramjet. Basically, the air is coming in here so fast, and if you look, they retract the nozzle. The nozzle point is actually making a wake at supersonic speeds. That's called the supersonic boundary layer, all right? So think about like a boat going through the water. At high enough speed, you make a wake. You make an aerodynamic wake. You literally push the air out of the way and the air bounces off and goes in another direction, just like a water bouncing off of a boat hull, right? I mean, one is pneumatic, the other one's hydraulic, differences, right? But at high speed, the point of that nozzle actually makes a wake. And at a high enough speed, the nozzle retracts far enough in that the wake gets channeled into the intakes. And what happens is the SR-71 hits this highly compressed air, basically the wake going in there, it hits it with fuel, and then it lights it on fire, like a rocket engine. And there's a venturi, basically. If you see the bypass around the engine, right? There's a venturi, and it just explodes and comes out the back. So at higher speed, the J58 works like a rocket engine. It just takes a lot of oxidizer, a lot of fuel, blows it up, and forces it out of tube. Cool, right? That's what the Whiplash engine does in KSP. If you go fast enough, it'll go into ramjet mode, And you will go fast. You will go very fast. It's half, like, the SR-71 motor is like half rock. It's like, it's a ramjet. That's what it's called. Ramjets just take air and they compress it at such a high volume that they spray fuel into it and you just blow it up and you get thrust out the back. But in order to do that, you need to be going fast. You need to get the wakes to go inside of the intake. That's why the intake is variable geometry. That whole thing can move back and forth. It actually moves probably about a foot. Probably about 30 centimeters back and forth. It's nuts, dude. And that's what the Whiplash engine does in KSP. It is a high bypass turbo ramjet, which is just, dude, even today, this is cutting edge stuff. This stuff right here is bananas, even by today's standards. Kelly Johnson and the engineers at Lockheed Skunk Works figured this out in the mid-50s. That's ridiculous. You're a super nerd. I love you. Yeah, I got you. That's what I do, man. That's what I do. I'm sure it's been done, Jay. Yeah. Talk about the leaking fuel tanks. The SR-71, yeah, Doom. The SR-71 went so fast, it could actually get re-entry heating happening on it. Basically, what happens when you compress the air too much against the front of a vehicle. Basically, the SR-71 goes so ridiculously fast, it rips air molecules apart. Yeah. Capsules coming back from space, and the shuttle does that during re-entry. That's what re-entry heating is. You literally hit the air so fast, it rips the air to pieces at a molecular level. Crazy, right? The SR-71 goes fast enough to do that. But what they did was, they took that into account. So believe it or not, when the SR-71 was going down the runway and taking off, it's pissing fuel all over the runway because at super high speed, they knew that the tanks, the whole airframe would heat up because of re-entry heating. And when it heats up, that's when the tanks would seal. They took into account what's called thermal expansion. A lot of rockets do that. Rockets do that too. Actually, rockets do that in the opposite direction. When you have a rocket, say a rocket with cryogenic fuels, like SLS for instance, when they pump fuel into SLS, it's going to contract because the fuels are super freaking cold. And only when the rocket is fully fueled does it become structurally sound. So SLS neither could the space shuttle. They couldn't launch it with a half tank of fuel. Not that you'd get anywhere, but it wouldn't be able to launch. It only can launch when the fuel tank is fully fueled, right? And even then, with the shuttle, you still have to worry about hydrogen leaks because hydrogen's annoying, right? And that's when the whole vehicle would thermally contract because the propellants are super cold. And that thermal contraction is what causes cracks on the foam. Pretty cool, right? Hey, King Cobra. Tier 1 sub, welcome to Mission Control. You're going throttle up. Concorde does the same thing, Flight. Yeah, you have to take into account the thermodynamics. That's why the Concorde is Chad tier British engineering and the Tu-144 is not. The Tu-144 didn't take that into account. The thing cracks when you go high speed. It'll literally crack. It'll literally start coming apart at the seams. That's why the Brits can engineer an aircraft. Tupolev, not trying to talk bad, but also... Do you know much about nuclear engines? What type of nuclear engine, Arch? Dude, I'm a propulsion nerd, all right? That's my favorite part, guys. My favorite part of this is the propulsion. I am a propulsion nerd, okay? Big propulsion nerd. What type of nuclear engine you want to know about? Show them the book. I will show them my Brobel. The book! Modern Engineering for Design of Liquid Propellant Rocket Engines. It's a great book, dudes. Now the Space Shuttle Manual. How do you guys know what books I have on my damn desk? That's strange, dude. That's weird. Stop it. Stop doing that. All right, let's get Jeb home, shall we? Now the Saturn V manual. That's actually out in the shop. Don't ask why. Here's something to wrap your head around. What's that? USAF is testing mutant missiles that twist in midair. Ed Mana showed me that yesterday, dude. That's weird, man. I didn't even know there were different ones. Yeah, Arch, there's different types of nuclear engines. So, here. I'll show you real quick. We'll get back to playing in a moment, so check this out. Let's go to the KSP2 trailer. I'm sorry, I just wanted an excuse to watch the trailer again. But there is different types of nuclear engines. Here, right here. Let's go right here. Whoa, whoa, whoa. If I sing over it, it won't mute the VOD. Whoa, 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 whoa. All right, Arch, look at this. See that? The one that just crashed into the asteroid? That's a nuclear engine. That's called an Orion drive, okay? So what does an Orion drive do? Look, it seems to be pooping out seismic charges like Boba Fett style, right? It's a good Star Wars reference, right? So the Orion drive does exactly what that looks like. The Orion drive has a huge heat shield on the back, and that heat shield is attached to a bunch of shock absorbers, and it literally farts nuclear explosions out the back. So like it drops a little nuke, and the nuke explodes, and it rides the detonation wave of the nuke around. It is theoretical. That one's theoretical. I don't think anybody's done that yet. But that is a type of nuclear drive, and that's it crashing into an asteroid. So, yeah, there you go. The Orion drive is something, I mean, I'm not going to sit there and say that it can't exist. That absolutely could be a thing. I just wouldn't want to use it as a first stage engine. I'm not 100% sure using that as a first stage engine would be a good idea. You wouldn't have a launch pad left, right? Now, the nuclear engines that are in Kerbal, right, are ones that are much more likely to exist because those ones have actually been fired and tested. So check this out. You want to know how this one works? It is pretty freaking cool. I'm getting the video. Give me 1 second. Technically, it's been tested. Are you talking about the manhole? Where's the video? Ah, there we go. Nuclear propulsion in space. So, as part of the Apollo program, and don't get me wrong, this is going to get people salty because it gets me salty as well. During the Apollo program, they actually did research nuclear propulsion. What they wanted to do was give Saturn V's third stage a nuclear engine, and they figured out how to do it. What a nuclear engine does here, let me get into principles of operation. Here you go. Just watch this part right here.
Applications. It was to be a combined industry-government effort headed by the Space Nuclear Propulsion Office, a joint NASA and Atomic Energy Commission activity.
I got it, Oculus.
The principal contractors were to be Aerojet General Corporation and Westinghouse Astronuclear Laboratory.
So watch this.
But now the contractors had to extend its lifetime and put it into an engine configuration. Here is how the nuclear rocket engine will work.
Check this out.
The reactor is a solid core, heat exchange type, cylindrical in shape. Fission of uranium atoms in the core is the source of heat. A reflector made of beryllium surrounds the core. The core consists of many graphite elements impregnated with the uranium-235 fuel. The core contains a number of channels running down its length. Hydrogen passing through the channels picks up heat generated by the fission process. The channels are coated with niobium carbide, a material which resists the corrosion that would occur if the hot hydrogen were allowed to come into direct contact with the hot graphite.
Yeah, anybody watch the Chernobyl series? Yeah, that's why they coated them. Because, yeah, hydrogen coming into contact with graphite is not a good thing. You don't want that.
The hydrogen is stored in a liquid state to achieve the lowest possible volume. The flight model will use about 1/3 of a million gallons for a 30-minute firing.
Yes.
To start the engine, The cold liquid hydrogen at minus 420 degrees Fahrenheit
5 Kelvin.
moves through a pump down to the nozzle, through internal passages in the nozzle walls, and back up inside the reactor pressure shell and reflector. This cools the nozzle, the reactor shell, and the reflector, and at the same time warms the hydrogen.
I know, Jacob. This is one of my favorite videos, dude.
The hydrogen then passes through the hot fuel elements where it is heated to about 4,000 degrees Fahrenheit. From there, it is expanded through the nozzle to provide thrust.
Like 1700 C for everybody else.
The bleed line carries some of the hot hydrogen back to drive the turbo pump. The whole engine system is amazingly compact for a nuclear power source. The reactor works through fission of uranium-235, which constantly emits nuclear particles called neutrons. When reflected back toward the reactor, these particles will set up a chain reaction, generating terrific heat. The heat is controlled by rotating rods installed in the beryllium reflector around the reactor.
Whoever thought of this
The rods are also made of beryllium,
is way smarter than
but
me.
one side is coated with boron, which absorbs neutrons.
What did he call me?
Initially, the rods are turned so the boron side is toward the fuel elements, and sufficient neutrons are absorbed to prevent nuclear fission from starting. Beryllium reflects neutrons. By turning the beryllium side toward the elements, a point is reached where sufficient neutrons are reflected for fission to begin. The amount of heat produced depends upon the position of the rods. Heat increases as more of the beryllium side turns toward the core.
Throttle.
When the desired rate of heat production is reached, the rods are turned back to stabilize it. Heat decreases as the rods are turned back.
Cool, huh?
When the boron side absorbs enough neutrons to halt the fission process, heat is no longer generated. These rods can be operated by remote control.
So a nuclear power plant uses a linear actuation of control rods to create heat. A nuclear power plant, it's how much you pull the control rods out of the moderator, right? Because the name of the game with nuclear physics is neutron flux. The rate at which you split the atom, right? That because a neutron, when it separates from a radioactive atom, right? If that neutron goes and hits another atom, right? It'll knock the neutrons off that atom, like basically like breaking a pool, like when you play pool and you break, like that. It'll just, you hit it and then everything, neutrons will go off in other directions. You know, the neutrons will go over there, they go over there, they go over there. They'll hit other atoms, and those atoms will hit other atoms, and those atoms will hit other atoms. This is called neutron flux. The rate at which this happens is the rate of energy released with a nuclear power plant, right? So what they do is they pull the control rods out, and they introduce the control rods to a moderator, or, well, lack of moderator, so they increase neutron flux. That generates more heat, because when you split the atom, it makes a lot of heat. And on a nuclear power plant, right, they use steam, right? They'll flow water over this thing, and the water will absorb all the heat and turn to steam, and then that drives a turbine on a nuclear power plant, which generates electricity. You push the control rods back in, right? On an MPP, you'll basically slow the rate of neutron flux to almost nothing. But you still need to cool it because there's still some radioactivity comes out, but that's another story. Now, with the rocket engine, they have a radial control rod, like what you just saw. They can turn them this way. And when you turn them like that, you're increasing or decreasing the same exact thing. But instead of heating steam, they heat hydrogen. They use hydrogen because hydrogen is a very, very good thermal conductor. You know how like some metals can conduct electricity better? Like copper is a better conductor of electricity than aluminum. There are certain gases that are better conductors of heat than others. Helium and hydrogen are probably the best ones. But we're not going to go helium. We're not going to, you don't want to use helium. Helium is too much of a rare commodity to use it. Hydrogen, on the other hand, is the most abundant element in the universe by a long shot. Our sun is literally burning hydrogen to stay on. It's actually fusing hydrogen atoms, if you really want to know. That's very bright. You shouldn't look at it. So a nuclear engine arch like that, like Nerva, has been tested. That's the test stand right there. They tested this in the 60s, guys. They were going to give Saturn V, a nuclear-powered third stage. This engine right here doesn't actually combust anything. You're just flowing hydrogen over a nuclear reactor to keep it cool. So we were talking about specific impulse a little bit earlier, right? Specific impulse on a nuclear engine, on that engine as tested, is 900 seconds. This is an engine designed from the late 60s. 900 seconds, that is double even the most efficient chemical rockets we have right now. Doubling the specific impulse like this and putting it on top of a Saturn V would have made it so the Saturn V could probably have doubled or even tripled its throw weight to the moon. Why launch 2 landers to the moon when you could launch, or why launch 1 lander to the moon when you could launch 2? Seriously, you're doubling your efficiency. Way to tie it in. I'm good at that, tinfoil. Yeah, it's my jam. And they tested all this in the 60s, and then it got canceled because we decided we wanted to make the space shuttle. That's what I mean when I say people are going to get salty. But they reactivated the NERVA program in 2017. We're getting nuclear engines for SLS, a nuclear third stage. That's coming. Oh yeah, that's coming. And you could go look it up. NERVA engines are coming back. So, nothing to be salty about anymore. Just 50 years, a little bit behind schedule, but hey, whatever. Better late than never. There's a company in Huntsville, Alabama called BWX Technologies that is working with the Department of Energy and NASA to develop a modern nuclear engine. There's also another company that you might know of that just has been posting jobs for nuclear propulsion engineers. Blue Origin. They're doing something with nukes. What they're doing, I have no idea, but the job postings don't lie. Is the exhausted gas radioactive? Oh yeah, of course it is, Goggles. Yeah, sure. But it's only for, believe it or not, irradiated hydrogen has a very, very short half-life, so it actually decays before the exhaust gets cool. Yeah, that's why they're... you see them testing that, and you're like, oh, they're just spewing radioactivity into the atmosphere. I'm sure that's good. No. The radioactive... I think the term is isotope. The radioactive isotope that comes out of this thing has it's not stable. So the heated irradiated hydrogen, not very stable. It basically decays into nothing in seconds. Pretty crazy, right? Arch, does that answer your question sufficiently? But we need slow neutrons, not fast neutrons, and it's hard. Nuclear physics do be like that now. You're not wrong. Oh yeah, nuclear physics is tough, dude. Nuclear physics is black magic. Like the fact that neutron flux, we figured out that neutron flux is a naturally occurring thing and then used a way to harness it is unreal to me. That is just, the fact that exists in physics is like, okay. In my mind, that's about as weird as seeing like a skyscraper built in the middle of Yellowstone National Forest. Like if the Empire State Building was in the middle of a national park. It's like, oh, tree, skyscraper. Tree. Huh. That's not supposed to be there. It's one of those weird things. It's like water. Water is very strange. Water is one of the only kind of chemical combinations that when you freeze it, it expands. Usually everything else contracts when it gets cold. Weird, right? It's just one of those weird things with how our universe works. Neutron flux is strange, man. Gatorade. Thanks, EJ. I did not know about the rate of decay of the hydrogen. Yeah, Goggles, yeah. I looked at that too. The first time I watched that video and I'm like, is that supposed to do that? That's not good. You're a legend. Thanks. I got you, man. I got you. This is cool stuff, dudes. It's cool, man. It's like when you figure out a game exploit and you're like, oh man, I'm gonna exploit the frick out of this, you know? Like, cool thing, because this was tested in New Mexico. Our baseball team is called the Isotopes. Yep. Los Alamos, man. Los Alamos National Labs. A lot more stuff happens there than people might think. In fact, Jack, I'd say that a lot of people take for granted happens there. They did a lot of nuclear physics research there in the past, and even now. Well, water contracts, then expands. Yeah, Arch, it's kind of weird, right? Yeah, you can go from nothing's happening to runaway chain reaction real easily with nuclear physics. Yeah, that's one of those things you kind of don't frick around with unless you really know what you're doing. In fact, the last time they had a bunch of people that didn't know what they were doing around a nuclear reactor, it didn't end well. Imagine this engine in the atmosphere with the addition of stage-burning exhaust. Well, Naweed, here's the thing. With the Nerva engines are really good upper stage engines. You know why? They're heavy. They're really, really heavy. That it has a nuclear reactor in it with carbide and beryllium and boron. It's not light. It's not light. So nuclear engines would be great upper stage engines because they don't make a lot of thrust and they're super freaking efficient. Take a nuclear engine, put a vacuum optimized nozzle on it, boom, 900 seconds, 1,000 second specific impulse all day. You're a boron. What? Are you referring to 123.45? Yep. Yep. Yeah, don't hit the AZ5 button, please. The graphite tips are cheap and only moderately dangerous. Well, it's almost like if you take all the safeties off of your nuclear reactor because you don't know how it works and then try to make it do something, it's not going to work as prescribed. Oops. I will say this once, I'll say it again. I don't think the RBMK reactors that the Soviets came up with are even a bad idea. They work fine. But they have a bunch of safeties on them to make sure that that doesn't happen. But the people operating the reactor that night did not know about those. Yeah, that's what I mean about don't get near nuclear physics unless you really know what you're doing. Yeah, oops. It's just like the space shuttle, guys. The SRBs weren't engineered to work in the cold. So let's launch it in the cold. What, it didn't work how we wanted it? What? Like, it's like one of those things, like, you probably listen to the engineers, man. The people that made it might know something about this. You know what I mean? It's kind of important. Vulcan wet dress rehearsal underway. Today's test is only for first stage testing. Cool. How do you make sure the rocket carrying the nuclear engine doesn't explode in the atmosphere? Well, Poge, a nuclear engine wouldn't explode. So that's a nuclear engine here. We have the swerve engine, which is basically a bunch of those reactors, a bunch of those engines that we're talking about. Those are nuclear thermal right there. And that's why I have a big honking hydrogen tank on my transfer vehicle. The nuclear engine wouldn't explode. It's important to understand that what a nuclear power plant does and what a nuclear blast does is two different things. Now, the way I like to explain it is, you know a flash bulb on a camera? Flash bulb on a camera. It's a light bulb, but it's only designed to flash an extremely bright flash for a second while you take your picture. Right? What about the light that's in your room right now? The light that's in your room right now is designed to not put out as much light as a flash bulb, but it's designed just to stay on constantly. That's what a nuclear bomb is versus a nuclear power plant. A nuclear bomb unleashes all the neutrons all at once. They do that by superheating radioactive material past critical mass, meaning the amount of heat that you can absorb before it starts to melt. That's what a nuke does. It's basically a flash bulb with nuclear physics. You don't want that. I think that's Bush League, to be honest with you. I mean, it's cool. The tech is cool, but I think that's Bush League. You can generate way more power over time if you have a nuclear power plant, which is just like keeping the lights on. Ironically, nuclear power plants do keep the lights on. Right? But your phone's light can do both. Yeah. Yeah, it can, I suppose. But, yeah, it's just an example, fellas. You're letting out all the energy all at once. Personally, I think nuclear power plants are way cooler of a design. I mean, that's way smarter than a nuclear blast. But hey, you know, nukes keep the peace. I understand that. I'm not stupid. Not as stupid as I look, at least. Pretty cool, though, right? Voyager 2 has a nuclear engine. Voyager 2 has a RTG on it. Basically, what it is a lump of plutonium, right? And that plutonium just naturally decays, right? It naturally just emits neutron flux. Think about like if you have a soft drink, right? And you open it up and it sizzles, right? But it sizzles neutrons, if that makes any sense. Now, those neutrons make heat, right? Radioactive decay makes heat. Everyone, I mean, if you know a little bit about nuclear physics, you know that, right? Radioactive decay creates heat. So on Voyager, they have basically a lump of plutonium, and they have a system on board to scavenge the heat from nuclear decay to keep electrical systems online. It's kind of similar to how there are like a hybrid car. A hybrid car can take heat out of the brakes and convert it back to electricity, like that. Basically, if you heat up a plate with enough energy, you can create electrical power with it. That's what an RTG does. RTGs are in KSP. They're in here. The idea is that plutonium is going to decay for hundreds of years before its half-life. It gets to half-life, right, and basically stops. That's what half-life's all about. It's just decay, right? The Kerr system in F1 does that. Bingo. Yep. Yeah, you got it, man. All right, let's see if we can... How much Delta V does my service module have? The service module has 250. I don't think the service module moving here with Jeb... I don't think we'll be able to lower the orbit of the transfer vehicle too much. Yeah. Darn. Yeah, we need about 1,000 Delta V to move this into place. So the next mission here is to refuel the transfer vehicle, or we can just dump it if we want to. We will download Bug-Eyed Marvin into the capsule here. Is landing on Eve possible? Sure. Absolutely. I don't like that this thing is bug-eyed. I kind of want to just make a Mark II version of this and call it a day. 787 deliveries are restarting per the FAA. Cool. It'll be easier to just dump the transfer vehicle for now. That's what I want to do. Because, yeah, the bug eyes are... We need to make a version 2. I mean, look at the batteries, dude. I still can't figure out what makes these physics-less parts drift all around. And that's kind of a problem because physics-less parts are RCS. See that? See my RCS thrusters are drifting all over the place? That's no good. We've got to figure out a way around that. I'm not exactly sure how to do that, but if we figure out a way to design around that, we should be good. So I'm going to dispose of this vehicle. What we'll do is we'll get up to AP, and I will pulse the service module and move the PE temporarily on a deorbit trajectory, and this transfer vehicle will get rid of it. Try to land it in the ocean. Well, we could. Yeah. Unless we got to figure out a way around that. Jet engines drift away from the vehicle as well. It's kind of a mess. Yeah, Greatest, you watched Scott's video, right? Scott actually figured that out like the day KSP came out, and he actually linked it to me. He showed me, and I was like, and even the devs were like, oh, okay. That's a thing. I'm gonna see if we can figure out a way to get them to not do that, you know? His plane was baller, though. Yeah, no, Scott made a damn good plane, dude. Hello, Scott Manley here. Yeah, my engine, see this engine, the Swerve? That's a cluster amount of nukes. That's a bunch of those Nerva engines put together. Nuclear thermal. Mott Scanley. Scott's a good dude, man. Real dude. I think I could safely say that Scott's one of the people around this kind of industry, like doing STEM education, that is like legitimately way smarter than me. Like I think I could say that with confidence and not even be intimidated about it. That guy is so freaking smart, dude. It's kind of ridiculous. Did you see NASA is funding an orbital tug for the ISS? I thought they could deorbit with the ISS without doing that. Sleeping Mute Progress could deorbit the ISS by itself, but I think if NASA has a longer-term commitment to the ISS than the Russians do, that it might be a good idea to start doing your own kind of thing with that. Why not build a moving base rover? What do you mean? Scott's smarter than me, DJ. I mean, this guy's got an astrophysics degree. Way smarter than me. And I don't mean like I'm not like that's not a bad thing, dude. You should surround yourself with people that are smarter than you. That's a really, really good way to kind of keep you humble. You know what I mean? Like a base, but it's a rover. Now, Shipmaster, I could do that if you wanted. Can anyone explain what translation means in terms of orbital rendezvous? Yeah, sure, Forrest. So, see what I'm doing right now? My ship isn't rotating. I'm just pulling away from the transfer vehicle. I'm translating away. Translating basically means moving up, down, left, right, forward, and back. As opposed to rotation. Rotation is what I'm doing now. I have thrusters that are for rotation, and I have thrusters that are for translation. Translation just means you're moving, you're strafing left, right, forward, back, up, and down. That's what translation means. If you're the smartest person in the room, then you're in the wrong room. You're damn right, dude. All right, so we'll ride that transfer vehicle down, but what I need to do is make sure that Jeb and Marvin here, my autopilot. Marvin, how you doing? Marvin's doing fine. He said he likes fish Jenga or something. I don't know. It's weird. I don't know what that means. Ship, you followed? Thanks, man. What if you're the only person in the room? Well, you're either introverted or you're make friends with a volleyball. No, I don't think so. All right. Cool. So right now, I use the service propulsion system to put that thing into an orbit that's going to re-enter. But if we're going to ride that thing down, I don't want Jeb to go with it. So what we're going to do is use the service propulsion system on the capsule to bring our orbit back up to stable. There we go. 76 by 4 bajillion. And now, if you guys want, we'll ride the transfer vehicle down. Hey, Jacker gifted a sub to Shipmaster. Right on, man. Thank you. I hope you guys enjoyed the propulsion talks. I always like telling people about different engines and how they work. I think at the end of the day, my favorite things to talk about are launch pads and propulsion. And those are the most complicated parts of the rocket. I like the most complicated parts because of course I do. Of course I do. Why wouldn't I? All right. We also have downloaded Bug-Eyed Marvin software, so this is just subroutines left for our autopilot. Let's see what this does. I thought Marvin would talk like an automaton. Forlorn, I'll meet you in the middle. What if we make Marvin? What if Marvin's language is an automaton speaking Kerbal? What happened to that thruster? Drift. That's why I'm dumping this transfer vehicle. Aqualux, we got to figure out a way to make that not happen. There's got to be a solution. There's got to be a way. I refuse to believe that there isn't. Nuclear fallout. Most of the nuclear fuel in reality, Mitosi, if somebody did this, would burn up in the atmosphere. It would just, yeah, it would just melt it into nothing. If you catch my drift. Oh! Just use the integrated RCS on a capsule. That might be the solution, but I don't know how we're going to balance that out. I suspect it involves the devs. Yeah, you're probably right, but ooh. Oh. Are my solar panels drifting too? No, I just deployed them in a bad spot. Okay, good to know. Right now we would have re-entered. This thing would have burned up. Easily burned up. Kerbin's looking good today, though. We are suborbital. Oh. Dude, 20 points if we land in the lake. 20 points for lake landing. Come on. That'd be awesome. Are solar sails viable? Should they... Nah, solar sails rely on solar winds, dude. And solar winds aren't there all the time because it's wind. It would be like making wind in KSP. Yeah, I don't think solar sails would be a good idea. Oh, come on. Man, those things create an insane amount of drag. Look! The solar panels are actually slowing us down. They're making 600 kilonewtons of drag. Are we gonna fly this thing? No heating, such a shame. Heating will be in the game, dude. Who said the solar panels work like wings? Because, yeah, okay. Rudy? Rudy, are we flying? Uh-oh. Are we flying this thing or something? Yep, no, we're flying. Our vertical speed is going up. We are absolutely flying. Okay. We're... Okay. I don't have any control surfaces, but if we had control surfaces, you'd be damn sure I'd be flying this thing. Come on, get the nose up. Oh my goodness. Why is this working? Stop it. Go home, Kerbal. You are drunk. Oh, I'm gonna miss the lake. Missed it by that much. Oh well. Via con Dios. What? No way. Oh, nope, there it goes. Hello? Ah, there we go. Oh, part of it's still there. All right. Neat. Okay, let's, you know what? Let's see. Let's leave that debris there. Let's see if that causes any problems. All right, so now we will switch back over to Jebber. Can I ask a question? Why new rocket engines use methane? Well, Leo King, that's actually a good question. Really good one, actually. So, why are we switching so much to methane? Well, methane is a little bit harder to control, but offers really, really much, like, it's more efficient, dude. So, for the longest time with rockets, the kind of meta was using kerosene as your fuel or using hydrogen as your fuel, right? Kerosene is very good for a first stage. But kerosene, or RP1 is what it's called, is not very efficient. Also, there's that carbon emissions thing that people don't seem to like nowadays. There's, you know, for good reason. I get it. Right? There's that whole thing. Yeah, you don't want that. So it's easy to manage. So kerosene and liquid oxygen is probably the easiest propellant that has to do with anything cryogenic, right? To get decently enough performance. So Falcon 9 is a Kerolox rocket. It uses liquid oxygen and RP1 in the first and second stage, right? And that's okay. It's pretty good. Not the worst, right? Now, the flip side of that is hydrogen. Hydrogen is really, really, really good as a propellant. You can make good thrust with it if you know what you're doing, and it's insanely efficient. No carbon emissions, because no carbon. Can't have carbon emissions if you're burning hydrogen. Hydrogen isn't carbon, the last time I checked, right? The problem with hydrogen is that it's kind of lures you in with really good numbers. Hydrogen is extremely difficult to manage. Really, really hard. Really tough to manage. The reason why is that hydrogen has such a small, narrow point where, to put it in a rocket, it needs to be liquid, right? It has such a small, narrow gap in temperature where hydrogen exists as a liquid, that it's really hard to keep it as a liquid. The thing is, when you have liquid hydrogen, it boils and it likes to evaporate because it's boiling. So if you want to take hydrogen, which exists as a liquid at minus 400 Fahrenheit or something, it's something absurd. So I think it's like minus 270 C. I always forget these numbers off the top of my head. I don't know why, but I do, right? It's really freaking cold. If you take that really cold hydrogen and you flow it through a pipe that's at 20 C or about 70 Fahrenheit, well, guess what? That's a heck of a heat difference. You're going to heat up your hydrogen and it's going to turn to gas. Hydrogen gas is really hard to manage. You know why? It's really, really small. It's really small. You have two pipes that are sealed together. You tried to flow liquid hydrogen will flow through it just fine. But if the hydrogen starts to turn to gas, it'll just leak. It'll leak right out the pipe. It'll go right through a seal. No problem. Because hydrogen's so tiny, it likes to squeeze through everything, right? So hydrogen gives you really, really great performance all around, but it's super difficult to manage. Keralox over here is really easy to manage. So kerosene and liquid oxygen, that's very easy to manage. But you're not very efficient. A lot of carbon soot, like on Falcon 9. Falcon 9's first stages are all caked in that carbon soot. That's the leftover combustion byproducts from the gas generator in the engine. That's why those Falcon 9s look like they're so charred out. It's not charred out. They roll coal, right? So kerosene's really easy to use, but not very efficient. And hydrogen is super efficient, but not very easy to use. Methane is right in the center. It's a little bit harder to manage than Keralox, but you're increasing the efficiency. It's right in the center. It's the Goldilocks zone for propellants. Now, methane is fully cryogenic, so your fuel and your oxidizer are cold. So that's a little bit more difficult than semi-cryogenic like kerosene. But the efficiency offered by using methane is way better than using Keralox. It's just a little bit harder to manage, but it's not as hard to manage as hydrogen. So methane is like right in the middle. It's fairly easy to manage comparatively to hydrogen, and it's way more efficient than kerosene. Does that make sense? The reason why the rocket industry is trending towards it is because you want more performance, right? But you don't want to use hydrogen either. But kerosene rockets don't really work very well, especially once you get up on orbit. You know why? Because if we want to go further in space, I mean, there's obviously the carbon emissions like what I was talking about. But if we want to go further into space, right? There's not many other planets out there, and by not many I mean none, that have oil on them. Kerosene is made from oil. It's a hydrocarbon. We want to go to the moon? You're not going to find oil there. If we did, we'd have a huge base on the moon by now, right? But the moon has water on it, hydrogen and oxygen. If you bring up a little bit of carbon with you, do a little bit of science on the moon, you can make liquid methane and you can make liquid oxygen by drilling the ice. You can also make liquid hydrogen and liquid oxygen doing that. Water is just H2O, so if you take H2O, put it through a Saboteur reaction, you can make LH2 and LOX, right? Liquid hydrogen, liquid oxygen, you make rocket fuel. Simultaneously, you could also make drinking water. Potable water is probably something that humans need, considering we're like 70% water. Yeah, we need that. So you can make rocket fuel on the moon. You can make rocket fuel on Mars too. But the thing is that hydrogen's it's pesky to use down here. It's really difficult to use on the moon, but don't get me wrong, we could still do it. But methane is good equalizer. Methane would be good for Mars because Mars has carbon on it. There's carbon in Mars's atmosphere. There's CO2 everywhere. So if we, suck up some of that CO2 in Mars's atmosphere, and we drill the ice on Mars for water, right? You have hydrogen left over, and then you take that CO2 and you have carbon left over. Well, methane is just carbon and 4 hydrogen. It's a carbon atom with 4 hydrogen on it. I'm not going to say that that's easy to make, but the resources are out there in space for methane and for hydrogen. The resources are not out there for hydrocarbons. Hydrocarbons only exist, as far as we know, only on Earth. Titan has tons of methane, and the methane is already liquid. Titan is a moon out in the outer rim, right? Outer rim of our solar system. I'm speaking in Star Wars terms. You get the idea. Titan has oceans that are methane. Yeah, there's oceans of methane that we could go get. The problem is getting down there is kind of difficult. It's a little cold. Does that explain that sufficiently? Yeah, there's not many dead dinosaurs everywhere else. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, J-Corn, exactly. Well, you bring up the Hindenburg. The Hindenburg shows very clearly why hydrogen is a pain in the butt to manage, because it'll go somewhere you don't want. And if it goes somewhere you don't want, it'll probably find a source of ignition that you don't want it to ignite to, and it'll find it and blow up. Yeah, that's why hydrogen's tough. Wait, could you say that again? Yeah, I'll condense it into 2 seconds here, molecular. There you go. That was the condensed version. Did you get all of it? What is your take on silicon-based life? We haven't encountered it yet, so maybe I'll consider it more if we actually encounter it. It's clean and abundant, but such a pain. It seduces you. The numbers are too good to be true, man. They're too good to be true. We can make CPUs out of them. I like his idea. First Aeon R engine. All right. Well, we got to get Jeb back down here, but I do want to see this. Can we make a magnetic field around Mars and make the atmosphere? Marcel, yeah, sure. Yeah, of course. Whoa. Yeah, we could, but Marcel, that's something that's going to take some time. We're having trouble managing the climate on this planet. I don't think we're going to get a hold on Mars anytime soon of managing Mars's climate. We are having trouble doing that here. You know what I mean? So it would take some time. However, I will say that Mars would be a good place to test out that kind of stuff. Just saying. Mars wouldn't be the worst spot to go and kind of test all that stuff. It'd be kind of difficult testing that on Venus. I don't want to go there. On second thought, let's not go to Venus. 'Tis a silly place. That was a hell of a good explanation. Resuming so much of complicated sources altogether, so nice. What a pleasure to share some of those. Hi from Switzerland. Or age is what I do. I'm a propulsion nut. I love propulsion. That's my favorite part. That and launch pads. Look at that thing. First Aeon R engine from Relativity. Oh, look at that. Open cycle methalox. Cool, huh? Yeah, propulsion is cool, man. That's the best part, man. That's the best part. You ain't going anywhere without that. If you don't have that part, you made a nice grain silo. You know what I mean? Imgrim, yeah, maybe. We're not the Forerunners from Halo, dude. It's going to be hard to do that. Oh, look at that freaking thing. What a chonker of a motor. I'd like to point out that thing is 3D printed. That's why everything looks like charcoal. It's 3D printed. Most of it is 3D printed. Except for those lines. The pneumatic lines aren't. Those are pre-bent. Methane V8 when? Yeah, the funny thing is that if we have, if you had a methane V8 Sawyer or a hydrogen V8, right? It would be also efficient. You can make a V8 hydrogen engine, right? And you could make 1,000 horsepower and get 100 miles to the gallon at the same time. But you're dealing with the same problems as a rocket engine. You'll leak hydrogen everywhere until it blows up. I'm more impressed with how clean the benches are. Yeah, you really don't want the environment where you make rocket engines to be dirty. That's not a good thing. You don't want FOD. FOD is bad. This kills the rocket engine. All right, let's deorbit Jeb, get him back down. 27 should be good enough. And FOD's bad, okay? You don't want FOD. FOD is bad. Yeah, exactly. They coated the outside of it with SRB fuel. I mean, hey, it was just a sign of things to come, all right? Wheel to Wheel built a hydrogen V8 out of an LS2 over a decade ago. That's sick, dude. Remember, we got 2 launches planned tomorrow. Terran 1 and Electron from Wallops. Yeah. Yeah, which one is first, Thomas? Terran 1 is at 1, right? I'm going to have to be here for that. You should add the FPS improvement tip to the YouTube list. Yeah. Fellas, we got... Dude, I don't know if you guys have noticed. We got Kerbal to run real good. Use less fuel tanks is the easy way to explain it. Use less fuel tanks and use less thrusters. There's something wrong with the commodity calculations in Kerbal too right now, and the devs have fixed it. It's priority 1 for them. Or the devs they're trying to fix it with the first patch, which is probably why it's taking a second. But if you have a lot of engines pulling a lot of fuel all at once, it lags the game. So if you make more simple craft right now, you can go anywhere. Okay, stand by for service module jettison. I missed the last week's worth of streams. What's the summary of the Eve ship? Jeb's been to Eve. They orbited Eve. They haven't been to it yet. I haven't been down on the surface. That's kind of what I want to check into now, see if we can get down to the surface. I'm not sure how we're going to do that, but... Okay, we got plenty of fuel. Stand by for SM jettison. Okay, service module jettison is complete. We weren't entirely suborbital when that happened, but that's okay. You're brave risking Jeb. I know you can revert. Furzep, I really only kind of revert stuff right now if the game breaks. That's my kind of thing. But, yeah. Jeb just came back from Eve. He's been up there for a little while. But him and Marvin, my autopilot, are coming back down. Apollo style with the orbit tanker for the lander? I don't know. We'll figure it out. Now, if you notice, guys, my capsule's kind of wiggling around a little bit. That's because when I went to put this capsule together, I put RCS balls where the fuel is stored. I put that on one side, so my capsule's actually lopsided. The reason why, and this is how real capsules work, right? The Apollo capsule, the Apollo engineers were the one that came up with that. See how that fuel is sitting down there? That's weighing the capsule down on one side. So, if I use my roll control RCS, right, to turn the capsule 90 degrees, right, I can actually change the angle of attack of the heat shield. And if I can change the angle of attack of the heat shield, I can actually fly the capsule like a giant wing. We can actually surf on the air, right? So if we turn it 180 degrees up, right, that's going to make the capsule fly further. We'll go further down range this way. Rolling the capsule can change the angle of attack on my heat shield. It doesn't show up too much here. We'd have to weigh it down more on one side. He said moron. But it does work. Yeah, Jay, the skip maneuver. I mean, it isn't anything that we didn't do during Apollo, but still. This whole thing is such an elegantly simple solution. J-Corn, I can only kind of wonder how much time that took to figure out. That's one of those things that's so simple. Like, if it's one thing that I figured out with engineering, the seemingly simplest ideas were the hardest ones to come up with. We got good drogues. Hey, moron. Look at me, I got a wooden spoon. Boron. Chat, you're coated with boron. Dr. Parameter. Yeah, I mean, pretty nuts, dude, that we could do pinpoint re-entry with a capsule from the moon. That's like dropping a penny off of a skyscraper and hitting the center of a dartboard down at the bottom. It's really difficult to figure out. Imagine trying to manually maneuver a capsule through a skip. I'd do it. Main chutes. Drogues cut. Main chute deploy. We're good. I'd do it. J-Corn, there was a, on STS2, I'm sure you know this, but I'm bringing it up just because I want to bring it up, because I want to talk about it, because it's really freaking cool, because we're talking about manually steering through reentry. On STS2, Joe Angle and Dick Truly flew the space shuttle manually during reentry. Manual reentry. They had to test it to make sure that it worked, to make sure that you could. On STS2, they stick the shuttle all the way down, that's awesome. That's so freaking cool, dude. That's so freaking cool. Like, Jay, once again, Jay, I know you know that, but I'm not gonna not bring it up. You know what I mean? What year was that? 1982. Straight 6. Second shuttle mission. STS-2. They brought they were flying the thing all the way down. They flew the shuttle completely through re-entry manually all the way to the surface. Just to make sure you could. Dennis Aerospace, welcome to Mission Control. You're going throttled up. Thanks, man. Yeah, that's right. First landing on the moon was done manually. Turns out when you stack overflow the flight computer, bad stuff happens. That's what happened. Guys, they stack overflowed the Apollo guidance system. 1201, 1202. Neil's like, I'll just do it manually. That's fine. Pull the Happy Gilmore. No. Chip onto the green. Chip onto the green, putt, and we'll go to overtime. No, I think I'll just beat him now. I think I'll just land now. Jebber, back down on the ground. Very nice, good sir. Recover vessel. Most excellent. Back to the Space Center. Hey, Dennis, that's a nice Dragon capsule. Thanks for the sub, dude. I appreciate it. Yeah, guys, I don't know if not a lot of people know that. On Apollo 11, the computer started breaking because they forgot to shut off. So, if you're old school and you know about old computers, like working off of like a 486 back in the day, right? And I'm sure there's some people that are even older than that. You guys would know this too. What happens if you run too many programs at once? Your processor goes, I don't know what to do with this. That's what happened on the Apollo capsule. They were coming in to land and they forgot to shut off. I forget what else they forgot to shut off. They forgot to shut off something that they didn't need for landing, and the Apollo computer went, I don't know. You're asking me to do too much. I don't know what you want me to do. And Neil Armstrong looked at that and said, Buzz, you want me to land this thing? And Buzz is like, yeah. He's like, all right, I got this. Flick that thing off. And he started looking out the window, and he noticed that the computer was taking them down in a spot that was too rocky. So what Neil did is took manual control, bounced the lander, and then landed in a nice spot where there wasn't anything. A nice open spot. Sea of Tranquility. He manually flew that thing down to the surface on the first try. You know what, Neil? I made my bed today, guy. Yeah, I made my bed, so I'm kind of a big deal like that, you know. Nobody likes a show off. Was there a KSP2 update? No, Big Booty. We figured out ways to make KSP work real good. Buzz wanted the rendezvous radar on in case they had to abort. No one told him the computer couldn't do that. Yeah, that's what it is. It was the rendezvous radar slightly. Yeah, that's right. That's right. Put the drogue on decouplers. Yeah, or we could AG cutting the chutes. I would prefer to do that. 1201, 1202, literally a stack overflow. Yeah, the computer's like, wait, you're asking me to do all this all at once? Yeah, I'm not doing that. Yeah, no. How about we don't do that? How convenient the computer wasn't working, so they just had to land manually. Well, the computer would have brought them down in a freaking boulder field. Yeah, there you go, Marcel. Yep. Were there any other close call moments like that from any of the other Apollo landings? Mighty, I don't know out of... Apollo 15 landed on the engine, if that helps. Yeah, Apollo 15, they they high-centered the LEM on a hill and landed on the motor instead of the landing legs. Does that help? Apollo 13, the service module exploded because it turns out when some bonehead drops the life support systems on the ground before he puts the thing into the... you install it into the service module, it might cause some problems. Apollo 12 got struck by lightning on the way up and almost fried the computers on the Saturn V. They had to literally power cycle the Saturn V mid-flight. Oh yeah, I have that switch on my desk. Signal condition electronics. Try SCE to auxiliary. Seriously, Apollo 12 almost fried itself on the way up because it got hit by lightning. About 15 seconds after liftoff, lightning hit the Saturn V and it arced down the Saturn V, down the Saturn V's exhaust gases, and hit the tower. Yeah. Oops. Yeah, it created a momentary circuit with the ground that almost fried the thing on the way up. They literally had to switch to the secondary batteries in the capsule to get the computer to work right. True story. Yep. That's right. Now modern spacecraft still use old school technology, old school processors. The reason why they do that is because the processors are designed to interpret a lot of commands all at once. They're designed for higher bandwidth than the CPUs that you and I have. It's pretty cool hardware engineering, if you ask me. See last link, please. Significant incident in close calls in human spaceflight. Oh, nice. It does it, yeah, but it's not cool if you can't think of it off the top of your head, man. Let's see, what else? So yeah, actually, the Apollo 12 created a new launch constraint rule called the surface electric field rule. A rule that we still use today for everyone still uses it. Actually, some people don't. In the US, that's what we use. The surface electric field rule basically means there's not necessarily any lightning out, right? But the surface electric field rule states that you shouldn't make the rocket a lightning rod. Basically, if there's charged clouds in the area, don't launch because your rocket can get struck by lightning. That's the reason why in Florida, all the launch pads have lightning rods around the pads. You do not need your vehicle getting struck by lightning and exploding. It's good at exploding by itself. It doesn't need lightning to help it. Am I right? Am I right or am I right? You don't want that happening. They figured that one out the hard way. You're so smart, man. Why not start a space company? I'm sure the industry could use your help. I don't know. Like, anybody got a couple $1 million around to start doing that? I'm in, you know? Base rover. Shipmaster. Brute ships. Staggered line. You guys hey, y'all got any more of that $1 million or something? VC and angel investors have the money. Yeah, maybe. Dude, clandestine, I'll be honest with you. I don't do that because I literally have no idea what I'm doing. Yeah. I gave you $5. I gave you $5, but Amazon took half. Damn it, Jeff Bezos. Smash cut to EJ making a rocket in his garage from a Chevy big block engine somehow. That'd be difficult. Now, J-Corn, we wouldn't be able to make a rocket engine from car parts, but you can make a pulse jet from car parts. Yeah. Actually, a really nice pulse jet. Yeah. Oh, yeah, we could do that. You could make a pulse jet from car parts. People have done it. People take LS heads and make pulse jets with them. We could do that. It would look like a pipe organ, but we could do it. Tubes. That's why you get people on board to do that. I mean, Rocket Guy, you wanna work on small sat SSTOs with me? I'd do it, dudes. I'd do it, but that means less time to stream. Just putting it out there. Can you explain what caused the Challenger accident? Keenblade, I can sum up the Challenger accident with a very short analogy, okay? The Challenger accident is basically what happens if you took... Okay, all right, here. Let's look. Okay, so let me get some pictures up. I'll show you what I'm talking about. Okay. I like Fords, so I'm going to use Ford cars as an analogy because they sell them everywhere and everybody knows what this is. Okay. Challenger. Okay, so Challenger happened because they used the engineering that was engineered out of family. It's called deviant engineering. Okay, so the example is this. You see that? Ford Focus. Everyone knows what that is. They're sold all over the world, right? See that? It's a Focus. It's a nice car. I mean, it's just a car. It's just, get from point A to point B. They're cool. Focus RSs are very nice too. Shameless plug for that. So, see that? It's a car. What is it designed to do? It's designed to drive on roads, okay? Is this that? No, not even close. A Ford Focus, no, that is not designed to do what that can do, right? Focus, yeah, I am. Right? That's a Bronco. The Bronco is an off-road vehicle, and that's a really nice looking one, by the way. I like it how it's painted old school. The two-tone is freaking cool. So, it's a Bronco, right? Bronco's designed to go off-road. Okay. What happens if you take that and try to do what that does? It's not going to work. Your car is probably going to break if you take it off-roading, right? That thing can't do what that can do, right? It's a different vehicle. It's designed for a different purpose, right? Challenger is that to a T, okay? The O-rings on the SRBs. They knew the O-rings would fail in the cold. Just like you know that taking your Ford Focus and trying to drive it into the Grand Canyon is not going to end very well. Right? They knew about it and they said, it's fine. It's fine only works in Kerbal. That does not work in real life. If you go, it's fine, people die. Yeah, it's fine. So the O-rings on the SRBs weren't engineered to work in the cold. So surprise, when you launched them in the cold, they didn't work. Surprise! That's how the Thiokol engineers knew that launching Challenger that day was a really bad idea. It's not so much about not knowing, what's going to happen. There had been times where they had launched SRBs in the cold and they worked just fine. Even if the O-rings did fail, they worked fine. It's fine. It's worked before, right? Why not? It comes down to when you're engineering something, car, truck, train, bridge, skyscraper, rocket, airplane. If the vehicle does something that you did not intend it to do, I'm pretty sure they didn't intend for the O-rings to fail, right? But the rocket wasn't designed for that, right? But I'm pretty sure they didn't intend for it to do that. If the vehicle's doing something you do not want it to do, or whatever, this is any engineering failure to a T. It's doing something you didn't want. And if you just look at that and go, yeah, that's fine, and not figure out why it's doing something that you didn't want it to do, something bad happens. It's called a failure mode, right? So they knew the SRB O-rings could fail, right? They knew that they could fail. That happens. It's happened before, but they didn't do anything about it. So when they went to launch Challenger, they knew the O-rings were going to fail, but what they didn't take into account is how a failed O-ring works in windy conditions. Not a lot of people know that the day that they launched Challenger, January 28th, 1986, it was too windy. Challenger, at maximum dynamic pressure, so T plus 70 seconds into flight, registered the highest upper level wind shear of any rocket that's ever flown at KSC, right before the wind ripped the SRB off because the O-ring failed. I mean, I'm not watching the footage. I won't show it on stream. I can't watch it without getting severely pissed off. I'm not going to lie to you. It really, really bothers me because I know, you figured out it's really annoying, right? But they launched the SRB in a condition where they put it into a failure mode, basically right at the start. Now, the thing about failure modes is that failure modes aren't, in aerospace engineering, in any type of engineering, failure modes aren't, it's not that you're putting it into a mode, right, where the vehicle could fail, right? It's not that you're doing that. It's that you don't know. You don't know what it's going to do because it's untested, right? You're pushing the envelope. Now, pushing the envelope, higher risk, higher reward, but also higher risk. You know, you get a higher gain, but it's also a higher loss. In this case, we lost 7 souls because somebody wanted to risk it for the biscuit. You don't usually try to risk it for the biscuit when people are involved, especially with spaceflight. That usually doesn't end well, like ever. 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 But yeah, in this case, we higher risk, higher reward, but in this case, higher risk, higher loss. It was the O-rings had failed previously in the past. They knew that they would fail, but they operated them in a windy condition on top of a cold condition. So the O-ring did fail. The O-ring failed, but it's sealed right at T+0. Right when the booster ignited, the O-ring failed instantly. And what happened is that SRB hot gas basically welded the 2 segments together. And that's how it had worked in the past, right? And, you know, Challenger took off. If the O-ring failed completely and the SRB segments didn't weld themselves together, Challenger blows up on the pad. We don't want that. That would be bad. But it did take off, right? And then that failed O-ring was working just fine until Mr. Wind Shear came along, which is another launch rule that we have. You don't launch when it's too windy up there because the wind shearing forces can hit the side of the vehicle going 200-300 miles an hour. That's like 500 kilometers an hour, somewhere around there. That's how bad the wind shear can get up there because it's lower pressure. The air moves faster, right? And that wind shear cracked that superheated segment. The segments that basically welded themselves together. It cracked the segment, and the back of the SRB came off. The back segment of the SRB holds the SRB to the external tank. That is not a pro gamer move. That's why when a rocket scrubs, you don't get pissed off because, yeah, you're preventing a failure mode from happening. See that, Keenblade? Does that make sense? So, long story short, if your vehicle isn't designed to go off-road, don't take it off-road. Because it's not that it might break, it might be fine. It's that you don't know. That's the thing. You don't know. Could you go drive your Ford Focus around rally spec if you want? Well, yeah, sure, it might break, but it might be fine. But you don't know. That's the difference. It's all about risk, all right, and calculating the risk involved here. Higher risk, higher reward, absolutely. But higher the risk also means bigger loss. You're gambling, and you don't usually gamble like that with human lives. You want a calculated risk, meaning you understand the odds, not Han Solo through the asteroid field. You know what I mean? You don't want to do that. That's not good. Full send your 87 Corolla. Yep. Please tell me what an O-ring is. An O-ring is something that's used in mechanical engineering to basically seal things together. It's basically a rubber ring, right? So you have two metal pipes, right? You put them together. The pipes have a flange or a collar around them, right? If you want that thing to be watertight, for instance, there would be a rubber seal in between the 2 flanges. And the metal pinches the rubber, and that prevents water from getting out. Or in this case, it prevents SRB explosion from coming out. Did the astronaut's family sue? I'm not sure how that all panned out, Fish. I don't know that part. I know the engineering. The Focus RS is very good at racing, much better than the Bronco.
Discovery.
But that's designed to go off-road. There's no saying that you couldn't retrofit a system to do that, right? I mean, NASA has no problem. That was my Discord. NASA has no problem retrofitting shuttle engines to work like a regular moon rocket. You can take systems and make them work in other ways. That's fine. But you got to test it. It's about understanding what the frick you made. That's really important. And if you want to get good at KSP, that's a really important thing to understand. That's why I've spent the first 2 weeks here, guys, trying to understand how KSP works and what makes KSP tick. Because now we know, and the second we figured it out, we went to Eve in an hour. No problem. Give me 1 second. I mean, Clandestine, you want to talk about that? Join up on Discord and shoot me a message. Yeah, that whole thing that I'm talking about. Hey, Newell, 4-month resub. Thank you. That whole thing that I'm talking about is called normalization of deviance. It's when you say, it shouldn't be doing that. It's fine, whatever. It's okay. We took that into account. Now, the thing is, fellas, and here's part of the reason. Everybody throws around, oh, space is hard. Well, it's difficult, right? The reason why everybody throws that around is because the thing is, dude, is that you can't predict the future with spaceflight. You can't predict it. If I go to launch this rocket right now, there's a high probability that it makes it into space, but there's always chance. That unknown area, right? That kind of gray area in spaceflight is called unknown unknowns. It's a term that was coined by Gene Kranz, a famous NASA flight controller. The guy that basically, Gene Kranz and Chris Kraft are the guys that basically thought up like mission control, going through the countdown loops like go, go. All right, all systems go. Like Gene Kranz and Chris Kraft are the guys that figured that stuff out. They're the guys that wrote the book on it. There's always going to be unknown unknowns with spaceflight. The jobs of the engineers is to take that gray area and reduce it as much as humanly possible. But you're never going to reduce it to full because there's always a risk. You're accelerating, if you're launching people into space, you're accelerating them to 17,500 miles an hour or 28,000 kilometers an hour. There's always risk involved doing that. Jobs of the engineers is to make that gray area as small as possible, but that gray area is always going to exist. During the Apollo program, that gray area was very big. It was very big. A lot of Apollo missions had deviance in their engineering, right? But they were able to deal with it, right? Because there was a good developed system, you could figure out other ways around it. Heck, the spacecraft exploded and they still got the astronauts home, which is pretty damn good, right? There's always going to be that gray area, and that's why mission control exists. Because if the engineers can't reduce that unknown area to nothing. That's why we have flight controllers, and that's what that whole system is there for. It's there for that purpose. That's part of the reasons why space is so difficult, because you could do everything right and your spacecraft explodes. You could do everything right, like SpaceX did everything right with a Starlink mission that they launched a couple of months ago. And then it got hit by a solar flare. A bunch of Starlink satellites got hit with solar winds, and they all re-entered. Yep. You do everything right and still lose. You got to reduce that gray area as much as humanly possible. That's very nice, Chief. Nice picture. But that gray area is always going to exist. Anytime you push the envelope, like going to the moon. Anytime you push the envelope, like Orion, for instance. The Orion capsule had deviant engineering on it when it came back from Artemis 1. That absolutely happened. The heat shield deformed in a way that they didn't see it deforming like that. It deformed in a way that they didn't understand. Instead of just being like, man, that's fine. No, you got to understand what that did. You don't want to risk that when astronauts are coming back from the moon. Not a good idea. And heat shields really don't have a backup either, because why would you have two heat shields? Make one and make it work correctly, please. Yeah, Kraken, that's right. Star Trek. You could do everything right and you could still get dealt a bad hand. That happens. You got to deal with it. Deviant engineering happens on almost every space flight. Heck, deviant engineering happened on a Dragon flight on Inspiration 4. Someone broke the toilet and it spilled pee all over the bottom of the capsule. You think I'm kidding? I'm sure that smelled terrific. That's deviant engineering. It can be anything from an O-ring on your propulsion systems not working to somebody literally breaking the toilet. It happens. Even the toilet on the ISS. Yeah, guess what? There's no space plumbers. You got to fix it. There's a new dev diary from the KSP2 team. Specifically talks about graphic issues. Feed me, Gene. Feed me. Let's see that, and then we'll get back to work. We need to launch a new transfer vehicle. Thank you, boys. All right. Okay. So, let's see what the devs are up to. That's why they have a bunch of toilets. Yeah, or installing guidance sensors upside down. That's Murphy's Law. But yeah. Also, make sure you're not a red shirt. Yep. All right, cool. So this is coming right from the devs. This is... Okay, Mortalk. Okay. Hi, y'all. I'm Mortalk, the new graphics programmer on the team. I wanted to take some time to chat about KSP2's graphics and performance, where we are today, and what our process is, and what the team's goals are. Cool. Actually, before I say that, good conversations, guys. I love talking about this stuff. But we also like playing the game. It's Twitch. We got to play games. I have a firm rule about that. But yeah, good talks, dude. Great questions. Great questions. I love talking about this. I could do this for 10 hours straight. I do, actually. Do I have a problem? Nah, it's fine. That's fine. It's fine. It's good. Anyway. Yes, but that's aside the point. Problem? No, we good. No, am I out of touch? No, it's the kids who are wrong. Oh gosh. What is the correct answer here? It was rhetorical? Anyway. Okay. As many of you have noticed... Wait, here, let me make the text big so people can read it with me. As many of you have noticed, KSP2's performance isn't amazing at the start of early access. Yeah, we've noticed. Okay. In a game as complex as KSP2, there are a dizzying number of areas that we could spend our efforts on, and the feedback we're receiving is invaluable for us to focus our time on the issues that affect the players the most, okay? There are different reasons that frame rate can suffer. If the CPU is asked to do too much during the simulation, or if the CPU is asked to send too much data to the GPU in an organized fashion, it can make the frame rate drop without maxing out the GPU. Can I read that again? Hold on. All right. All right, clandestine. Shoot me a DM on Discord. We'll talk later. We will talk off stream, mein Freund. All right, so can I read this one more time? If the CPU is asked to do too much during the simulation, or if the CPU is asked to send too much data to the GPU in an organized fashion, it can make the frame rate drop without maxing out the GPU. Interesting. So they're offloading some of the sim to the GPU, but it wouldn't max out the GPU. That's consistent with what we've been seeing, but it's interesting that they'd offload it to the GPU. There's got to be a reason for that. It might be because of a CPU bottleneck. Yeah, that's interesting, because that does kind of correlate with the simulation versus graphic frames that we keep seeing. My graphics card has never been past 40% load when we're playing KSP2 ever, but the CPUs do max out, which is interesting, or at least one of the cores max out. No, it's talking about render calls. Interesting. In most cases, the performance in KSP2 is bottlenecked by the GPU. And since I'm a graphics engineer, that's what we're going to investigate in this article. Other engineers are working hard on CPU-facing improvements that you see reflected in upcoming updates. Well, looks like I have some stuff to learn here. Deep dive warning, numbers ahead. Okay. I thought the CPU was the bottleneck. It seems like the CPU, if it bottlenecks freaking, it offloads to the GPU, if I'm understanding this right. But I think I may have been wrong here, to be honest with you. I think I may have been wrong. I'm not 100% sure. Let's read. Let's learn. Before we dig into the numbers, let's start with a primer on what we're looking for here. Game developers tend to think of frame rate in terms of milliseconds rather than FPS because it's easier to buzz it out your frame time that way. Converting from frames to second to milliseconds is simple. You just use the formula 1000 divided by frames per second equals milliseconds. Okay. For example, 100 FPS 100 frames per second means it takes 10 ms per frame. 1000 divided by 100 equals 10. Okay. This way we're talking about how long a system takes to run directly. We want to measure how many milliseconds each system in the game takes in order to figure out which are taking too much time and dropping the frame rate. Okay. We use a tool called RenderDoc for our automated performance testing, amongst other tools. RenderDoc allows us to get the ground truth timings for every single command sent to the GPU. Our tooling can then pull out the slowest GPU events for us to investigate. It's not that it offloads to the GPU, but the GPU ends up idling, waiting on necessary data from the CPU, so the GPU can end up doing nothing, even before the frame is finished generating. Oh, so we're talking about bandwidth between CPU and GPU here? Is that what we're talking about here? So the CPU is the bottleneck. So was I right? I've been saying the CPU has been the bottleneck, but that's been based off of a suspicion for the past week. So I've been saying, okay. Oh, thank God. I'm a 3D artist by trade. I really hope I got that right. That would have sucked. Okay. The machine I'm using here for performance analysis is a laptop with an i7-8650, mobile NVIDIA GTX 1060, 6GB GPU, and 16GB of RAM. It has a slower GPU than our current mint spec, so we're not expecting it to make playable frame rate just yet. Yeah, but that doesn't mean it won't tell you what's going on. Trust your guy. Yeah, okay. All right, so 10 slowest GPU events. Buffering. I know what a graphics buffer is, yeah. Shadows. Shadows are... The shadows are doing it. The water is doing it. Interesting. I'm not sure what rendered deferred G buffer. I'm not sure what the difference between that one and that one is. It's calling the same number, 229248. And then the clouds. The clouds are, yeah, okay. So what's PQS render temp? G-buffer is a geometry buffer. Yeah, Pot. So, okay, yeah, a geometry buffer, meaning that it basically, like if your plane is flying around in real time, Kerbal will render like the couple of frames in front of where you are in the simulation as a buffer, because if something goes wrong, you know, it'll have the next couple of frames cached. I've heard PQS Plus before, Gene. I just don't remember what it is. In this scene, 8 of the top 10 worst offenders are related to PQS Plus. PQS stands for Procedural Quad System, and it's the algorithm used to generate planet terrains. That's pretty much what people that were doing deep dives into performance were saying, so that's right. KSP2 uses a modified version of PQS from KSP1, generally referred to as PQS Plus after all the modifications were made to it for KSP2. Yep, okay. That table starts with a draw call to PQS render temp, which emits, oh, yeah, okay. 229,248 vertices. Yikes, that's a lot of verts. Okay, Chrome. Yeah. Each other draw call that uses that specific number is doing some work on the PQS mesh. The 2 draw calls not being related to PQS in that table are the ones with a 6 in the name and are related to the clouds. It's getting a little toasty in here, speaking of GPUs. Just gonna open up the door, let some heat into the garage. From this report, we can see that the terrain clearly takes the most GPU time in the scene. Yeah, so the terrain, we did see frame rate differences being up in space as opposed to being down on the surface, even with well-optimized crafts. Let's try another vantage point. That's a rover in space. LKO, low graphics, 8 frames a second.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Panox, what's going on, buddy? This is cool, man. This is interesting. As you travel away from any celestial body, we swap out the complex local shader with a scaled version that's much more efficient. This scene is from low Kerbal orbit, but still close enough to the planet to be using the local version of the shader. PQS Plus is again 8 out of the top 10 worst calls. The line dispatch 12241, which is draw call number 1, is from at the start of the frame when we kick off to compute a shader to generate the terrain mesh. That first PQS took over 10 milliseconds. Is especially dirty. Oof. Staying grounded. Clearly the PQS system and related shaders are a big performance problem. Let's talk about that. But first dig into some background. A core philosophy for the early part of KSP2's early access cycle is to make sure it feels like a KSP game. It does. This means that for each feature we build, we want to start with what KSP1 did and then build a similar system that improves upon it. That's basically what I've been hearing from the devs themselves over the last couple of weeks. Following that goal, the team started with the PQS design from KSP1 and added modern graphics features for KSP2's PQS Plus. As development progressed on KSP2, more and more features were added to PQS Plus to keep pushing the artistic envelope, and they did. It's actually pretty good. I might be biased, but from orbit, Kerbal's planets look incredible. Our art team did a fantastic job. From the surface, the game is still quite pretty, but the terrain itself just doesn't have the consistent visual quality we want yet. While trying to build that ground up to our visual ambitions, we added more features than the previous PQS architecture can support. It wasn't until the ramp up to early access that it became understood just how far past the limits of the tech we had reached. Future trajectory. Okay, so clearly there's a problem. What are we going to do about it? A few things are being done simultaneously. First, we're prioritizing performance optimizations for this system over the next couple of patches. Particularly for when the graphics settings are low, we want the system to be eating far less GPU time. This takes two forms. One is pure engineering optimization that doesn't affect final graphics. The other is to disable certain visual features when the graphics are set to low or medium. That first category, engineering only fixes, was taken about as far as it could go with PQS Plus. Our short-term plans are currently focusing on the second category, turning off the features that don't provide enough bang for the buck. Here's an example of optimization that affects the visuals. Coming soon in a patch, we will be able to turn off the anti-tile system in the terrain. In a bunch of places, the effect is negligible, but you could see the eave surface has a repetitive texture artifact without it. See how it looks like tiles? This visual polish comes at the cost of accessing each texture a few more times, putting strain on the memory bandwidth of the GPU. Disabling this effect can have a small to medium size effect on the frame rate depending on the GPU in question. Yeah, see how it looks very tiley in that picture? So that's a repeating texture. A lot of video games have repeating texture in them for optimization. But the problem is that it looks like there's a quilt overlaid over the surface because repeating texture makes it look weird. Optimizations like that are happening now and will arrive in the few updates. The rest of this article deals with the systems that are in progress, so we cannot make specific promises about timelines or features until further along in development. But here's where we're heading. In the medium term, my first major project on this team is to design and build a next generation terrain system. What we're calling the CBT system. It uses a concurrent binary tree data structure. But it could also stand for celestial body terrain. Okay. PQS Plus has served us well, but nowadays the video cards are much more flexible, and there are more modern approaches that will give us better results in terms of performance and visual quality. Exciting new earth-shaking architectures are possible. The next generation CBTS will be the topic of a future dev blog, which will contain a much more detailed look at what we're building. While it's too early to share any details, I will say that I'm excited about the artistic expressiveness, potential terrain variety, and performance of the CBTS. Don't Google that. Another area that will see a major shift in visual quality and performance is bringing the game up to Unity's modern renderer, HDRP. High dynamic range. Oh, okay. Yep. Thank you, Forms. Very cool. The main benefits we will get from HDRP are a more optimized render engine, which means faster frame rates and a more flexible shader model, which means more effective dev team efforts. It'll also make it easier for visual mods to be built. As a side note, despite how much we love you modders, this change will definitely break most visual mods. Sorry, modders. Sometimes we must hurt the ones we love. These in-progress changes will allow us to build more scientifically grounded, yet fantastical worlds for the Kerbals to explore for years to come. Yeah, that's HDR, high dynamic range. High dynamic range makes everything look cooler. Flight Simulator solves the tiling issue by pre-rendering the world in Microsoft Cloud. That's part of the reason why large cache files help with realism. Yep. Interesting. Yeah, I've heard them talk about PQS before. Yeah. So they basically started with KSP2 early access with a super like PQS on steroids version. So they basically used KSP1's original code but with better graphics, like how a graphics mod would be on KSP1. I mean, we've seen with Parallax how good you can get KSP1 shaders, but that my guess is that it's doing the same thing that KSP2 is. It's pushing PQS to its limits. I didn't get it. So what's the bottleneck? I don't know, Ani, about Star Citizen, dudes. It sounds like they are rewriting PQS Plus. Yeah, the bottleneck is how PQS pushes things from the CPU to the GPU. Yep. Can you link the text? Yeah, I just did. I'll do it again. There you go. Yeah. The graphics are the bottleneck. But the graphics are a bottleneck because, yeah, the graphics card goes... How PQS is written is that it... Yeah, it's how the code works with the hardware, guys. So that is pretty much actually concurrent with what we've been seeing. You know, I've been talking about how you have simulated frames, right, versus actual graphics, right? So if I launch this vehicle and I pause the simulation, my frame rate goes fine because the CPU isn't trying to simulate everything. It looks like they send graphics, or like the code for the graphics goes through the CPU and then goes back to the GPU. So the CPU is telling the graphics card what to do, which is pretty straightforward stuff. But the bottleneck is that the way the code is written, the CPU basically maxes out and it can't tell the graphics card what to do fast enough, so it slows the simulation down. Makes sense? When you're paused, though, you don't have that problem. But when you unpause, you get bad frames. So, okay, yeah. I just want to make sure what I've been saying is right. And for the most part, it's right. But, yeah, it's... You know what? The devs have told me about PQS in the past. I just forget. I forgot about it, to be honest with you guys. But, yeah. Good to know. All right, anyway. Let's roll. Yeah, 230,000 vertices will slow anything down in real time. Yeah, absolutely. But if PQS procedural quad was Felipe's original system, Harvester's original system, I mean, that's actually pretty damn impressive that you can get it to this point before it starts to take a dump. It's really smart. Oh, nice, Theix. Yeah, I see what you're doing there. Cool. All right. Okay, cool. All right, well, I'd say it's time to send up another transfer vehicle. I would like to go... excuse me. I would like to go back to Eve. But let's do it with an architecture that's a little bit better than trying to get everyone home quickly. Land or flyby? Well, I'd like to land, but...
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Here, let me get something up that doesn't lag the game as much. Jesus, rocket guy. Dude, that the Constellation lander that you were working on last night was sick, dude. I was watching that while I was making dinner. So, if we go into the trip planner, right, we go from Kerbal to Eve. Plane is nice? Thanks. It's a nice little plane. It's just easy to fly around and it has decent range. Finally got it to work too, but more testing is required. Yep. For an Eve lander, investigate small wings and an aerospike, maybe. I don't see a full release date for KSB2. Does anyone know when it's coming? We don't know when the roadmap's going to be finished, Clandestine. And to be honest with you, I don't think the devs know when the roadmap is going to be finished either. But they have a roadmap and some pretty rough dates from what I understand. I know them. You know, I've talked to them a couple of times before. They flew me to freaking Amsterdam to play the damn game. Still can't believe that happened. Some of these things are going to take time to fix. Like the CBTS right there that's going to take some time. I know that's going to take some time because graphics in 3D art is what I went to school for. I know all about that. I know all about that in the applications of game design, and I know all about that in the applications of CAD systems as well. I can do either one. That's why I can edit. That's why I can make really nice looking vehicles in KSB, because I went to school for it. Like, I can make really succinct, really nice stuff, right? Like, see how clean this looks? Yeah, that's on purpose, because I know what I'm doing, right? But, yeah, that's going to take some time, dude. It's very... You know what's, like, interesting to me? You know what's interesting to me is that... It's interesting that they figured that one out. It looks like they figured it out really close to when early access came out and kind of went, uh-oh, yeah, we should fix this immediately. Interesting. HDRP demo from Unity. Let's take a look. It would be pretty crazy if they could get Kerbal to look even better than how it does right now. Do you play Star Citizen? I don't play Star Citizen. I don't play Star Citizen out of fear of addiction, clandestine. Yeah, high dynamic range. Yeah. Okay, so this is HDR-P. I don't know what the P stands for, but high dynamic range. So high dynamic range is basically something that it's lighting. It's really nice lighting. You see how the light's shining on these trees and it's shining in all different colors? That's what HDR does. That's the very, very, very plain English way of saying it. You see how you're getting all these different browns on the trees? That's HDR. High dynamic range picturing. Yeah. Yeah, you see how it overexposes down here and it makes those colors really vibrant? That's what HDR does. High dynamic range. Giving you a high dynamic range of colors, I think is what it goes to. HDR was like something big that was like the new hotness in 2008. The PQS thing probably has to do with why they set the min spec so high. Yeah, and Aqualex, see, that makes sense. And that it also makes sense why I was like, that there's no way. There's no way. There's no way that a 2060 is min spec for this thing. High dynamic rendering, high definition rendering pipeline. The renderer might have HDR support, but it's more that it's a newer, closer to the metal. Oh, okay, Beard. Okay, so it's not high dynamic range, but this does have HDR built into it, I can tell. Interesting. Did you see the faraway shot? Oh, yeah, I saw it. It was just on the screen. That's not. That looks like Icarus, dude. Interestingly enough. Man, if Kerbal looks like that by the time they're done with it, I'm going to crap a brick. That's going to be insane. Anyway, that's good, man. That's good that they know. It's good that they know and they understand what they need to do. That's really important because understanding what you need to fix and how you need to fix it is, yeah, that's useful for fixing things. I know. Oh, yeah, 95, please don't take my pants. I need those. How did you increase performance? Good question, King. So use less fuel tanks and use bigger rocket engines, dude. So, like here, check this out. I'll show you because we need to put up another transfer vehicle, but I have to work on the transfer vehicle. But I'll just show you a launch, right? So check this out. So see this vehicle right here? It's 2 SRBs, a singular fuel tank with the Mammoth attached to it. It's 109 parts, not anything too crazy, but the transfer vehicle is up in there. If I, see the vehicle that I just deorbited, the one that crashed into the lake, that's in there, right? Pretty good. So watch what happens when we go to launch this thing. Your flask looks like a booster. Oh, that's not an accident, dude. Orange tank good. So check this out. You guys think that this thing's going to go, and you're going to be like, all right, you'll get decent frames, but watch. Watch this. Look at that. See? One of my SRBs is bent. See what I'm talking about, dudes? It's really, really nice all the way up. Because now, my guess for why it's doing this is probably because you're not bottlenecking the CPU as much. The less fuel calculations that it has to do because you have less tanks, the more that whole PQS system or whatever, PQS works correctly. That's a guess, though. I don't know if that's true. Also, when your SRB does bends, it... Oh, jeez. This is fine. Oh, yeah. Nah, tanks is not related to PQS. Yeah, that's not what I said, Potzer. Yeah, I didn't say that. I'm saying this is probably putting less load on the CPU altogether. Just a guess, though. I don't know. I didn't say it was related to PQS. Yeah, I don't think it is at all. Why would fuel logic be related to terrain, right? Blah, blah, blah. Come on, EJ, English. I'm saying that if you give the processor less things to do, like flowing fuel, then you're not going to bottleneck the CPU as much. That's my guess, dude. I don't know if that's true or not. This rocket is not going well, though. But at least we could see it failing nice with some nice crystal clear frames here. Yeah, we probably should get rid of those. Where's the flight termination system at? Right down there. It's about 3,200 meters away. See what I mean? Using less fuel tanks and using less motors doesn't put as much load on the CPU. And yeah, once again, Potts, I think that has something to do with it. Like, we're not putting as much load. Ah, there's our flight termination system. Perfect. Putting not as much load on the CPU definitely helps. So what I'm telling you guys is, build your rockets use SRBs when you can, and use as little, the least amount of engines you possibly can, and the biggest fuel tanks. That seems to really, really be a good meta for building right now, and that just pretty much showed it. That was a lot of parts moving around, and it really didn't lag up the game at all. See what I mean? That didn't bottleneck it up at all. However, if I go to launch another rocket, let's, what's another? Well, actually, we can mess with this. So this is another thing that I tested yesterday. I have to get rid of some pieces. This is another thing that I tested yesterday. This thing was testing to see if high part count is actually screwing around with KSP. This is about 100 parts with nothing that consumes fuel. There's no commodities on it. It's just a bunch of girder segments put together. Right? If you look here, we also get very nice frames. Also, these parts are absolutely gigantic, and I kind of low-key want to use them to make a huge freaking space station in space. See what I mean? Yeah, I did all this testing yesterday, dudes. Yeah, so right now you want to play Kerbal, and you don't want it to bug out on you too hard? Less fuel tanks, use SRBs when you can. It's kind of cool, because it's a whole new design meta. I actually really kind of appreciate it. It's actually pretty cool. Pretty neat. Stick engines on it, and let's go. I did do that yesterday, Dunball. Yeah. Heck, you could even get away with using liquid fuel boosters that are on decouplers. If you have a singular tank and singular engine on a decoupler, a liquid fuel booster, as long as it is one tank and one engine, will actually work pretty well. Yeah, the BOLE boosters, Jay. Those are going to be good time, dude. Good time. Yeah, low-key want to build a gigantic space station with that. Use SRBs when you can. SRBs or singular tank, singular engine. Which is interesting because that, now that I'm really thinking about it, that was a thing that we used to do with KSP-1 way back in the day. Actually, the thing that we used to do with KSP-1 had to do with overheating. So you had to put one fuel tank in front of another to prevent the engine from exploding. It was a little bit different, but yeah. That's what's going to make you a nice, good rocket. We did have to deal with wobbling in KSP-1. That was absolutely a thing. Alright, so, the transfer vehicle. Let's go over here. Can you double it to 200? The simulation really starts taking a dump for me with this computer, Eukerman, past 300 parts. 300 parts is when it starts to get a little... But, this thing does work. So I'm going to save it and say... Let's start small transfer vehicle. Mark II. We'll call it banana safe. We don't fly safe. We banana safe. All right, so let's get this and just take this off of here. And let's start working with the transfer vehicle again. So our problem right now is that physics-less parts really like to move around. How are we going to fix that problem? And the other part of this is that we really don't have a lot of delta V here. Not enough delta V for what I want to do to go to even back safely and reliably. So we're going to need to figure that one out. This is a nice transfer vehicle, though. We just used it to get to Eve last night. It does work. It works pretty damn well. It's got enough for... How many Kerbals? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. We got enough to send 8 Kerbals up, but I only put 2 on there because the pod only has 2 people on it. Or we could send out a 3-person pod. So it's a three-man crew or 3 Kerbal crew here. But the thing is, like I said, we don't have a lot of Delta V. We don't have the Delta V for an Eve trip, and we certainly don't have the Delta V to land on Eve either. Kerbal entry and exit, 9:30. Intercept, 5:20. Low orbit, 1300. Okay. Oh. All right, so let me check out some things. Can we run struts? First of all, with the physicsless parts, let's just check into some stuff. Can we run struts to the RCS? No, you can't. Okay. Eve surface is assuming a landing without aero braking. Well, yeah, Yarg, but there's a bunch of other things that we have to take into account here. The other things that we have to take into account is thrust to weight. That's what I'm worried about. What's the gravity on Eve? This thing does not have... Even if I went to go and land this thing down there, provided you could do it, we do not have the TWR to do that. Hey, Midcloud. They left out all the Kraken Tech pieces. The thermometers? We don't have the thermometers, but we have the RCS ball. You could still do Kraken Tech. Oh, yeah. An Aerospike lander? 320-second specific impulse. That's pretty good. Yeah. The swivel makes 320 at 215. But 280 in atmosphere. 280 at 188. But see, the Aerospike doesn't have gimbal, guys. That's the problem. There's no thrust vectoring with that thing. Give me 1 second, dudes. The vector works well. How would I describe Delta V to a friend that has no clue about rocket science? Well, that's my bread and butter, Keen Bob. Make sure you give credit where credit is due. No, I'm just kidding. I don't care. Delta V is how far a spacecraft can go in space. But spacecraft range is not measured in distance. It's measured in acceleration. The further you can accelerate, the faster you can go, the farther you go in space. Because how orbits work is calculated via speed, how fast you can go. So, if you can accelerate to a certain speed, you can orbit around Earth. You accelerate to an even faster speed, you can orbit around the moon. Does that make sense? Yeah, Anglonius, we saw it, and I read it on stream just so VOD viewers can have it as well. Sounds like science to you. That's some science talk. Yep. Yep. I'm wondering how we're going to solve the RCS problem, dudes. Yeah, Marvin is hanging out on the front. Panta, I'm going to replace Marvin because he gets all googly-eyed up here. Marvin doesn't like being outside. We'll put him inside the capsule. And he's actually sitting on the underside. I don't want that. I want him on the top of the vehicle. We'll install Mini Marvin up here. There we go. Cool. And I'll redo that strut right there. Okay, save that. Why not use the super small core? I mean, we could. Let me see the differences here. That one has reaction wheel torque. So does that one. That one does too. We could use the small one. Doesn't really matter. So now the other thing that we got to kind of take into account is these radial attached batteries. The game didn't like those. They were drifting around all over the place. So those have 400 units of electrical charge. So we had 800. How about we do a node attached battery here, and we see where that takes us. We'll just put it inside and just, I don't have necessarily any problems clipping the battery inside of the spacecraft. Batteries usually aren't hanging around on the outside unless it's the ISS, in which case they're still covered up. Okay, cool. So that fixes those drifting problems. The HG55 didn't seem to drift anywhere at all. So now I'm kind of wondering, you know, how do we prevent the RCS from doing that? Can the RCS node attach? Can we do that? Does it have a node? Like, can we? It didn't have a node in Kerbal. Nah, it doesn't. Crap. Strut it? I don't think we can attach struts to it. Nope. I'm nerding out on the differences between PQS and HDRP. I'll let you know if I find anything worth mentioning. Sounds good, man. RCS on a decoupler. No, now that actually might, yeah, maybe. See if you can route to the RCS. Nope, it won't route to a physics-less part. Yeah, I got you. Yes. Well, they're switching from PQS to HDRP. At least that's what they said. Will RCS work on the decoupler? I'm not sure. This is something we'd have to test, dudes. Let's I don't know. You might be right. I just don't know why you're right. That actually might do it. That might fix it. It will, but why? I'm not sure, but that might do it, Yarg. I'm once again, not 100% the reason. Because remember, I don't know if you were here when I did the strut on decoupler. I attached the strut to the decoupler, and it did get the game to work correctly. But that was for an entirely different case circumstance. You know, like, I'm not sure if that's going to do it. So I think that it's drifting from leaving the spacecraft and coming back. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to take this, I'm going to take the airplane, and I'm going to put it on runway 2, and we're going to launch the thing. I don't know, Aqualux. I'm looking for a solution inside of the game. Let's just fly around for a second, get away from the thing. I'm just trying to get out of render range, guys, so basically have the game deconstruct the vehicle, but it knows it's there, so when we come back to it, we'll see if the parts drifted around. So let's just go for a quick flight, a little ways away. We should be out of render range now. Decouplers are fixed position in game, and that's why it should hold the RCS with its fixed position, but didn't test it, only suggested. No, it makes sense, dude. I'll be honest, it makes sense. Alright, let's bring her around town, come in for a landing. Bring it around town. I think it's 2.5 still, Wolfram, yeah. That's the next thing I'm going to test, Aqualix. Eukerman, I did the Pima streams, dude. But yeah, I've live streamed, yeah. Live streamed next to it. It was a good time. The one you saw the SR-71 at Pima, yeah, pretty cool. Did you see the Super Guppy? That's the best part, dude. Why did your plane make so many lines in the air? Kulima, it's because it's made out of a bunch of different procedural wings. I combined 4 or 5 procedural wings together to make one big wing. That's why it thinks the game thinks that the end of these wings are contrails. The game thinks the contrails are the end of the wing, but in reality it's a bunch of wings. Yeah, the reason why I wanted to do it is because I wanted flaps. Yeah, I wanted flaps. Also, I kind of have a theory that this is way stronger than just making one big wing because everything is strutted together. Basically, real airplanes are made like this. That's why they have stringers in there. I have struts in between my wings. See the struts that are being highlighted? Those struts are working like stringers. They're working like stringers and bulkheads, like on a real wing. So my wing doesn't... Yeah, I think structurally it works more like it. I don't know how Kerbal's aero simulation works. I have no idea. Pretty much north, yeah. But sorry, I mixed it up. No, don't worry about it. I don't care. Doesn't bother me. Pretty cool though, right? Pima is a treasure, dude. That's one of the best. That's one of the best aviation museums in the country. It's right up there with the Smithsonian, obviously, where Discovery and the SR-71 are. It's right up there with that and Wright-Patterson. Wright-Patterson, Pima, and the Smithsonian are the three best. Museum of Flight is right after that too. Also, nice touchdown. Thank you. Trying to get right up close to the thing. Where's this bad boy built to go? V said, I built this plane just to fly around so I could explore Kerbin. It can pretty much go about a quarter of the way around the planet if you wanted to use the entire tank of fuel. Or you could fly pretty much to the desert and back. I took this plane on a flight over to the desert over there and back. Yeah, on a stream a little while. I wanted to do a plane building stream. Have you been to the Museum of Flight? I've been to the Museum of Flight, LSR, with the developers of KSP. Yeah. I had the pleasure of going to the Museum of Flight with them in 2019. It's a good time. How do you play this at 11 frames? Pushing the buttons. Which Museum of Flight? The Museum of Flight in Seattle. Did they move? No, they didn't. All right. F5. Let's drop a quick save and let's... How do I play it? Actually, I figured out ways that makes the simulation work a little bit better. Right now, the simulation's kind of lagging because there's a lot of stuff in the scene. All right, so let's switch back over to the vehicle. Did she drift? No? No, they didn't. Oh. Huh. Interesting. Yeah, the decoupler magic. Well, you know, the next step is to send it up into space, right? Like, that's what we got to do. So, let's recover that. Let's go to the tracking station. Let's recover the plane. Does this still have the debris on the other side of the planet where I crashed? I don't know. Alright. So, let's put the transfer vehicle up on one of the rockets and we'll go. We just got to make sure not to stage the stupid decouplers. You got to do it in the map view, Kelleher. The window on the side doesn't update. So, like, go into your map view and, like, right-click and hit destroy. That works. Yeah, guys, I mean, I can play with bad frames. I'm pretty patient, dude. You got to be patient with spaceflight stuff. That's something that I've learned. You got to be patient with spaceflight. And Kerbal is a spaceflight simulator, so Okay. All right. There we go. Okay. So they didn't drift around on the ground, which is interesting. That's strange. Let's see. Let's think about this. What are we going to do here? Let's think. Let's think. We got to get it up into space. All right, we're going to do this way. This ain't going to be pretty, but it's going to work. Oh, maybe we should put a decoupler on there first. That probably would help. Yeah, this one is going to look a little bit strange. There we go. Yeah, it might work. Why not just use the structural adapter? Because this way works too. All right, just go. This is fine. Still fine. Wait for it. Wait for it. Good enough. Show off. Wait, yeah. I had a feeling this might do this, but that's okay. I quick saved a position for it in the air. The SRB is literally... Ooh. Well. Okay, so here's what we do. We go into electrical. We deploy those good old solar panels right there, and now we fly. No, I hit a quick save when we were up in the air. I want to see what happens. And kaput. Sploosh. Okay, cool. Now let's load a quick save and see what happens. Pause the simulation. Doesn't seem to be moving around. They're all their relative position seems to be the same. They drift around, Norath. That's why we didn't put them on there. Nope, she ain't drifting. Nope, looks good. I guess we'll go this way then. Fly, transfer vehicle, fly! I really hope this isn't an example of what's going to happen on Eve. Fly with the solar panels! No! Boom! Alright. That didn't seem to have any problems, interestingly enough. So, we need to send it again. Yeah. Alright, I'll put it on one of my other rockets. Let me think. I mean, the other solution that we can do is just this. Not an ideal solution, but we know it'll work. Yeah, let's do that. Screw it. We'll go Von Braun style. Cool, Crobe. All right. Man, this rocket is butt ugly. I'm really kind of... I don't really know how to feel because this is working. I don't really know how to feel about this. Yeah, Hawks. Less engines is the key. Literally less engines, less fuel tanks. KSP, for whatever reason, it clogs up using commodities. So if you have a one engine pulling from like 20 fuel tanks or an RCS pulling from 20 fuel tanks, the game takes a dump. Yeah, I'm not 100% sure on the reasons why, but it does. Go away, Struts. You are drunk. I just wanted to get one of these things up in space. See what it does. See? Nice and buttery smooth, baby. So what I'm trying to test right now is, because I launched one of these vehicles out to Eve yesterday, and when we launched it out to Eve, my RCS kept just drifting around on the vehicle. But Chad and I came up with a theory. It's mostly Chad. It wasn't me. It wasn't me. We came up with a theory that it's the if we attach the RCS to a decoupler and just don't stage the decoupler, that might actually fix it. So right now, I just need to get one of these things up in space and see where it takes us. How'd you get it running this well? Use less motors, less engines and less fuel tanks, less RCS thrusters. Try to make as simple of a vehicle as you possibly can. It gets the game to run real nice. So if you have like 30 different tanks that one engine is pulling from, the game will take a dump. Simultaneously, if you have one engine pulling from 30 different tanks, it'll also take a dump. If you have a bunch of RCS pulling from a bunch of small RCS tanks, it'll really take a dump. That's the worst one. Basically, commodity exchange is really screwing up the game. Which is weird, but yeah, that's what it's doing. Now I'm just trying to solve the last problem that the transfer vehicle had, which is part drift. The RCS and the physics-less parts like to drift around. It's more engine count, Jay, but yeah. Does it do the same with high numbers of batteries? Yes. It's any commodity. So electric, yeah. I tried zapping all the electricity out of a battery, right? And the more batteries you have, the more parts that use electricity, it'll create a worse frame rate. Yes. I don't know why. I just know that that's what it does. So try to make as simple vehicles as you possibly can. Now, just because you have one fuel tank and one thruster doesn't mean that you're going to make a crazy vehicle. This is why, like, you can't make a crazy cool vehicle. This is why I took the transfer vehicle and took the second fuel tank out of the equation. And then I reduced the hab module to just that. It's the very front of the transfer vehicle and the very back of the transfer vehicle all combined in one. And this thing works excellent. We went to Eve with it last night. Flyby and capture. We didn't go down to the surface, but I'm looking to try and solve that problem today. What I need to do though is I need to see if this vehicle can if we've solved the RCS drift, because that made the vehicle hard to control on the way back. Okay. All right, we're up here. Let's stop it. Hit the quick save. Go back to the Space Center. And let's go from there. How are we gonna do this? Yeah, Kench, yeah, but a lot of people are kind of struggling with the vehicles and stuff, so yeah, that's why I've been just saying, yeah, you got to do this. This is what works. Let's say I had a docking port behind my engine to jettison my engine to dock. Do I need a stack to go? I wouldn't attach to the docking port, Doom. No. Docking ports, it's a lesson that I learned from KSP1. Docking ports are not structural. They're not structural in real life. They don't dock, they don't use the hatch to dock vehicles together. You know what I mean? What I used to do in KSP1 was turn on same vessel interaction and have like I-beams or something hold the vehicle up against it. And the docking port was only meant to pull you in. Dude, I had entire vehicles, like launch vehicles, not even spacecraft docking to a space station or something. I had entire vehicles that were only held together with a docking port. See? I have a docking port and a small decoupler on that thing. And this tank right here, the one that has 39 on it, that's the serial number for the stage. That has same vessel collision on it. And then the top of the inner stage on that also has same vessel collision on it. The only thing holding my second stage and payload and my first stage is a small docking port. But the colliders on that fairing and the colliders on the tank are structural. That's a lot stronger than the damn docking port. Just food for thought. That's how I used to do it. Docking ports are not structural. Don't use them for structure. Bad idea. Okay, we'll make sure that this is all clear, and then we'll send this up there. So the engine won't destroy the docking port? Well, to play on my stage there, right? On my stage there, the docking port is only to hook the second stage in. There's a decoupler behind it. So when I would stage the first stage to the second stage would separate with the decoupler, and the decoupler and the docking port would stay with the first stage. Second stage would go out, keep flying the second stage. So, yeah, actually, it's attached to the stage. It's not even attached to the engine. My engines are hanging, believe it or not. That decoupler was attached to the tank that said 39 on it, and then I just hang the engine in there, which is how a real rocket works. The rocket engine isn't used for structure. That's not smart. All right, so now let's launch up to the transfer vehicle and see if the RCS moves around. Good old flange and bolt, pretty much. That's exactly right. If you bolt something together, the bolt isn't necessarily, there are cases like a head stud or something where it is. The bolt isn't necessarily what's holding things together. It's the pieces of metal that are butting up against each other. The bolts just tell the metal where to stay. But the structure is carried through the flange, if that makes any sense. That's how rockets work, at least. Don't get me wrong. I know there are cases where the bolt absolutely is structural. It's integral to the structure. All right, let's do this. Ready? Yeah, okay, Aquilux. Marvin's on board. These are just tests, guys. I just want to make sure that the RCS doesn't drift around. So we'll send Marvin out for a nice, fun little ride here. Can I just... Pad 2 mutes the music. Number pad 1 mutes the entire game. Yeah, Bank, maybe a little bit, dude. I love that noise, dude. That air ripping noise. It sounds so good. Could we put couplers on there to fix Marvin's eyes? Meat, if this test works, sure, why not? I don't see why we couldn't. The music in this game is 10 out of 10, dude. I'm sorry, like, no one can contest that. The music's so good. Might look a bit odd though. We can gizmo the eyes away from the decoupler. So good. It does remind me of Halo, especially when you get out to some of the other planets VSET. Minmus music sounds like straight Forerunner music. Thrust tailing off on SRB, standing by for separation. It's got like the voices in the back, the not exactly like Halo, but it definitely sounds like it, which is dope. Ullage motor, upper stage ignition. Upper stage ignition on time. Everything's looking good. Marvin, you're looking good on the ascent. So once again, these are uncrewed test flights that I'm checking to make sure that stuff doesn't drift around. But wait a minute, fellas. Wait a minute. Has the RCS on the pod ever drifted around? Yeah, it did on some of your ships. I'm wondering if it does it on mine, though. Interesting. Alright. Launch escape system jettison. We're mode 2 Bravo. Mode 2 Bravo. Hillness, as I recall, only the RCS on the transfer vehicle is moving around. Did the RCS on the pod, has the RCS on the pod ever drifted? I don't remember the RCS on the pod ever drifting. Like, these things don't move. Why? Why would that be the case? The RCS on your pods move around. Yeah, interesting. But I don't seem to recall these things ever causing us any problems. It's just the RCS on the vehicle. Now that RCS is attached to a cargo bay, which is interesting. What's the root part? No, neither of them have that on root part, dude. Yeah, I see it, Helmus. I see it. Guys, I'm not talking about your pods. I'm talking about mine. Like, in the past VODs, have you ever seen anything like that happen? Yeah, it's interesting, dude. Sometimes Marvin's eyes move around, and sometimes they don't, which is also strange. try to get that to that here. All right, let's see what we got. Stand by for Seco. Seco 1. Okay. I'm not going to be worried about disposing of the stage or anything like I usually do. We'll just fly this thing right up there. See if we can slow down a little bit with the RCS, get a little bit of a closer intercept. It's the inclination that's really screwing me up right now. So what we'll do is let's take the entire thing and turn it. We're going to turn anti-normal here because we're going over the ascending node between the two orbits. See how that says 2.6? You want to get a good rendezvous? When you set the vehicle as target, you really want your ascending and descending node to read 0. If you get them to read 0, it's going to be easier to get to the other thing. Because look, easier to get to your target. Because look, my orbit's tilted relative to the transfer vehicle. See, the transfer vehicle's the white line. I'm the blue line. See how they're tilted? No good. Getting that 2.6 to read 0 is a good way to, well, you're fixing your inclination. Ideally, you want to launch into the orbit that thing is in, so you don't have to do this up here. But once again, this is, the margins are here with the stage. It's not that big of a deal. Hey, Waller, thanks for the raid, dude. I appreciate it. Let's see, burning anti-normal on the ascending node takes that number and lowers it down, and that's getting our approach a lot closer. Gary, you're getting a lot faster. What is that, a robot pilot? That's Marvin. See? Marvin is my autopilot. He's just a probe core that we put googly eyes on, and he flies the vehicle around. That's pretty neat, right? Oh, we didn't push the AP up high enough. Alright, switch into target mode. Find the retrograde indicator. It's right above us. But we're 8 kilometers below it, so we gotta... This is gonna be a little bit of a shady transfer, but once again, I'm just trying to get there fast, so... Just gotta use the RCS to slow down a little bit. I've overburned. See, I'm using the RCS to just correct this a little bit because we overburned. Anyway, Waller, what were you up to? Thank you very much for the raid, buddy. Nice. Very rare. You're playing KSV 1, dude. Right on, man. What were you up to over there? All right, let's roll. 200, there we go. That's a good intercept. I mean, it's not the most efficient, but it'll work. Heavily modded with a huge interstellar system. Cool, man. That's cool, dude. Right on. Thank you very much for the raid, man. Thanks for bringing your posse here. Thank you. You boys some kind of posse? I hate posses. It's from a movie. It's me, of course it's from a movie. Come on. There we go. We're here. All right, so... It's early access, Domedy. Yeah, if you're not prepared to shell out 50 for an early access game, game's super freaking buggy. It's hard to play. You gotta know how to play it. But it's gonna get better soon. Oh, hello, vehicle. Yeah, man. It's fun. It reminds me of playing KSP 1 back in the day, dude. Believe it or not. Question, will you make Skylab? I have Skylab with a nuclear engine attached to it right there. How much more Skylab do you want? Alright, so let's switch to the vehicle. Did they move? Ah. Yeah, they did. All of them. How did you make it run well? If you use bigger fuel tanks and less engines, dude, it'll run really good. Yeah, don't use a lot of engines or a lot of fuel tanks. So a lot of clustered engine designs, that really doesn't work too well. They drifted. They still drifted out of position. Will you be covering the undocking crew 5 and 8 hours? Yeah. They still drifted. That's actually a lot. That's more than what we've seen, which is weird. Why? Why are they doing that? They all drifted. Yeah, they all drifted up, which is weird. strange. It's like they're having trouble figuring out where they are when the vehicle goes to rebuild itself, like when we come near it, you know? No, they don't drag in time warp, but with quick saving and quick loading. Have you tested some inside of a cargo part? Champ, I noticed that the RCS on my pod doesn't drift, and those are attached to a cargo bay, which is weird. Well, not noticed. I'm pretty sure they don't. We'll check it right now. They should. Uh-oh. Nope. See? The pod doesn't drift. What the heck's up with that? But the real question is, did these drift anymore? Nope. Yeah, they did. All right. Oops, I destroyed the wrong thing. Oh well. You know what I want to do? Here, let's go over here. Wait. Wait. How is Bill in this? How? Here's Eve, by the way. I hope you enjoy it. This pod was empty last night when I left it here. But the reason why I switched to this pod is because I wanted to see if the RCS was moving. Yep. Yeah, it is. Damn. I didn't forget him, Wes. I swear. I didn't forget him. I swear. How did you get in here? What? Bill? Interstellar travel is not available, Salute. No. Why is he here? How did you get here? You were just on the ground in the plane that I was flying around. On Kerbal. I don't understand. How the frick? Akron, I don't know. I don't know what the frick's going on with that. Bill, that pod was empty when I left last night. You can go watch the VOD. Bill was just flying around in the airplane that I was using for testing a second ago. And the game somehow put him on Eve. Oh, crap. How did he get out there? How does that even happen? Okay, so the decoupler solution didn't work. It's a known bug. Yeah, that sucks. It's Bill's evil clone. Is he here? Hold on. He's not. He's not in here. She's not in there. Radar repaired, sir. Picking up signs of a Winnebago. Winnebago? Bill invented a teleporter when I wasn't looking. Yeah. Mount RCS on a bunch of different parts and see which parts moves. Yeah. That's a weird one. Guys, I'm not even going to begin to pretend why. Like I know why that did that. I'm not yet. No, I have no idea. No, I have no freaking clue. Nope. Yep. No idea. Bill's evil clone, hands. Yeah, Bill moment. Anyway, alright, well, we're not going to solve the transfer vehicle drifting problem so much. Hey, Toronto, thanks for the raid. Ever watched Solaris? A long time ago, dude. So with re-entry heat not in the game, could he parachute to Eve's surface? Yeah, yeah.
Discovery.
We're raiding peacefully, we swear. Hey, DeJong, what's going on? 24-month resub. How you doing? Taradra, thanks for the raid, man. What were you playing today? Yeah, Uselessium, that works. We confirmed that yesterday. Yeah. I'm trying to think like what would be a good thing to do. Maybe we should build a space station for a little while, or we could use the transfer vehicles to get to Eve. It doesn't really. Let's think. No problem, sir. Just Minecraft. I had an old version of our world, and we visited that for the last hour. Cool. Neat. I kind of want to build like a gnarly big space station. To be honest with you. I want to see how big we could make it. Like, how would we go about attaching all these truss pieces together? Let me think. All right. Let's do this. Let's go in here like this. I want to build a space station to see if we can get the game to take a dump. All right, so we'll build it around truss segments. Let's use the yeah, this one is fine. So oh yeah. So what if we like dock all these things together? Oh, yeah. Yeah, Aqualex, interesting. What if we just make a piece that looks like this, and then put docking ports on it, so we can dock this stuff together? See, but now this begs the question, so what do we use to get this up there, right? What do we use to get our truss pieces up there, and how do we maneuver them into position? And how do we get them lined up? That's really important. We got to make sure that they align. Maybe we could use some type of probe and drogue. It has holes in it, not very sealed. Well, this part is. Hi, Jesse. How are you? Look at the corners. I'm just building truss segments, Doom. Jesse's good? Cool. So we're doing freedom or mirror? I don't know, Nova. I just kind of want to just keep attaching pieces together. Like, can you do like a shuttle with the Canadarms to grab and move parts out of the bay? Skater, you could do that in KSP1. I did that in KSP1. Yeah, not right now because we don't have robotic parts in 2. But if we go in here like this, let me show you. No, that's something else. That's also something else. Let me back it up. It would be over here. There's the shuttle. There's the shuttle going through re-entry in Kerbal 1. There's the Centaur G. As you can see, I have the robotic arm. It's there. See it? Ah, yeah, there we go. You could do that in KSP1, but we don't have robotics right now, so it's kind of difficult to do in KSP2. But yeah, the arm is difficult to use. Yeah, that's the Puma Integrated Support Structure, or PIS for short. I named it the Puma Upper Stage because the Centaur is an imaginary animal, and so is the Puma. Yeah, Puma. Just like the Chupa thingy. I like it. It's got a nice ring to it. The flat sections, could we pick up on the flat sections? Well, let me take a look. I don't know. It's just the docking threshold kind of is poo-poo on these things. Like, we don't have mag force. They just, if the docking ports get near each other, they snap. I don't know how we're going to be able to line stuff up. Build a skyscraper in space. That's kind of what I want to do. Zymus, yeah. You know what? You know what? You know what? You know the way to get around this? The way to get around this is to launch the spine of the space station all in one shot. And then just dock stuff to the outsides, like hab modules and whatnot. Just get 4 Clydesdales on it. But we're gonna need some guidance systems here. You know what? I don't like that center one. Let's do this. There we go. Yeah. All right. See, I don't want to bog these things down with RCS, because 1, the RCS drifts around, and 2, you know, once we put all the station together, if we tried to move it around, it would break. Are we starting space station construction? I want to do another test to see how big of a station we can kind of put up there. Like, how crazy can this thing actually get? Like, how nutso can you get with the game? So, we might need an orbital tug to do this. But we could really fix the orbital tug and make it work right with if we have reaction control systems. So I could make a really simple thing, right? I kind of really want to see what Kerbal can do. This dog bone would do us right. If we just had a bunch of these. Okay. Alright, so how would we make a space tug for this thing? We'll see if we can make like a power tower station or something. Clef, I rescued Jeb, Tombrin, and Tim C from the Eve transfer vehicle, but we figured out that the RCS drifts around, and there's no way we can reuse transfer vehicles if we're going to do that, which is that kind of sucks, but... I mean, if we give the transfer vehicle some SAS and use the overpowered gyros in KSP, that would actually fix that problem. Why don't we make a dock for all the transfer vehicles? Fuel dump? Fuel dump? Fuel dump. Yeah, I agree. Cool. Alright, so... Alright, so what do we want this to look like here? We're going to need something like that, and then we're going to need just boatloads of hydrogen tanks. And the hydrogen tanks need to be on docking ports themselves. And we can just... Make the tug with large tanks to keep the center mass inside of the tug. Yeah, we could do that. These things aren't really heavy. Fuel transfer is working. Big Pig. Yeah, of course. You have to do it in the resource menu down there when you're up in flight. That's pretty cool. Yeah, let's do this. Let's do this. Yeah, I want to do this. So, alright. So how are we going to do this? How are we going to do this right? Let's make this our core node here. So actually put that on there. And what we will do... okay, this is a 5 meter... It's a 5 meter module. Alright, so give me that, right? And then we'll put that in the main line. Actually, can we radially attach these things to... Oh, you freaking can. Alright, never mind. Hold on. Better solution. Dude, we could have hab modules inside of the trusses. And then all you gotta do is just gizmo them into position. Let's go into ortho view, right? Oh, come on now. That's cool. It makes it look like the space frame is actually going into the truss. How many parts is that? It's 12 freaking parts. 12 parts. Alright. Okay. Alright, so now what we can do is we'll connect via struts right here. So we got to move the camera up in here, and we got to make sure we're attaching to the hab module, right? so just move this down a little ways like this. And then we can have 3 struts going down like that to this piece, right? And then move these struts into position like that. In fact, if I did that on the whole chain, this would really, really... We basically grandparent strut this whole thing together. It would be really, really strong. Oh, that's sick. That actually looks really cool, man. Can a Kerbal get into the module if it's in the truss? No. We're going to have an airlock module that we're going to need to send. Have we looked at the dev diary from about an hour ago? Yep. Yeah, we have. And then we could just... Oh. That's cool. I'm actually super pumped on this. That's awesome. Good to know that docking ports still do that. Okay. So, like, you could even break symmetry by doing that. All right, cool. So here's our modules. Right now we're gonna need... We need to go out here for a moment. Oh, I duplicated the subassembly, so it deleted it. Frick. Okay. I know I'm late, but I just saw the KSP2 trailer, and it's absolutely fantastic. Whoa, 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 whoa. Yeah, it's pretty sweet, right? I have an idea. Make a fuel dump with the large spherical tanks. Yeah. We can do that, dude. Yeah, that's absolutely... I mean, how... I don't know how we're going to get the balls up there, but I don't want to do that like that. I just had a realization that I don't really want to do that way. Interesting. I know, it's weird. I know. It just kind of came to me right then and there that we shouldn't store those like that. No, it's the strangest thing. Fuel is stored in the balls, Fuel is stored in the balls, That was not a great design aesthetic. No. Yeah, you're right. It was not ideal. It was not ideal. Yeah, I like the dog bone here. That's cool. And then the hab modules can go in between that, and we can just modify this the dog bone. It looks like a dog bone. That's cool. All right. Now, how are we going to do this? How are we going to modify this? You know what? It would be better if we did something like that. But that is a monster freaking module, and I'm not sure how we would move this into space. The reason why I wanted to make this big module like this is because if we do something like this, right? If we do something like that... Actually, that's not going to work either. We would need an entire U-shaped module because I would want something like this. Like, if we wanted to build something crazy like this, it's not really going to work. Alright, so, yeah, that's out. We'll just go with a power tower style station. That'll work for now. See, that's what I mean. I have no way to really line these docking ports up. There's no way to get them aligned if I make them separate modules. Like if I make this attached to that, there's no way we can get the docking ports to line with each other. That's the trouble here. Now, we could always get away with using the square segments for alignment. That could kind of work, I think. What were the old ways of how we line stuff up? I think we use different parts for alignment. Yeah, we'd need a guide rails or we'd need guide rails or something. Huh. Octags in the Yarg welder. Well, we know that's off limits right now. We're not going to be able to do that. Okay. So, let's try with the square. The square is going to be even harder to line up, dudes. That's going to be even more difficult. But, well, not necessarily. All right, so how about we go with a smaller docking port? Let's try the 2.5. If we go with a smaller, then it's not going to really hold together now, is it? Maybe the 375. And then some kind of guide system. Yeah, okay, that could work. And if I had some kind of square attachment system, we could go in and guide the thing into position, center it, and then push into the docking port. I like that. That'll work. So let's use the 375s. That looks like a CBM. Cool. So, all right, let's design one module and see if we can kind of throw this all together, make it look good. All right, so we have our truss system, and now we need those hab modules, right? We want the hab modules inside, at least some of these things. All right, so we do that. All right, and then let's just kind of work with something here. Oh, dude, it's exact. That can't be an accident. And then we can just gizmo that sucker in there. I mean, the ladder won't really work, but it does look freaking cool. Now, if we put this thing down here, now what do we put down there? Is it centered? Yeah, I think so. Let's check orthos. It's going to be really hard to get in there and select the thing. Actually, it's not too bad. I was going to say, it's going to be tough to get in there and select it, but... No, not exactly. So let's just do some quick finessing. There we go. Now, let's go back into structure, and let's see what we got. Do we have a solid 375 truss connector? No, not really. Damn. You guys like this or the circle one more? I thought the circle one looked kind of cooler. Because this is just those pieces are just floating in the inside of this thing there. With the circle trusses, they look like they were connected, you know? I kind of digging circles. The circles are... I think the circle looks cooler as well. All right, cool. All right, then it wasn't just me. That actually works. To me, it would if it was connected on both ends. Yeah, I see what you're saying. Will there be a tug to move stuff around? Well, yeah, we're going to have to be able to assemble this whole damn thing. Huh. Or we could just try to build a station and launch it in one piece. That's kind of what I wanted to try, dude, to be honest with you. I wanted to just send it. I mean, we could do that plausible realism thing. That's all fine and dandy, but kind of just want to get a little nutty here, you know? It's okay, Zeke. It's not bad. I do kind of miss the KSP1 editor, though. I will say. All right, let's do... Yeah, get a little... Yeah, exactly, Screaming. Yeah, let's do something dumb. You know, we can. Right now, game's in a super rough state. We don't need to play like super realistic, right? Like... How'd you get it to run good? Using less fuel tanks, Maddie? Less fuel tanks and less engines will get you a better simulation rate, dude. Yeah, I know it seems weird, but that's what it does. Yeah, this will do it. Alright, so let's get some... We need a probe core, right? Hey, Whitney, thanks for the raid. Dumbbell. Yeah, I know. Thank you. We're just getting raided by everybody today. I do appreciate it. Yeah, there's the batteries. I'm trying to figure out how to make like kind of a modular space station so we could build something nuts. All right. You know what we could do? For the core module, right? We could do that, right? And then we could go to... Like Doom here, check this out. We could... No. Just really have to find a way to cap the payload bay off. You guys, you know Space Explorer Whitney, Space Explorer W, fellow Kerbal streamer and STEM educator of the Français variety. What's up, Whitney? How are you? The core module needs to be the big ball tank.
Go at throttle up.
Right? Yeah, it really does. Blood fam, what's up, dude? It's baseball, baby. Baseball, baby! Yeah, we need... Turn the ball tank into a giant Marvin. So you guys want the Gigantor hydrogen tank, huh? What about the monoprop ball? Oh my goodness. Okay. All right, that's... This is supposed to be family friendly. Yes, I know. Yeah, Arsenal. Yeah, sure. Momento. Not bad. Can we... I'm wondering, can we take the struts? Yay for upside down parts. Where am I? Stop it. Dog bone. Dude, oh man, we'll be able to make some freaking crazy space stations with this thing. Yeah, this is gonna be fun. Can we get away with that? Nah, that doesn't look as cool. I don't like that. Camera. Yeah, there we go. That's not bad. Now, what do we connect all this stuff to, you know? Like, I'm thinking it's going to take a lot of launches to launch again and again and again and again. Maybe we should work on... Maybe I'll work on some concepts for this over the weekend, Doom. That's probably... In fact, that's probably what I'm going to do. You know? This is looking good, but... I did want to do that Eve lander now that I'm thinking about it. Because this thing is sick, man. I don't hate this thing. Let's, we'll save that one for another day. Let's load up this thing. Okay, here we go. I know that this thing needs some changes done to it. We have to move around some of the struts. All right, let's roll. I'd rather fly missions than sit here and design all day, especially with Kerbal 2. Especially since we got the stupid thing working correctly. Okay, so this has a transfer vehicle on it, but the thing about that, we know with the transfer vehicle that it's going to. The RCS is going to drift. Oh, that's the old version of it. We do not want that. No. I'm just trying to delete it. The one time I actually wanted to delete. There we go. Okay, now ATV Mark II. There we go. Please, please stop doing that. There we go. Yep. Okay. Okay. Alright, alright, alright. Yep, no, if I wanted to make a fairing, I would have clicked the make a fairing button, game. Alright, so... What is your next destination? I'm not 100% sure, dude. Let's go over here like this and just make the modified. We got to modify this a little bit. We got to make some changes. So we're going to have to deal with the crappy RCS, and I'm not exactly sure how to fix that. You know what I mean? Like, there's really no way around it. We just kind of have to deal with it, which sucks, but it is what it be. She's going to drift around whether we really like it or not. Those need to go up there because I noticed they were clipping in last time. And struts, okay. There we go. Okay, all my internal strutting is still there. Good. Excellent. All right, we have the upgraded probe core. That's all set to go. So now what I'll do is we'll save small transfer vehicle, save it, overwrite, then load up the low poly launcher. This is how your Min-Miss rover challenge is going? Let me see. What's the challenge this week, 95? Maybe we could do that. This is the challenge. Let me take a look. What's our challenge? Kerbal, the KSP2 weekly challenge is land on Min-Miss. Primary, land on Min-Miss. Stretch, land on Min-Miss, land on Mun, and back to Kerbin. Jeb level, land on Min-Miss. Deploy rover, drive all the way around. Reboard spacecraft, fly back to Kerbin. Val level, all of Jeb goals but at a single craft. Yeah, Shy, we could do that. We could make disposable RCS modules. The Val level is... Oh... Alright, you know what, dudes? Let's do this. Let's do this. I'll put it in the title. Let's do this. Let's do this. We can do this. I've decided. We want to make a rover, huh? That'll be... This will be fun. This will be a good time. It's nice seeing you enjoy the game. Yeah, man. Alright, so... Are we going to do Val level? We have to make an SSTO? Alright, how would we go about doing that? We have to make a rover that lands on Minmus? We have to make something that can SSTO. Land on Minmus, deploy the rover, drive all the way around, reboard the spacecraft, fly back to Kerbin. All of Jeb goes but at a single craft. Hint, make a rover SSTO. I don't think it's an SSTO to... I don't think it has to be an... It's an SSTO from Minmus. SSTO... SS to Strover. Strover. What do you guys think? Jeb level says land on Minmus, deploy rover. So is Val level make an SSTO that gets to the surface of Minmus and then deploys a rover? Well, how can you make it in a single craft if you're deploying a rover, Aqualex? Yeah. But in a single craft. Okay, so yeah, I'd assume that deploy rover is not a thing. Okay, got it. Got it. Got it. All right. Well... So, all right, just to make sure we're good on the rules here, dudes. Just to make sure we're good on the rules. Does that mean, does it have to SSTO from Kerbin to Minmus? Yes, no, no, yes, no, 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 no. Single craft, so yes. You would say yes. Oh, okay. So we're building an SSTO now, huh? It SSTOs back from Minmus. It says a single craft. The SSTO for Minmus orbit is for Minmus orbit, not Kerbin orbit. Okay. Okay. What does SSTO mean? Single stage to orbit. So basically something that takes off and gets into space. On Minmus, that's not that big of a deal. So the crazy thing is that Jeb level is actually harder than Val level in this. I'm not gonna lie to you. Jeb level, like building vehicles that interact with each other. So like building a lander and a rover, that's more complicated in my mind. Am I looking at that? I think Jeb level is higher than Val level here. It doesn't say you have to make it an SSTO on the way up. Huh. Yeah, that goes against deploy, yeah. Interesting. All right, well, okay, let's look around. Let's look around here. Landing on Minmus is not going to be that big of a deal. That's pretty damn easy to do. How much Delta V is this going to get us? 6,000 with a Rhino here. Okay, that's going to get us 6,000. Now, what happens if I put, just out of curiosity, if we put 11 tons of payload on here? 5,700. That is It gets us there, but our TWR is kind of poo-poo. It's not the key that I selected. Game. Okay. How much thrust does that Rhino make? Driving 1/30th around Minmus took me like 15 minutes. So if you're only using rover wheels, it's going to take 7 hours if you're not using a rocket engine to hop around. Yeah, Aqualex, I think that's what we're on about here. That's almost there. 1750. Okay, let's go in here like this. No. Wait, is that a payload bay? No, it's just a straight nose cone. Cool. Ooh. I actually don't mind that. That's actually pretty neat. I think that looks pretty freaking cool. But does it get us the TWR that we're looking for? No, that won't take off of Kerbal with how much payload did I put on this bad boy? 11 tons. But if it's like that will take. Oh yeah. Okay. All right. Chicken thighs. She got hips. So SSTO to single stage to Minmus. That's not the hardest challenge, but that is pretty tough. Twin bore moment. Yeah, that's right. It's true. Twin bore moment. All right, how are we gonna do this? See, dudes, like I think we should start doing the challenges just in general because I used to never do them. I was like, nah, I don't like that. That's stupid. Challenges are pretty fun. What you making? So there's a challenge here. Land on Minmus, and it's an ice cream cone. That's awesome. Hello, Kerbonauts. This KSP2 weekly challenge is land on Minmus. Primary goal, land on Minmus. Stretch goal, land on Minmus, land on Moon, and back to Kerbal. Wait a minute. Is Jeb goal different? I'm confused. How will we... Oh, okay. Jeb Gold does not mention the moon. Yeah, okay. Alright, well that's good. Makes things a little bit easier. Alright, so do we have... Can these things still retract? I don't think they can. It's been gone over, Super. Yeah, we are already past that. How do you drive all the way around Minmus? How are we going to do that? Rocket guy. Nice. No, ice cream. Yeah. Those don't steer. They work like tank treads. They can use differential traction to move around. I think we should... I got an idea. Where's our center of mass? You drive across Minmus like this. Yeah, okay. Okay, hold on. Let's go Kerbal to Minmus. This is enough to get back. It is. It's enough to get there and back. Is our TWR good? Our TWR is 1. $5,400. That's still enough. All right. Okay. Give me... No. No, that's not going to really work. We're going to need this. There we go. That's good. And then this, see, the problem is that we're going to have an offset center of thrust, but that's, you know, that's not that big of a deal, I don't think. Good luck driving that thing all the way around Minmus. You got a better solution, 95? If you do, I'm all ears. Nah, I have ways of getting around Minmus. I'm not worried. We're gonna do the weekly challenge. Wait. So the Val level 1 is land on Minmus, drive all the way around, fly back to Kerbal, but in a single craft file. So I need to make an SSDO that goes to Minmus, that can drive around on Minmus, that can come back. I don't know if we're going to be able to get this done in one stream. And it's already Friday. Or when was the weekly challenge issued, guys? Just out of curiosity. It was issued today, so we have until next Friday to do it. Oh, all right. Well, that makes that a little bit easier. All right, so this is what we're going to do for a little while. Let's do it. I'm in for doing the weekly challenges. That's going to be fun. Doesn't have to be a single stage. You could have a multi-stage vehicle. Just has to be one craft file. Okay. So, okay, guys, you know what? If we're going to play off the, it has to be, you know, you have to have one file that just lands on Minmus and then gets home. I can do that. That's not a problem. We could, I have actually a really good idea. I actually have an idea that I know is going to work. You got clarification. The goal is to make a rover SSTO that can fly to Minmus, circumnavigate, and then fly back to Kerbal. Oh, thank you for the clarification, 95. Okay, so... all right. We also didn't do last week's. I'll forego last week's. Let's focus on this. Okay. All right. Well, we're gonna have to do horizontal takeoff. That's the only way. Ah, man, that's gonna get weird. Okay, let me mess around here. I gotta see something. So I want something that I think it would be kind of cool if we had something deploy out of the payload bay, right? So the payload bay walls actually go out like that. So if we had something like the rover wheels, you know, this is just an example. Just bear with me. So you have something like the rover wheels inside of here like this on a vehicle, right? You know, and we went to the... okay. We don't have any deployable rover wheels. In KSP1, that thing was deployable. You could, like, fold it up. But that thing also sucks. It goes super slow. All the rover wheels go slow. Except for that one. That one likes to go fast. Max motor speed 59 meters a second. Max motor speed 59 meters a second. Why the heck does it go so slow? Why? Wait, why the rover wheels go so slow? I'm confused. Well, circumnavigate, I think, implies at the equator, but I'm not sure how we're going to do that. I would want to build the MMB, but yeah. Alright, I need to do a test. Let's see how fast this thing goes. So give me just the biggest battery. I think this is the game's way of saying that these rover wheels can't hold this thing up. Here, let's bleed off some fuel. This is awesome. Ah, too much spring, huh? Okay. Stop! Duh! Okay. Alright, so step on the brakes. How fast can these wheels get going? I was just testing its durability, and I just wanted to see if it would be with its family. There's landing lights on this? Oh, well, that's pretty neat. So these wheels work like tank treads, dude. You basically gotta stop and then turn. Mammoth. It's the Mammoth 2. Yeah, Ryan Cross, this is the game. Kerbal 1 was the same way. This is the game's way of telling you that it can't hold up a 280-ton fuel tank. It can't do it. It's barely struggling to do it. There's no crushing physics in KSP, but I find when rover wheels and stuff wiggle around like that, that means you done messed up. I thought it was to retrofit the box car with rover wheels and stuff, and a kick stage in the cargo bay. How are we going to move around on Minmus, Aqualex? I just want to see how fast these rover wheels can go. Speed test without the engine, you know? Hey, they're still accelerating, dudes. Will gravity and weight affect the speed? Yeah. Yes, Ida, of course. Gravity is weight is the effect of gravity on a mass, dude. So yeah. On Minmus, yeah, sure. If we're gonna drive around on Minmus, we need something that's wide, dude. Like real wide. Hot off the press. What's that? Approaching patch 1. Oh. We got new patch notes from the devs. I mean, this thing can move 280 tons at 15 meters a second. That's pretty fast, man. How will it react to Fizz Warp? I don't know. Fizz Warp doesn't do anything. The time warp... Oh. Right now, our goal is to release that patch on Thursday, March 16th. Okay, we got a week. There we go, baby. That didn't work under Fizz Warp, guys. Yeah, okay, good to know. That didn't work under Fizz Warp, but I got an idea. I made a rover like this back in the day that could SSTO on Minmus and on the moon. I don't know if I have pictures of it anywhere, though, but I called it the Modular Mining Base. It was an entire fuel depot and refinery built into one big honking rover. This thing looked like a mobile launcher moving around on the surface. Now, I'm not 100% sure if I could SSTO one of those, but I know we could get it to... I know I could get one there, and if I could get one to the surface of Minmus, I know I could get one home. I crashed it on the moon, yeah. That was awful. Yeah, that was not a high point in my streaming career, but hey, it's all right. How did I build out the MMB? What if we built out the... Well, you know what? Hold on. I want to see, like, what could we do? Like, if we just... hold on. No, that's not gonna work. No. So, like, what I'm thinking is, I mean, we could, Aqualux, we could do the kick stage right in the back of the boxcar. Like, that's not a big deal, I suppose. How are we gonna drive it around, though? It would be cool if we had like a deployable rover wheel. All right, here, let's read these patch notes. Let's see what Nate's up to. I'll make this big here. Okay. Can you steer with thrusters? Yeah, sure. Good afternoon, fellow Kerbal knots. We continue to make good headway on performance improvements and bug squashing. In fact, we managed to sneak a few additional fixes into the first patch, including a fairly high-impact resource flow optimization. Nice. Nice. We also fixed the Kraken drive bug that created insane reverse thrust when an engine nozzle was obstructed. So if you're working on a Kraken ship, the unique physics on which it depends on are about to go away forever. Not nice. Yeah, that's alright. We may not in fact have killed the Kraken yet, but we have definitely stubbed its tentacle. Kraken is a cephalopod. Confirmed. As to the timing of patch 1, QA is thoroughly testing the build right now. And as soon as they give us a thumbs up, we'll release it. Right now, our goal is to release that patch next Thursday, provided QA does not uncover any show-stopping bugs over the next few days. That date should hold. If they do run into something expected that needs to be fixed, that date will slip. We've done a fair amount of hand-wringing around whether we should announce the target date for this patch when there is a non-zero chance of a delay. But we know this topic is very important to you all, so we're doing our best to keep you all in the loop. We've also already completed a nice queue of fixes to go into the second patch. But we'll talk more about that after we get the first one out the door. To help tide you over until then, we got a new performance-focused dev blog from Mortalk, our senior graphics engineer. We already read that today. If you've been wondering how we test performance and what we're going to improvement, that's definitely worth a read. Finally, I just wanted to give a holler of support to the many people who have undertaken the weekly challenges. Last week's air launch rocket challenge was a sight to behold. We're on the edges of our seat to see what mayhem will take place during this week's Min-Miss challenge. If you want to take part, or just bask in the ingenuity and madness of our community, check out the weekly challenge Discord channel. Our community team has also picked out a few choice gems from last week and added them to a community highlights post here. Yes, the shopping cart is in there. The shopping cart that flies. Okay. Oh, the side slip. No, the side slip. Ah, Jeb. Okay. All right. All right. Cool. So back to the challenge here. How are we going to do this? Can I make something that deploys like a rover wheel or something? I don't know if we can do that technically. Like, what if I took a rover wheel, right? And we put the rover wheel, I mean, obviously this is just an example. We put the rover wheel like this, right? And we put that rover wheel at the exact edge of this, right? Of like a Mark V cargo bay. Or a 5-meter cargo bay. We could have like deployable rover wheels, man. You know? We could just open this. Cargo bay folds all the way back and boom! Rover wheel cargo bay. You know what I'm saying? Do you understand what I am saying? You only have curvy arrows? Hitting 2 should bring all the arrows. But if you select your root part, you'll only get the curvy arrows hired. You got to move it around like that. Can you attach the wheels to the door? Yeah. Sure. And we got Kraken Drive too. Oh god, it is. But we don't have same vessel interaction, so it's not exactly. So what is the Min-Miss challenge? That's the Min-Miss challenge here. So I kind of want to make something that kind of gets out there, lands, and then we open up the cargo bays and we land on the rover wheels and can drive around. That's why I'm kind of seeing how many rover wheels we're going to need to move something this big around. Like, if my calculations are correct, and sometimes they're not, but sometimes, though, they are. If my calculations are correct, this thing with a bunch of wheels on it should be just fine. So let's see what this does. Reminder, Minmus will almost have 0 gravity, so you won't need heavy wheels. What if I want heavy wheels, Yarg? Yarg, look what you did! Damn it, man! This is why we can't have nice things. Yeah, Cooking, I think we could. I just need to tweak the suspension settings because it didn't like those.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Alright, so best way to do this is to get rid of all that. And then go in here like this. Alright. Alright, let's do this test right, okay? So, we have our truss segment here. This truss segment is supposed to be a structural carrier that holds this whole thing together. Let's get rid of that. And we could put a structural carrier we can embed inside of the tank if I'm looking at this right. There we go. Is that the same distance? It's not. Okay, that one's too big. What about you? So we want one piece to kind of cradle this whole tank, like the chassis for an automobile. I'm just trying to see if we can get the wheels to cooperate here and how many wheels we're going to need to hold this thing up. So, now what we should do, we'll build the chassis and we'll design around that. That's fine. Get some struts. Remember the old adage, chat. Kerbal struts drive me nuts. Okay. Actually, strutting middle out is better. I'm dead serious about that, jokes aside. Okay, it'd be nice if I could see what I'm trying to attach to. Alright, do that. So these should reinforce this, and believe it or not, struts, at least in Kerbal 1, they do help dampen out stuff. I mean, it's mostly because they hold stuff together, but the struts do bend in KSP 1, and that bending force can actually help absorb shocks and stuff. There. Okay, so save this as weekly challenge 2. Rove Max. Damn it, Bill! Not again! Bill, why did you do that? Now it's gonna break when we go to the track. Alright, you know what? You know what, Bill? Just go away. Just go away. Just go away. Just go away. We don't want you around, alright? You teleported to a craft on Eve. How did you do that? I don't even know how you do that. Any patches yet? 16th, dude. They just announced it like a second ago. Bill's like, hey, I'm still on Eve. I'm like, I don't care. Go away. So we need a structural piece to tie this all together, right? And those wheels weren't liking that, so let's just go. There we go. Now we got a chassis. All right, cool. So now we grab the rover wheels, right? And then let's set the specs for the rover wheels. Well, the rover wheels, we don't want them on auto suspension. What we were found working was high damper, low spring rate. All right, now to make sure that all these are attached in the right spots, let's just bring the chassis down a little bit. I don't want that. There we go. All right, so click. It's good enough. Yeah, baby. Look at this thing. All right. And now in KSP1, you could strut these things too. So we could go. Oh, come on. All right, whatever. This guy struts, am I right? Slick 41 is venting a lot. Cool. Don't bounce. Hey. Hey, very nice. All right, let's mess with the spring rate, see if we can get this to. Dampers need to go up. It's gonna be a long trip around Minmus. I don't really understand any other good way to do this, fellas. Do you? Like, it's gonna be a long trip, but we can fizz warp. Nah, Pigsick, that's the genius of my plan. Okay? That's the genius of the plan. We don't need to drive around on flat ground. Screw that. This thing should be able to, because it's not going to have as much fuel. This thing should be able to just go wherever. Time zoom, baby. And look, 23 meters a sec, 24 meters a second right there. Wait, why are we slowing down? Stop slowing down. Dude, that glitch is still in the game. If you tell it to steer left, steer right, steer left, steer right, steer left, steer right, you can go insanely fast. I can't believe that's still in the game. Unbelievable. You guys remember? Who remembers this? This is like 8 years ago. Oh, frick. Chassis still good, though. The chassis still good. Oh, oh, that's hot. That's hot. Look at that chassis. That's hot. Look at that. Look at it. Look at how strong it is. Look at how strong it is. It's a beast, man. Hell yeah. Yeah, like on a skateboard, like sketching on a skateboard. You could do that with those wheels. I totally forgot about that. I totally forgot about that, dude. Oh my gosh, I can't believe that glitch. The flapping stabilizer thrust, Den. Oh, blast from the past, dude. Wow. Blast from the freaking past, man. Damn. Okay. That works. Okay. Let me load up. Aglux, you got an idea of taking the plane, right? You want to take the plane and... Yeah, okay. I'm not sure how we're going to rover this thing around Minmus, but... Alright, what happens if we... Oh, it's going to need RCS or something. Ah, 2305. It's not enough. That's a shame. Okay, that's not going to work. Weekly challenge didn't say circumnavigate. Drive all the way around. Maybe horizontal takeoff SSTO using nukes and rapier engines. I got an idea, 95. We'll see if it works. What about regular methlocks? Not as efficient, but this is a density problem. Yeah. Oh, man. In Kerbal, you could strut from there to there. That made this part really, really strong. But it's cool. It's good to know that you could sketch these around. Alright, I want to do another speed test with the spring rate down low. Hey, Bacon. What's going on? We're doing the weekly challenge. The weekly challenge was issued today. Let's see how fast you can go. Pucker moment. Pucker moment. Pucker moment. Oh, don't dig in. Please don't dig in. I love you. I love you. I love you. Yeah, you're all right. See? That was fine. Nothing bad happened. You know what DK stands for, chat? Drift King. I don't know what's over here, but we're gonna go there. We're gonna find out, chat. We're gonna find out together. That's water. That's water. We found what? Am I in a tree? Am I in a tree? Am I stuck in a tree? I think we're stuck in a... Okay. Well, there's no trees on Minmus, so we don't need to worry about that. Right? I have become one with the trees. He's the leader of the drifts, you know him well. Take a bit too much curb there. Yeah. Yeah, you noticed that, huh? Alright. That's good. That thing just took 100 meters a second before stuff started going really wrong, which is very nice. A castle on Minmus, that's where I dwell. Brass monkey. That funky monkey. Great song. Nobody said the SSTO had to look like, you know. All right. Come on, game. Cooperate. Or just attach it in every way that I don't want. You know, that's good too. Buzz. What you doing? Science. Yeah, science. Sneaky, I'm a man of science, okay? I don't know why the game wants this to attach to everything that isn't what I want it to attach to. Yeah, see? Like, yeah, that's what I wanted you to attach to. Nope. No, it isn't. Gilmore, I called your name, didn't I? No, you didn't. Oh, better luck next year. That wasn't very nice. Yeah, see, this thing is all... The offsets for that are completely off. Wow, that's pretty bad. Oh, yeah, there's just 2 of those in there now. Alright, well, that's where it'll stay. I was gonna make armor tracks for this, so, you know. I was trying to. It didn't like it. It didn't like it. It's okay. It's okay, chat. It's alright. Of course I still love you. Hey, these rover wheels just did 100 meters a second, meaning if we made an SSTO, we could take off. So, ipso facto, SSTO, oh. Yeah, rocket guy, yeah. All right, we need to test this thing's ability to drive up stuff. We gotta test the off-road capability, chat. The off-road capability, it must be tested. We'll put light bars on it. There we go. There we go. That's nice. Where is the nearest hill? It's over there. Okay. Yeah, 10th. If you use, guys, once again, yeah, I got KSP to run pretty well right now. There's something weird going on per the developers with fuel optimization. So if you have bigger fuel tanks and bigger engines, less fuel tanks, you will get way better frames right now. Like, look at this thing. It's, you know, we're still getting 30. Don't get me wrong. They have some back-end optimization that needs to get done. But this is better than it is, better than it was. That's for sure. All right, go faster. Yeah, Alleviate, I got you. Yeah. Okay. What? Yeah. Uh-oh. Don't flip. I just said don't do that. Ugh, game. I swear. Okay, well... Also, it's important to note that there is a straight cliff right there, so we should probably just, you know...
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Also, what does crossfeed actually do? Share the fuel? If you crossfeed, that means you can pump from one tank to the other. Might need a roll cage. Yeah, yes, and yeah, we what do you think? 5-point cage? 4-point cage? Actually, you know what? That's really not a bad idea. Warp today? What? Yeah, that's Rocket Guy. We should do that first. I mean, we could give it a roll cage. The chassis is super strong right now. Hey, you just said warp today. You didn't say how many days, okay? That totally wasn't 3 days. That's awesome. All right, we tried going up that hill. That proved to be not smart. So let's go over here. Let's just hit that fizz warp, baby. Hit that fizz warp, baby. Rocket. Rocket. Can't stage under fizz warp. You know what? That's probably for the better now that I think about it. Half tube. Yes, tube. This thing works pretty good. Predator. Oh. There we go. Predator. Heh, tube. Yeah, that'll get us up there. Dude, look at the suspension go. Yeah, that's awesome. Breaking the law, breaking the law, breaking the law, breaking the law, bow, bow, breaking the law, we're dead. Nani? Kansai Drifto. Ah. Make a roll cage? I think so, Blackthorn. Or we could widen the track. We could make it thick. Yeah, this thing really doesn't have the stones to get up there, though. That's not the way I told you to go. There we go. There we go. Can you increase the tire friction? Not sure. Dude. Dude! This thing can take a hit. Look at that. I mean, we've caught air with this thing a couple of times. Going where no man has gone before. The top of the hill over there. All right, can we mess with the friction? Let me see. Auto traction control. Nope. Nope. Oh, auto friction control. Stick. Stick, baby. Stick, baby. Uh-oh. Have you made a boat yet? The buoyancy in the game is all screwed up right now, Brown. We're gonna give this thing sticky tires. Dude. This thing is actually doing this with the sticky tires. Okay, rocket engine. Well, it was doing it with the sticky tires. Would you like the soft tire, Charles? Question? Question for the soft tire? Question? Oh, crap. Get up in the air. Nope, too late. Guys, I think we killed it. Alright. Yeah, that subframe, dude. Yeah, no, see, a little bit of car engineering there. Makes me think of the rocket car from Mythbusters. Should just make a roaming sphere. That's actually not a bad idea, man. We could always lower the ride height. Let me just... But we don't want too low. We need ground clearance, especially on Minmus. That's really important. The hills on Minmus are treacherous. There we go. See, this is looking good. Cage it up. Well, there is something that I wanted to test before we do that. Is that nose cone hollow? No, it's not. Right. Watch this. Ready? Do that. And then... Boom. Boom. That's awesome. That's awesome. Yes. It's so stupid. I love it. This will work great. It'll be fine. It's fine. Oh, you know what we need? You know what we need? We need a ladder so they can get down. Yeah, that's a good point. That's a good point. We need a ladder. There we go. That actually works. Actually, I don't think that's it's good enough. We might need to lower the bridge down a little ways. Yeah, they'll be able to grab that on Minmus. It'll be fine. I'm sad this stamp entry didn't win. Nice. This looks like the most un-EJ craft ever. Ah. 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 Yeah, you're probably right. No. Yes, Neo. Yes. Do you want to learn the secrets of the Matrix? Yes, Neo. It'll fly, okay? Or it won't. And I mean, either way, we're gonna have a lot of fun, right? Like, I don't see anybody complaining here with what I'm doing. I don't see anybody saying, no, you shouldn't do that, you know? That's probably not where we want that to be. There we go. Perfect. Now, what I need is just a smaller wing. Give me the small wing, right? Put the smaller wing out here, right? And we take the small wing and paint it a color so it's not washing out completely. There we go. Damn, boy. Damn, it's thick, boy. Okay, I've concluded that the route doesn't need to be that rooty. Okay? I'm a scientist. Back off, man. There we go. This will work, chat. Okay? It will work. Dude, it's a masterpiece. It is a masterpiece of engineering. You love it. Okay. You are my pitch control. You are my roll control. And then you are my yaw control. There we go. Alright. There we go. New Boeing aircraft? No, mine's gonna work. Rotate? Maybe? Nope. Nope. Rotate, por favor. Please? Tank treads make a fine undercarriage. Be quiet. You need a ramp. Yeah, I think so. We're going 278 meters a second on the surface right now. I just want to point that out. Come on, get up off the ground. That's not doing that. Okay. Nice. That was cool. You can't say that wasn't cool. That was cool, okay? Yeah, Crow. We might need that. No, I think my center of lift is too high. And obviously we're not going to be able to rotate because we don't have gear. Probably needs canards. Why don't you go make like a tree and branch, okay? Well, there's your problem. I'm confident, chat. I'm confident. If there was ever a good place for canards, I will have a freaking tag around my toe before I put canards on my spacecrafts. Now that you really pissed me off, Spider-Man, I'm gonna show you that you don't need those. You know what? I don't need you. I don't need that. Shh. We'll make it work. Care to explain what this monstrosity is? Weekly challenge, boss. Weekly challenge, boss. Land on Minmus. SSDO to Minmus. Drive around on Minmus and come back. Send it. They updated it today, yes. Oh. No, we don't need that for pitch. Come on, rotate. Come on, rotate. I moved your center of lift. Please respond. I mean, shout out to the landing gear. For real, though. Come on, get up. Yep, that's not good. Yep, that was not good. That didn't work. You know, that's all right. We're learning. We're learning today. That has terrible pitching moment, meaning that, yeah, center of mass is too far away from our center of lift. Maybe if we added some elevators to it. Ever heard of pitch authority? Yeah, ass I lifted at your mom's house. Damn! Freaking roasted! Pitching moment. How are we gonna fix that? See, I'm wondering, in reality, these control surfaces would be way behind the center of lift, but I'm wondering if it's calculating the control authority from where they're attached from. If it's calculating control authority from root attachment point, that control surface is going to do nothing. So, maybe if we do a little bit of this here. Ready? Ready, chat? You want to see this one, Spider-Man? It'll look good. All right, let's go back over here. Go like this. There we go. That's good. The control surface must be more pointy. It must be more pointy, chat. There we go. That's probably not going to give us enough deflection, but, you know, it's fine. What if you make the space shuttle? No, I see you want me to do something different than what I have. No. No, shut up. Have you considered flying faster? I'm working on it, dude. Yeah, it's the gear. We don't want to it doesn't want to rotate with the gear. There's a lot of gear because we have to drive around on Minmus, and I'm trying to build something that's tough for Minmus because Minmus is going to be tough going up all those hills and stuff. So yeah, we made strong gear. We got to make it rotate. But even then, if we get it to rotate, that's not a lot of pitch authority, guys. Increase the downward incidence of your tailplane. Yeah. Let's do that, right? And then maybe a little bit of that. There we go. That should do us right. Make it a T-tail? We could do that too. So I have good angle of incidence here, and then we have, or no, we want that one on pitch. I should probably go adjust this stuff in the, you know. Alright, let's do it. Just saw breaking update. Don't ever use breaking to describe something that somebody linked in this chat. I hate that. Breaking! Breaking. If everything's breaking, nothing is breaking. Shh. Yeah, we're just not getting the rotation that we need, guys. Or are we? Hold on. Breaking news, this rocket when it hits the water. Yeah, you ain't ready for what's about to happen. Hey, Clang, joke's on you. It broke when it hit the ground. That's bad journalism. That's bad journalism, man. It flew. It did go. Yeah, it went. It went. Not very well, but it went. My bad. I heard that. I'm just being a jerk, dude. Don't worry about it. It's all good. All right. There is another thing that I think we could do. You guys are not gonna like this. You guys are not gonna like this. So, for the rocket engine to really work, it needs to point through the center of mass. We have to have it do that. If it doesn't, we're not gonna go around. We're not gonna be driving around in space very well. Okay, so we're gonna kind of have to make that a thing, right? There we go. All right, so that's got to go. That's got to go back there. The rocket has to point through the center of mass. Now, let's think. Got to find a way to get that thing to rock around on those wheels. Does it involve canards? No. Ew. What happens if we take these? What happens if we, just need more pitching moment. This is how you get more of that. It's fine. It's gonna be fine. Okay. The rocket exhaust? Don't worry about the rocket exhaust. We just won't gimbal the engine. All right? This is a good idea. It'll work, chat, okay? Just like the last time it worked. Narrator. The last time it didn't work. Shut up, narrator. Oh, yeah! This is great! Yeah, we gotta change the XYZ controls. Oh, this is fantastic. Look at this. We're going to need another one of these. There we go. It melted by the rocket engine? No. Be good. There we go. Look, it's just like an F-22, okay? Look at that. You ever stared at it? Marveled at its beauty? Its genius? Where am I? Okay. I'm alive. Alright. Chad, I should receive a Grammy for this, okay? What's a Grammy? I have no idea. I don't even know what that's for. Doesn't matter. Okay? Doesn't matter. Why? No, it's designed to look like the Soviet flying tank, okay? Because that's basically what it is. Oh, bro, it doesn't get better than this. Yeah, Jason, just like that. Just like that, dude. Just like that. Look at it. It's fine. Won't use canards. Yeah, dude, screw canards, all right? This is better than canards, okay? You don't have any friends. You know why? You don't need them. You're church. Knowing other people just waters down the experience. Live the dream, chat. Family friendly, yeah, yes. In fact, that Delta Wing doesn't need a control surface. Go away. I changed my mind. I want these back here. Chat, she's going. She's going. Where is it going? Don't know. Don't know. It's going somewhere. Most likely the ocean, but... Clang, don't you dare! Don't you put that evil on me, Mr. Clang! It's a beautiful day to fly. Okay, check our control surfaces. Oh, yeah. Okay. Yeah, there we go. YPR is stable. Why does it have... I don't know. Whatever. It's fine. Please hold. Clang, you did this. Hey, that may not have been the result that we wanted, but that result was pretty cool. Okay? That may not have been the result we wanted, but that result was dope, and no one can deny that. That was pretty cool. All right. I thought I told these control surfaces to go away. We don't need them. There we go. You forgot to rotate your tail planes. Yeah, we don't need to do that. Word. So where's our center of mass? It's just having trouble rotating, guys. That's all. And where's our center of lift? Yeah, all right. Yeah, we'll do it. We'll do it. Yeah, change the angle of incidence just a little bit. That should get that all nice and purty. I think the lift is too far back. I mean, we can always move these wings just a smidgen forward. This is fine. For the most part, S, yeah. Why did it switch that back to control surface? Alright, whatever. Whatever, man. Alright, let's try again. It'll work, dudes. I just built an airplane around this, okay? It'll be fine. It's just basically a flying tank. Tank. Yeah, I see it, Jason. I see it. It's all right. Maybe you did a different engine? Trees. Are we dead? Oh, that's good. I don't know what happened. Why ain't those trees collidable? The scatterer isn't finished, Jim. They'll be collidable soon. I told you it would crash in half the time. Clang, why you keep putting this bad juju on me, man? Why you keep doing that? It still found water. It did still find water, didn't it? Oh my god. You're not wrong. It found water. That's pretty funny, actually. Oh my goodness. I got another idea. Chat, you're gonna love it. You're gonna love it. It's gonna work, okay? I think. This even my dad's giving me crap. Nice flight. Water. Thanks. Yeah. Just like Sully or something. Dad texted me. Yeah, thanks. I get it. It found water. Thank you very much, man.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Yoki gifted a sub to Clang. Alright. Battles. Uh-oh. Oh, we're good. We're good. This is fine. This is good. Yeah. Here we go. Okay. Vehicle's pitching down range or something. Chat, you may not like it, but this is what peak performance looks like. Oops. Are you... Oh! That was kind of ugly. It's not ugly. It's... Hey, see, I told you I'd be wrong. Yeah. It did not like that. Again, for science. Why is it playing the hair-raising music? Stop it! It's glorious. Solids on the sides. It has to be no staging. It has to be single stage all the way up. Dad. It has to be single stage. Look at that. Chat. Come on. Come on. Is this the weekly challenge? Yeah, it has to be single stage to min, miss, and back. That's Val mode. Hey, we're at 5,000. Look at this. We're almost at 5,000. Look at this. 30 seconds. 30 seconds to what? Stop it. You stop this now. Look at it. Look at it, chat. It's perfect. Yeah, exactly, Green. That's what I'm doing. We have to make a rover that gets all the way up there. We are running out of Delta V very, very quickly. How's our fuel? We are running out of Delta V very, very quickly. See, this one will find water. No, it'll make it. Look at it. It's beautiful. TJ, please. No, 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 not please. It's good. It's not good. Why are you doing this? Come back. Oh, yeah. Oh, it's still got the lights on it. Hell yeah. It might do. Hey. Is refueling the SSTO allowed? I would assume no. Look at that. Look at this. You doubted your boy. You should fast forward. No, 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 no. Not yet. Not yet. Not yet. Oh, damn! You weren't expecting that. You weren't expecting that. This thing's so dumb. Hey, it works, okay? What's that playing? What's up, man? Think we'll even reach the ground? No, 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 no! You were lined up! You were the chosen one! You were the chosen one! Damn it! Not the chosen one. No, not you. This. What is a design that we knew worked? Let me think. The Thick Monk. Guys, you remember the Thick Monk? We could do this with the Thick Monk. The Thick Monk. Who remembers that? The Thick Monk. But the Thick Monk has a lot of engines and a lot of fuel tanks, so it would really, really lag. Damn. All right, let's just... This will work easily. I just can't see myself sitting long enough to drive around the... Yeah, but Yard, you're forgetting one thing. That looks stupid. Mine looks amazing, okay? Look at it. Look at this. How's yours look? Oh, God. Kill it. No, it looks great, man. Look at that. Nice, stable flight. No ticket. Wait, what? Yeah, I don't know if we can do that, Megas. We might need to use some jet engines or something. I'm thinking maybe get the nuclear engines out. Do something like this, but swap the Methalox tank out for a nuke tank with some jet engines and then just kind of throw that together. That should do it. But one will always remember the awesomeness. Does it have to be an SSTO? The stakeholder expectation is Kerbin to Minmus, drive around Minmus, and back with one vehicle. Look at that. We're gonna land right on that shoreline. You don't. What do you mean you don't know? I think she's finding water clang. Don't you do this to me, man. Don't you do this to me. Bro, I can land. I land the space shuttle in KSP-1 all the time. If I can land a shuttle, I can land this. This is actually a brick with wings, okay? At least the space shuttle's hypersonically good, okay? Just gotta keep our speed up. This thing makes a ton of drag. How much drag is this thing making? Actually, it's making more lift than drag. Interesting. Alright. Ground altimeter is on. Let's do this. Yeah, that's Jeb tier. We actually asked the community managers about it. There we go. Oh yeah, we can flare this baby. No problem. Seriously though, it's slowing down like crazy. Stop whistling. 500. 400. 300. Flare. 200. 100. Ooh! Ooh, sorry about that. Whammy! Brakes. Brakes. Don't you go near the water. Stop. Stop it. Don't you go near the water. Get away from it! Get away from it! I mean, sometimes I even impress myself, okay? I told you, I'm always wrong. No, but... Where? Look at it. Look at it. It's amazing. This should be the Eve rover? Is this Minmus? No. Is that sand noise? And my eyes fill with sand. Ooh, yeah, yeah. Oh, yeah, yeah. Well, I'm down. What is this? This is the future. This is peak performance.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Does it take off? I mean, we're not near the Space Center, if that's what you're asking. Oh, my guitar is done. Very nice. I want to go up this hill. This might be the end, chat. This is the end, my friend. Do we need that? I mean, we're out of fuel anyway. We didn't need that. We didn't need that, right? Okay, well, we don't have enough Delta V to get up into space, so we might need to redo a couple of things here. My only friend, the end. All right, so I do like the concept. This concept is good. We can do this. I can make this work. But we might need to do Weekly Challenge 2, Part 2. Okay? So, let's go. Let's just save that. Save that peak performance. Okay? Now we're going to save Weekly Challenge 2.1. Okay? Okay. Now, let's take the rover chassis, make the rover chassis the root part, right? Okay, and all right, keep the wings, keep that, and then get rid of that. Okay, cool. Just put that over there, put that over there, put that over there. All right. All right. Okay. So, how are we going to do this? We're going to need that. Yes. Okay. That's good. We need to see where the center of mass is, okay? So the center of mass is going to be... Dump half the wheels because you saved the weight? Oh. Okay. Yeah, get everybody in the wheels together. I agree. Okay, 3, 2, 1, let's jam. Hmm. 3158 Delta V. I know it's pulling from 2 tanks, chat, and that's frowned upon. How's the station going? I decided to change what I was working on for a little while. Failures. How are we going to attach propulsion to this? It's got to be over... The wing's got to be over the top. That's just how it's got to be. We can do that. We can get away with it. It's not... It'll work. We can overhang the wings. That's fine. So, if we get up into space... Hold on. Let's, let me check something. Get rid of that. That's 4,300. That's not bad. Yep, that's what Naderade said, Forlorn. Yeah. Not bad, right? It's 2,400 now. Yeah. Stupid question, but why don't passenger planes flip over with the wings below the center of mass? Kraken, they have the stabilizers and the rudder pretty much prevent that from happening, and these things, the ailerons. No, stars. No. Nez, what's going on? That actually could do it. That actually could work. It has to be a single stage. Here's the challenge goals, guys. See it? See them right there? We're gonna need 6,500 Delta V minimum to achieve the mission, 8,000 to get it to 154. I'm not sure what that means, but all right. I don't know. I guess I have no idea, dude. Couldn't tell you. I mean, at that point, we just use a plain fuselage, right? Like, the whole point that I built the chassis, the whole structure for this, with the other one, the whole point of that was to hold up that damn tank, because it was supposed to take off like an airplane. I got an idea. You know what? You know what? I got an idea. I'll figure it out, Firework. We can find a way. You guys want some air-started RS-25s or no? I need to test something. We need to test it for science, guys. It's just the facts, okay? Gotta test it for science. There's nothing I can do. Get up there. Why won't you fly? Oh, now you want to fly. Oh, okay. Yeah, I see how it is. Oh. Oh, now you wanted to fly, huh? After you lose the control surfaces? I see how it is. Yeah, you guess what? Guess what? Have fun finding the ground. It's not finding water, it's finding the ground. You were wrong, Clay. Dude, that's so strange, man. All that fuel is really heavy for such small wings. I know. If only we had a Chinese spy balloon. Yeah. Okay. Damn. Again, it flies better without wings. It's because it's a rocket, man. It's got rockets on the back. Of course it does. Alright, I'll put that back on there for continuity's sake. Let's think. It flew great without the fuel. We got that entry, descent, and landing thing on lockdown, dude. You know about a bigger engine? That's the biggest, most powerful engine we have, dude. How heavy is it? It's like 350 tons, dude. Canards would solve this? No, they wouldn't. Maggie! No, they would not. Stop it. Don't ever say that again. How much does each set of wings weigh? I have no idea. I mean... Who is that, Canards? Canards aren't gonna do any... I hate you so much. Oh, it's so stupid looking. I can't do it. I can't do it. I'm not doing that. No, I can't do it. Hashtag. Good save. See, Nezo knows. Yeah, Dave, maybe. This is gonna end well. Okay, we can go that way. Why does this thing hate me so much? That was a very Top Gear outcome. Try Sepatrons. Dude, I don't know if Seps are going to be enough to lift that thing the way we want to. You could add an angle of attack on the wings, which would let it develop lift without lifting the nose. Yeah, we could. But I don't want to. What did you do to improve game performance? Bigger engines, less fuel tanks, and less engines, Skywalker, basically will get you where you need to go. And that will improve game performance pretty hard. Just can't bump up against 4,200 Delta V, you know? Like, there's not much, there's not much you can do to get around that. Also, this thing needs to be on the attachment point. The control point is all screwed up during ascent. There we go. Perfect. I'm gonna try launching it vertically again. This one. Broader wings. Small negative angle of attack on the elevators. Yeah, we're already there. Yeah, Farron, that's a good idea, but we're already there. We could do the bigger wings. That's not that big of a deal. Oh, that's actually kind of freaking cool. All right. Dude. That actually, I don't hate it. I don't hate it, Jet. That's actually pretty rad. I don't know where we're gonna, I don't know what it's gonna do. It's probably not gonna do anything useful. But, you know. Gotta move that down a little bit. Alright. Let's call this 2.01. Okay, 2.01. Save that out. Bigger wings! Why not? How heavy is it now? Yes.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Red 8, your design is slowly approaching a 747. Why not just make a 747 that can min-miss? Oh! Oh, yes! Go! Dude! Clang! Oh my goodness! Bro. Oh yeah, play me that successful music. Wait, how do we land on Minmus? I guess it just needed bigger wings. That's freaking awesome. That's awesome, dude. We got a SSTO to Minmus, drive around the entire surface of Minmus, and then come back. I don't know why it's working, but it is pretty cool, isn't it, right? Yeah. What engine is that? It's the Mammoth, the most hardcore engine in the game. That's the most powerful engine in the game. Speed is junk, though. It's a freaking brick. What do you want? It looks like a 747 and the Russian flying tank had an illegitimate child. Thank you. Do you have enough Delta V? I don't think so, failures. That's the threshold that we need to land on Minmus. RTLS. RTLS. I gotta shift that engine down a little bit more. Oh, we ain't RTLSing. That's not happening. Yeah, my center of thrust falls out of line with center of mass when we get to low fuel. Okay, but it did take off, dudes. Not bad. That's actually pretty cool. I'm telling you, man, all you need is the fuel. Okay, all right, okay. Probably save some weight by dumping those wheels, too. No, stay and help you. I will find your friend. All right. Chat, you have no idea. You have no idea. It's gonna be amazing. It's gonna be amazing. You just don't know. You just don't know. Oh yeah, that's gonna be pretty good. That's gonna be pretty neat. Wanna see a trick? Ready? Take this, put this down through here like this, and then strut it right to the I-beam. Oh, look at it. Chat, look at it. Chat, look. Look at how good it looks. When you get out of self-delusion, you know what, Megas? Just for that, you get ignored, all right? Damn, man. Downward Hall effect would work, yes. Mm-hmm. Oh, yeah, that would work. We just need something that's gonna get us a little bit of staminky. You know what I'm saying? Oh yes. Oh. Chat. It's beautiful. Oh. Tag with the haters. This design holds promise. It holds something. This'll do something. Let's do this. Engine-based canards is called thrust vectoring, okay? Hey.
Discovery, go and throttle up.
Oops. Want to go up like fast, like here. How about we take the suspension and we bounce it? Yep, I'm no longer in control of this vehicle. The game just decided that I am not part of this conversation anymore. Yep, I am, yep, it just totally said, no, you don't get to do that today. Are the wheels supposed to be squashed together? Yeah, they're tank treads, man. Spartship, we decided to do the weekly challenge, so don't worry. Think of this like a nice big piece of marble, and we're just chipping away. We're just chipping away. We're just chipping away. What comes out on the other side is going to be a nice, refined concept that's going to look amazing. Okay? We just got to chip away at it. We just got to keep chipping away. Okay? Got to keep chipping away. You got to be the marble. Or something. You got to be the marble, all right? You're not being the ball, Danny. Oh! 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 Yes! Oh! Oh, look at it. Oh my God. Oh, this is great. Climb rate? Huh? The speed is supposed to be decreasing? It's not decreasing. What are you talking about? Seriously though, we got a problem. Why do you take off from the grass instead of the runway? That's a cute joke, sir. Implying I had control over the vehicle when it went into the woods. Yeah, no, I appreciate it. Appreciate the humor. Zerga. No, it's not. It's not what it's doing. Yeah, exactly. We're testing for min-miss. Yeah. happens if you hit spacebar? Nothing. Hit it then. Nothing. So I told you. That's not an engine. It's the space bar. Nothing. Nothing. All right, fine. Okay. Oh, frick. See, those ones are still helping. It's fine. It's good. Does that still work? Nope, that doesn't work. Bye, Val. Bye. I'll see you later. Stop killing me. Just leave me alone. I think it's the sound the engines make when they're out of intake air. Oh. Yeah, see what it says right there? Yeah. Yep. This is fine. I'm just waiting for this thing to just disintegrate. The game was just like, no. Just no. The game, hey, come back! It's still The game was just like, I'm not doing this. I'm not doing this. What happened to the nose? You were chasing a goat. Ah, a goat got stuck in the way. You must have chased them too much. Hey, so they're introducing drag and other aerodynamic fence. Arrows in the game already, Everest. Guys, I think we might have to rethink this. But this is cool. Don't go chasing goat or falls. Bigger jets? Yeah, I don't know, man. See, what we could do, and this does kind of go against the meta right now, is give ourselves a little bit more fuel, but that won't give us the TWR that we're looking for. That's the problem. Is there a way in the KSV editor to check vacuum DV? It only displays vacuum Delta V right now, Jim. That's the only thing it displays, dude. Put like 20 jets on the wings. Yeah. An SRB. Solar Eclipse in KSP2. Very nice. Get some lip whiplashes. Look closely at the sun. I don't want to stare into it for too long. Oh yeah, nice. See, the thing is, guys, I don't want this thing to get, I don't want it to get too out of whack, you know? Like, we need all these wheels for the rover, right, to drive around, because this whole thing needs to be a rover, but I'm starting to think that the wings are a little bit too big for it to rover around like this, you know? I mean, what we could do... Now, how much thrust do the Goliaths make in this? 360. So we would need 4 of them. Actually, we would need 12 of them to even get near that thing's thrust. Also, why do you even need wings? Can you rocket there? The challenge is SSTO and back, yes. Like, I don't know what you want. What about that jet before? The Whiplash? Those are SR-71 motors. Yeah, but why does SSTO need wings? Because I wanted it to have wings, dude. Because I thought it'd be cool landing back down like an airplane. I'm starting to get tired, man. That's not a bad idea. Hold on a second. Hold on a second. Hold on. Hold on. Can we... No, you can't. Okay. No. It ain't cool unless you're peeing your pants. If peeing your pants is cool, consider me Miles Davis. Hi, I'm the Kerbal 2 editor. Allow me to attach everything in the way that you don't want. Oh, thanks, editor. Very cool. That's not what that is not what I clicked on, but that's cool. I definitely clicked on the translate arrow, but that's fine. It's okay. It's okay, chat. We good. Is this a tank for space? Yeah. So? It's a tank for, it's a spank, a space tank. Yeah, we call it a spank, okay? Be respectful. Or something. All right. How many engines? How many intakes? How many intakes? We need a lot of intakes. No, not okay. Not okay. Are you able to say Irish Irish wristwatch? Why did you do that? Irish wristwatch. This game sucks. I hate this game. Irish wristwatch. Boom. I'm not saying that. S. Irish wristwatch. Unique New York. Unique New York. Unique New York. Why Panthers? Because it hurts more. Red leather, yellow leather. Irish wristwatch. Boom! Get roasted. Get roasted. Got it. Got him. Yeah, those pods are going to break off. They're not nearly strong enough. No, you said Iris. It's right there in chat. See? See, chat? Look. Don't believe Clang. He is a liar. I'm a liar. The ship will fly. Clang is a liar, la-di-da-di-da. Screw you, Clang. It's flying through the air. Lies. Murphy's Law is what I know. Jack, I'm flying! I'm flying! Now can it do with this? You can shut them off for me. Yeah, we got a problem. Problem is that we need 4,000 kilonewtons to get this thing to fly correctly. I'm not sure how we're gonna go about addressing that problem. Get rid of some wheels? No. It looks cool, but it's not gonna work. I mean, it does look cool, though. Gotta say, it does look pretty. That thing looks pretty Karma's, it looks sweet. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Min-Miss Rover. You gotta send a rover all the way to Min-Miss and all the way back. You know what? I'm gonna go at this problem on Monday, and we're gonna absolutely thrash on this. We're gonna thrash on your Roy score. Hey, fellas, I gotta... no, I suppose that doesn't... no, I was gonna say...
Discovery, go and throttle up.
Clang, don't you dare. Why is it playing the drums? Stop playing the drums! SpongeBob, do you know what those drums mean? That's the riff in E! E minor! SpongeBob! Oh, lads! We're screwed! I call this one Solitude in E minor. Yeah! E minor! E minor! Alright! Try using the whiplash for the runaway thrust. Yeah, that might work. It's a flying tank in more ways than one. Come on. Come on. Oh boy. Runway, shmunway, whatever. Who said it has to be a runway takeoff? It doesn't have to be. I launched this thing vertically before and it almost made it to space. Oh, please stop doing that. Could you share the crab file? Drac, you want this? Wait. You want this? Why do you want this? This thing's junk. But why do you want this thing? What was its purpose? It's a Min-Miss rover lander. It's a Min-Miss rover SSTO. That's what it's designed to do. It's designed to navigate around Min-Miss. Oh, dude, that would work too. Crap. I have a good idea. Have you considered starting over from scratch? Yeah. Does it count if we like land the whole thing and then like it can undock its wings and then we can go drive around? Does that count? Or would that be deploying a rover technically? That would be deploying a rover technically, wouldn't it? Damn it. Damn it, chat. Why you gotta be right? Okay, let's just get rid of those. We didn't need those. No, but I'm talking about like reattaching to the wings, you know? Yeah, Magi. Yeah, it would make a good design, wouldn't it? Yeah. It was a single. Was it a single craft? It was a single craft file, or was it a single craft overall? Yeah. See, Rocky, this is technicality. These are the questions that matter. Also, I think we've made a pretty good case for. We've made a pretty good case for someone making like a C-17 and making it look amazing. Or a C5. That's, we have the parts to pretty much do that right now. That's actually pretty cool. It's pretty sharp. The thing is beefy. It's cool looking, man. And it was supposed to like see, it's supposed to be like, boop, and there's your rover. Just gotta, yeah, Megas was right. Maybe it just needs a little bit more fuel. So how would it fly with Goliaths? I mean, the Goliaths could probably do it, dudes. If we want to, I mean, we could try it. I just gotta place some struts here. We could try it. I wouldn't be against it. They look so small on this. Yeah, they do, don't they? Have you considered even bigger wings? More! Have you considered? Oh my God, he's doing it! Where's the, what do we need methane tanks. Can I just say that, you know, when this editor gets all dialed in and when this game gets all dialed in, oh man, is it gonna be fun. Dude, honestly, planes are a freaking rabbit hole. I could sit here with the procedural wings and we could do a lot of damage with this. Serious question, do you think the VIB is too small? I kind of miss my hangar hotel, to be honest with you. I miss my SP. I miss the SP8. Those wings are going to bend and break when we go to fly, by the way. This thing was looking for like maybe 180 meters a second to get going. Rover wheels are taking it like a champ though. I have lost control of this vehicle. Well, yeah, we should probably stop before it... Oh. Turn off brakes? No. No, I left the e-brake on. Oh no. Chad, how could you? Well, you know what that means? We could take solace in the fact. You know what we could take solace in the fact in? Irish wristwatch. That we get to test it again. Irish wristwatch. Irish wristwatch. Wait, you're telling me the brakes weren't on? I'm trying to make an SSTO to the surface of Minmus Granite and then be able to circumnavigate on the ground around Minmus and then be able to come back home after that. We got a lot of open space. It's fine. No, 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 Sanguix. I know what that means. Be quiet. Hussy, watch your language, but you also might be right. 161 might be enough. 162, 163. Come on. Oh! Yeah! Dude, that wing flex is so cool, though. Dude, the wing is actually flexing, though. Oh, that's actually really neat. Dude, the wing flexed when we lifted off, when we rotated, the wing went up. Oh, that's so cool. The wing flex may have broken two of my motors, but hey, whatever, it's fine. Where we're going, we don't need roads. That doesn't apply to this, but hey, whatever. Can your C-17 do this? I think not. Dude, that's gonna hit so bad. How much can you make the wings bend? Oh, we're gonna have... Dude, we have to test it. We have to test Dude, planes are a rabbit hole in this game, dude. I kind of want to build planes, but also I want to do this challenge. We're losing our chat. Our center of thrust isn't aligned with our center of mass, dudes. That's a shame. Just gotta hit it at the right time. Just give us a little bit of boost back. There we go. That's what happened. That's what happened. I hope we don't load the wings up. Come on, stabilize. Stabilize. Is it supposed to do that? The spinning part? No, but it is a good trick, though. 1 o'clock. 10-4. Wreck, it's fine. It's fine. Okay? Just gotta make sure we don't load the wings up too much here. Please, 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 please. Oh, it's gonna be close, man. We're dead. Oh, no! No! We were that close! Oh, come on! Oh, that sucks! Damn! If we had another 100 feet, we would have pulled out of that. Crap. All right, guys. Hey, we're getting up to 10 o'clock. Crew 5 is undocking tonight, but guys, I'm gonna be around for the launches tomorrow, so I think we'll call it here. We're going to do, all next week, we're doing this Min-Miss challenge. I'll figure out a way to do it. Even if it isn't a gigantic C-17 that flies into space. Even though I kind of want to do that now just because. But, yeah. Dude, but what did I tell you? Smaller engines, man. Use less engines, less tanks. Game works great. Game works real good. What do I think of your landing? Oh, yeah, that was the idea that I had, dude. Yeah, no, that's good, man. That's good. All right. So, fellas, if I don't see you a little bit later tonight, what I'm going to do, we got the Relativity launch tomorrow, so I'm going to go ahead and we're going to cover that, and then Sunday is probably going to be off. Unless there's something on Sunday. Let's take a look. Let's take a look at the manifest. So we have Relativity with Good Luck, Have Fun. And then Electron at 6. Oh, dear. Yeah. Thanks, that was fun. You liked it, Full? That's a good time, dude. It's a good time. All right, yeah. So there's Proton Briz, but that's probably not going to be streamed. So, okay, cool. Yeah. I'll see you guys tomorrow, actually, around noontime. Yeah, around noontime. We'll cover Good Luck, Have Fun, and then we'll come back and we'll cover Electron out of Wallops. Second flight from Wallops for Electron tomorrow. So, yeah, should be good, man. I hope you guys enjoyed today. That was fun. We're doing the challenge next week. Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday. All the way to the patch. That's what we're doing. It's gonna be sick. So my buddy Haas is playing some, what is he doing? Haas is doing GTA RP. Did you see the news? Yeah, I see the news every day. We're going to go ahead and raid Haas. Go over there, give him a raid. Post some panels in his chat if you're a sub going over there. Please do that for me. And, yeah, let's go see what good old Chip Wheeler is up to. So, Yeah, I'll see you guys tomorrow noontime. We'll get ready, round 2 for that good luck, have fun mission. Thanks for playing, right? Yeah, some Roscosmos special. I don't know what that means, Aqualex. That's not news. Don't get confused. Anyway, I'll see you guys tomorrow. Thank you very much for watching, and have a good night. Go raid Haas. Panels in the chat. Do it.